For some reason, I always like horror music with with chess. Like I was listening to Symphony of the Night stuff, although I don't really think of it as horror, or like even Ravenholm, because just the horror of the game itself somehow fits a little bit because it's usually subtle and sort of ambient stuff. So yeah, I'm doing this as sort of a bonus just because, yeah, 2 times in a week isn't enough already. You have to do it a third time, more like you just have to do it every day. But because on one hand I didn't perform too well, but on the other hand I just didn't have enough time to do it. And I even try to make extra time, right, specifically for this. Like I'll take part of the day off, or I'll just come early just to try to do it. But then I still don't have enough time sometimes. So I did pretty badly. So what I'm going to try to do is just play like my maxed out type of games where I am willing to study, but I almost feel like that could be the one concession that I make. I don't really play off stream, but at least I could study off stream and try to fill in some of the holes of not knowing opening theory and just whatever. But there's always like a point that I have like a lapse here where like I'm doing well, I'm clearly winning, or at least a fine normal position, but then you can pin this down. Somewhere along the line, I just kind of lose my focus or something bad just happens. It, in fact, almost always happens when you're up material or when you're doing well. So he's already doing something kind of cheeky. But the best you're going to get out of this is just... You're just going to get the ability to open the H file, so I don't really have to do it, or... There'd be some way to make it kind of worthwhile to do this. Like, I could just double take. If I go here, then I would take, he would take, I would take, but I still can't because of the bishop. Like, what is really the point in leaving the knight perched there? What's he gonna do for you? This is just a dangerous, unnecessary spot to put yourself in. The thing you don't want is you don't want him to take with that, but... I just, some of these openings and little traps they do are so weird that it's very hard for me to play. So if you go anywhere else I can take there, you have to go back, and then we have this weird situation of we can bring the queen in, and that should help. All you have to do is stop the mating threat posed by that. So if the queen's here, you might already be able to do that, but then again he might do the same thing I just did. He's not as devastating. You notice how that always happens against me specifically, like like where nobody ever castles against me because they know what a clown I am and how I'm not going to be able to like ever punish them for playing offensively. Either people pick up on it or people are just clowns like that where they like to play overly aggressive just because. You had kind of a good thread here. I just couldn't figure out exactly how to use it. This is just very odd. I mean, at some point here I arguably should be able to take it. Like... That's what the engine will probably be screaming at me. Just take the damn horse, but I don't know. I would take, he would take, and then it creates a whole kind of drama there. You might not be able to save it. The dark square bishop can't do anything. He's pushing this out. So here's where the real game begins. At least what I enjoy about it is the whole middle game. And this should be my specialty, but sometimes, like now we're putting so much pressure on this guy. I would take, he would take, I could take, he could take, I could still take. So we're sort of overcommitting just to sort of win a knight, or we wouldn't even win it though. We'd still only win the pawn. Like, I don't even get what he's doing. You could take, he could take, I could take. So I still don't see what the queen does here. He'll do a check, row, fork kind of shenanigans. He could take that, which is okay. The only problem, in fact, is he's threatening there, but otherwise I could just take that too. So he kind of equalized. Not really a big surprise. There's got to be something more I can do here, though. Just move this for now. You do this, which is a fork, except for that. The best move there might not even be to... He would go there, I would take, he would take... Or like he could bait and... No, I don't know. There's nowhere really great to go. I should try to do something with the light square bishop, but I can't really figure out what it is. Here's where I make just a lot of ill-advised threats that don't really do anything. If he goes here, I can just move, or I can just take it. You could bring this, which opens that, which doesn't actually do anything. It's like you start to grasp at straws because it's such a... It's the double-edged sword of it, right? Like, nothing is going to be obvious in the middle game, even if you have studied. But I don't know. You could go here, check. There's really no point in doing that even, but I feel like the light square bishop isn't even going to be that good. As much as I have a general bias towards bishops, I feel like that's not even a good move. There's nowhere that you can go with this that's too big of a deal. It does sort of ruin your kingside castle position, and you can't even queenside castle either, but assuming you even want to do either of those things. I think my biggest problem is, yeah, I just underestimate people because of the rating, which is, I still think it's fair and legitimate to do, and it's even important to do because you can't try to jump too far ahead and be like, oh yeah, I'm just going to play like a GM would. You're right? Like, don't care about the rating, but you have to kind of do certain things to get by because you're not going to be able to memorize things or catch up to that level so quickly. So, like, that's all you have to do. Just wait for them to make a mistake. He was playing pretty decent up to that point. At least if you went there, maybe there's some vague possibility that you could trap it, but he's kind of just throwing. So now all I have to do is not blunder my queen, which this is my weak zone right now. Now, like, my... Okay, so that's why they always do me a favor by resigning. You should never resign against me because I will choke that position away 9 times out of 10. And that was still a very low accuracy game. See, it didn't feel that bad. It felt like an 80 plus because everything was solid. Like, what did we do that was so bad? Well, I guess what he did that was so bad was sort of offer up the knight, but then it'll be one of those sequences. Like, if you take the knight and then you don't if you don't do the exact right thing, you'll lose the game, right? There'll be one answer and one answer only, and I might not know what that is. That was a great move. That was a miss. Like, I don't know why these moves are bad, really. Just a lot of back and forth. Now, that's apparently not even good because it's accounting for the take on the pawn, I guess. But still, none of this is bad, right? I'm not losing it at any point, so I can live with that. It's just... See, that's also him grasping at straws. Like, what is the point of that move? Just him trying to make something happen. This is kind of how you deserve to lose if you disregard the king's safety that badly. Even as much as I sort of encourage that with my style of play. So there's 3 components I have to do well at chess in general. One is I have to play for long periods of time, which I normally don't have time to do. Number 2 is I have to take breaks in between games so I don't get either overconfident or tilted or whatever. And then third is I have to, I mean, probably study, but also just focus in the course of a game and not lose interest. It's weird in a 10-minute game to even say that. So I don't even care if I lose on time. Yeah, we want to get to 13. I'm not saying I'm going to do that right now, but... Like, I should study in between each of these, but I just can't figure out what it is that I'm studying. Like, everybody has, like, their own crackpot, snake oil salesman kind of thing. Like, oh, this is the fastest, best way to learn. Give us $15 a month, chessable, whatever. It's just... Castle early, which I typically do. Control the center. I'm at least more a fan of these logical razors. Like, they're not telling you exactly what moves to make, but that's what the game devolves into. Like, oh, just memorize sequences of moves. It unironically is like that. Now, that doesn't mean that's easy to do. There's billions of combinations of moves, so yes, that's what GMs actually do. They just memorize them from the engine or otherwise. Like, that's actually what you have to do. That's not to diminish it, like, oh, anybody could just memorize stuff, but try to then. That's like, I love when people get offended by that too, like better players. Like, oh, so it's just memory? Yeah, it is just memory. Becoming a lawyer is just memory. You have to memorize every law and every phrase and terminology and application of it. Or, you know, it's both. You have to memorize things, but then you have to know how to apply them properly, of course. But... that almost still supersedes it. Like, any field in life or any subject of study, a lot of it comes down to just memorizing stuff. So I don't know why that's a negative thing. Like, there's this good quote about Magnus, since we just have to kill time between games anyway, because I can't handle playing back-to-back things. Like, where he memorized, like, every... Yeah, look at this. You say, oh, chess isn't based on memory. Look at this. This tells you right there. This is the best measurable way to say it. Early skills by playing himself for hours on end, moving the pieces, searching. Yes, another instance where a little boy plays with himself and it ends with a good result. Just like the other one we always talk about. Fuck me. Emphasizes. Wait, what? Emphasizes Carlson's exceptional memory, stating that he was able to recall the locations, populations, flags, and capitals of all countries by age 5. Now, how many people would be able to do that? He memorized the locations, population, coats of arms, administrative centers, all 356 Norwegian municipalities. So that would be the one thing that would tell me right there, right? That's a provable correlation to how you would know he might be good at chess, among countless other things, obviously. Like, a lot of board games are in the same vein. Like, is there a competitive Monopoly scene? Like, let's just, speaking of board games, Monopoly. Still less RNG based than poker and other things, but here are the details of World Monopoly Championship. What, they just kind of stopped doing it? It was more of a big thing in the 70s than now. Then they skipped it every like 3 years, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. This would be a big hit on Twitch. 4 years, 4, 5, 6, and then they just stopped doing it. That is kind of cool that they would even bother to do that. Yeah, every game can have a competitive community if you really want. This was like going, wow, ganking music in Red Ridge Mountains on a non-twink rogue, undead rogue, just randomly. I listened to it for such a long time, people got mad. He already knows how good I am. Or does it like say you're streaming somewhere on here? It feels like it only says it if you go to my profile. I remember I was in some other page or mode though where it would say it here, which is a double-edged sword. It's like, oh, it's kind of cool. They'll try to snipe you and you'll get more viewers. That'll be the main source of my viewership. Or on the flip side, it'll hurt because they could be obviously benefiting from doing that. Like, yeah, what reason would you have to abort there? I guess just the fact that he's black. To treat every game like it's all important, because it kind of is right now. It seems like we're in such a time that we're playing a lot of people from India, or at least that's 2 in a row. Modern Defense Geller System. Monica Geller's opening. Favorite opening of choice. Perk Defense, which a lot of people always talk to me about, but I don't know what it really is. So that in itself probably is bad. But I always say that like based on some vague knowledge that I think I have. So he could have pinned down otherwise. He could have already pinned down, like just that move. It's like stopping the pin isn't that big of a deal, but to me it kind of is. So this is dangerous because, but I could just take it. Right, if he does that, I could just take it, double take it. So he first has to cover that and then do it. Easy to tunnel vision on the threats that they do. Like, there might be some bigger threat. They're just baiting you with something smaller, but at this level, you could barely hope to expect them to do one thing, right? Let alone like that. You would take, I would take, like, you're going to have to deal with this eventually, so you may as well just do it. Take. If not, we can just leave it there. And then you'll have the double diagonal either way. So take. Okay. Now we already have like a pin down possibility into the rook. So he's giving me a lot of these juicy opportunities, but that's fine. And the problem is neither of our bishops have cover, so that's almost something you should address. So like he could have taken, then if I took, then he could take. So cover like this, so everything is good to go. This is when the middle game officially begins. Like, there's so many different barring definitions of what that actually means. Like when both kings castle, when both players are developed, like it's somewhere in between. If he goes there, I can't really do anything. I would take, he would take. Now here's where you kind of just take for the sake of taking. It doesn't seem great, but it gives him a center pawn. It loses me a center pawn. So that alone could make it bad. But some of these values are not absolute. Like even double stacking pawns as a general principle is bad, but you know, I'll just go full trade heavy mode. So unfortunately that is covered now, but if it was the position before, then it would have been fine. You could actually take this and attack the rook, so that's beautiful. You'd almost be in a scenario where you could trap it between the two, but not really. So I could take the Dark Square Bishop, and it's almost obligatory that I probably should, but maybe there's some reason not to, or why it's better for him to do it. You could go here threatening like the 6 for 6, but that might be overextending. There are times where you just have to have the discipline to just go back and just relax. Like don't try to force it, but then again, I kind of do that too much, where I'm up or something and I play passive. Not that I'm up by much here, but I love listening to songs while playing chess without vocals. Also, Dawn, like in this kind of text where he just fucking keeps saying his name over and over. It's a great instrumental song, but right now here you have the ability to not take. We should probably do this. I'm not seeing any threats really that he's posing. He's playing just a very weird, unaggressive, passive, uncertain kind of game. You could attack this yet again there, but we're already double attacking this. So you should almost take, well, you'd be threatening that too. He would take. The problem is he's going to do some kind of weird threat, like where he puts a pawn and then he guarantees to take. Like he's not going to take it right away. But it shouldn't really matter because either I can take or... Yeah, the materially this looks fine. Positionally it looks fine. Actually, for both of us, like, it should still probably be a draw by all accounts. But that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Like, there's nothing you can target it with. There's no meaningful threat for my light square bishop here. So we can create a double stack. You do like a weird pin sort of opportunity here where it doesn't seem that good, but that's probably not something you should just leave like as it is. Then you won't be able to move this. This should almost just go to the back rank for now. I don't see what this threat really does, unless you can put like the bishop there. But see, that's the thing. It's often hard to identify what your opponent's trying to do because they might not know what they're doing, just like me. So he goes for the exact thing I was talking about, but at least now it doesn't matter as much, right? So you just leave it in some kind of spot to set up for a double stack. I guess the reason why I go here is because I don't want the light square bishop to have an attacking chance, but he hasn't really developed his bishop at all, though. He seems to almost have an idea of what he's doing, but I don't know what it is. He'll bring it above the pawns here, which is sometimes a red flag, but then again, I'm doing the same thing anyway. We could set up for basically the triple stack, but not really. This is where it becomes a little bit annoying, that bishop. I don't see the harm in doing a double stack. I don't see what exact threat he's trying to pose. Just like this, which won't even really work, or light square bishop could do something weird. Okay, that's very, very simple. You could almost do that so he's forced to take, but he would just double take. Going like this could be a mistake because it's going to be a case where you could then seal that off and then it becomes very dangerous for a back rank possibility or even a attack there. So maybe I shouldn't do it. You don't even really have to react to it immediately because now this is a passed pawn even in the center. So you could just try to go for something like that and ignore what's going on. Like when you're running short on attacking ideas, that sometimes is the answer. Just don't even try to attack and just try to get a passed pawn going. So the light square bishop can't do anything. I will do it, but that could be a major, major mistake because you're opening up that very good diagonal for the light square bishop for no reason. Can't do this. I mean, he's almost in a position where he's allowing it to be trapped, but not really. I mean, that discourages the one movement that we would probably be thinking about. Like, if he takes, I take, but if he takes, he could take, then if I take, then he takes. So, for example, that is a bad move. We're posing the double threat here, but it doesn't actually matter. This sort of just discourages his pieces from coming out because I could take. The correct move here might actually be go to F2 because you can't just simply take it back. So if he takes, then I would take, but then he won't take, but then he'll take. Wait, that'll create like a triple threat, which could be a problem, but in fact, it will be a major problem because I won't be able to get the rook back out to cover, so I can't really do that. But that is quite a move because he'll be in a situation where if I take, he takes, and then well, first of all, he could just take that, but second of all, he'd be triple stacking. No, you know what? I think I can deal with the triple stack. But the point is, you might think he'll take, but then I'll take, but then he'll take, but then I'll still take. So if he takes, it's fine. If he doesn't take, we basically have to react to this, though, is why I objected to... You know, but he won't do it. That's the thing. You could do it, but you won't do it because you'll have to deal with that first. So take, but I'm not in check, and then I would just take. Just have to maintain this. Okay, he comes there. Triple attack is preserved, but now I'm not so worried about it because all you have to do is he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. Now I do actually have to react to the threat, though. With everything else off the board, you should be relatively safe, and it's not like there's any other threat he could really pose here. As long as... See, I can't really get that other rook involved. That's the problem with this position. It's almost better to cover these two, but... This is always so passive. Like, not only am I not going to attack, I'm not even trying to think about attacking. Or you could almost go here and then try to double stack the other way. So that would be kind of hard to judge whether I should let him... I could let him take, open that, or I could go here and then he goes there. Could be very dangerous to allow that to advance, but then it's going to happen anyway. Or now he'll come like there and then... These are the positions where you almost just have to know basically what to do. So if he takes, I would have to take back. It's kind of a disaster, so I can't even do it. That probably wasn't the right decision to actually make. Now he breaks the double stack, and now... If you go there, I could take. If you go there, I could take. Whatever. This should be safe for all intents and purposes regardless. And now the other rook can finally come out. So again, if he doesn't get some kind of crazy mating threat soon, then we should be in good shape. But look at how open his king is. Mine doesn't even feel that bad, but I always feel under pressure because I don't attack, which maybe has more to do with my whole lack of desire to study, that you have to study to be able to attack more so than defend, because you can always try to figure out what they're doing as they're doing it. So I can't take there, which is actually fine with me. I don't care, but... He'll come there, like, I don't know. And now I won't be able to ever take, because I'm not going to probably move the king either. All he has to do is, like, get the queen in there or do something crazy. Go like this, he checks. Even if I could force a trade there, I'd be very happy with that. Or some, I don't know. Can't really give a check. Like, look at his king, though. And mine wasn't this bad, at least until a second ago. So you can't do anything with this. Biggest thing is that. Okay, that makes sense. So now what you should be trying to do is he's going to check from there. And so all you have to do is go here. So then you can come behind. Because you can't take still. You check. I go there. And then there's no other check you can do aside from... like, whatever. I'll be able to react to that. Oh, okay. I am a little bit low on time, so that's okay. But he doesn't even still do it. Or will this actually be a mate? He'll come down, but... I don't actually get it. You can't do this still. You do this, I take. You do this, I go back. He had the chance to win the rook, and he can still do it. Like, this rook was just the odd one out the whole game. Like, I just couldn't bring it in to do anything. It wasn't really covering anything. Okay, just take the rook, dude, please. 2 minutes left. At least I took my time adequately. And it's just like, I find myself in these weird... I don't know, I find myself in these weird situations where you don't need to be in. Just because I refuse to attack or do anything. So he's even still refusing to do that, which doesn't make any sense at all. So even this still works because he can't take. He checks, I go down. If he takes, I can still take. So if he takes, takes. If he takes, he could check, I could take. If he takes, takes, it's still fine. He might regret not taking that rook there. We have to make him pay for it. But finally, we get it involved in the game. Like, he had the game in his pocket, too. Just for the pure troll in me, I have to win just to show him how stupid that was. I still can't do it, though. We shouldn't be able to give a check any which way, regardless, right now. If he takes, it's fine. Like, how hard should these positions really be to calculate? But I guess I'm just still too slow. You come like this and it would be beautiful, but there's no cover there, first of all. Like this, just try to trade something is the point. This, you would have adequate cover no matter what. That's the triple stack scenario, which I don't even need that, do I? Take still. Everything's kind of just too claustrophobic now, but he still shouldn't be able to do anything. Take. If he takes, I can still take. Then he takes. What a weird decision, though. He literally has a free rook, and that'll win him the game by itself. It's not like I could have posed. Maybe I did have some kind of mating threat myself because of how open his king is, but it didn't really feel like it. It's been impossible to give him a single check despite the fact that he's so... I don't know, despite the fact that he's so aggressively inclined, you would think he'd be giving me a good shot. Like, I'll just go for this to try to trade. Don't let him bring the other rook in, and I should still be safe here. If I'm not, then so be it, but... I don't know what I'm going to really get out of this, though. Trying to force a perpetual check. He could block with the queen at any time, but he seems reluctant to do that. Or the act of bringing the king in could be somehow beneficial to him, I guess. The problem is I just can't do anything with my own thing here. I'd happily trade that, but I actually can't do it because then I won't be able to take there. I mean, this is what you should do. Fiend for yeah, here. Doesn't mean that I'll win still, but at least it gets me what I want, and he might not even pay attention to do that. So now we should be on the path to promotion, even with this guy alone. Very important. We have very little time, and I'm not going to be able to figure out how to do this. Just try to put this behind them, I guess, or I can't even do it. He's going to try to promote his own on the other side, which should be... Gonna be hard to get my own king there, to be honest with you. He attacks there, I'll cover there. Almost to the point where I could sack it if I get through that, because you know that or just keep spamming checks again. It didn't fail me the last time. Keep doing it over and over, I don't care. All right. Yeah, if time wasn't the issue, I would have actually won that probably. Or wait, he would have just let me do that. Yeah, he didn't deserve that at all. And in fact, he had it so much easier. And he'll still do like a stalemate or something stupid. Man, oh man. Yeah, let's actually analyze and study this game to try to understand, like, how utterly uninstructive these games actually are. Even he's starting this one on time a little bit. Yeah, kill all my pawns so you get a higher chance of stalemate. This guy's cucking me the whole way. It's possible I've already had one. Why do they struggle with that so much? Like, oh my goodness, they actually have to think about... He doesn't know how to mate in one, but he's... I guess these are a lot lower quality than even normal. Like, what is it that keeps getting me? It's something like weird positioning that happens. Like, you know, where they open their king completely. Like, just these weird things that you're not supposed to do that nobody would do. Or even that's apparently a blunder, even though I thought it was winning a pawn. I don't get it. Or that was the same threat with the queen that I said, but I guess I saw it like a move late, but also so did he. So nothing's really too crazy here. We're still fine. So basically what I'm saying is I'm unbeatable, but you can only beat me because of time. That's just an objective fact of this experience. At least like relative rating-wise up to 15 probably. So that's a complete blunder, which even that he didn't take advantage of because like... Oh no, well, minor advantage. But see, even that didn't dictate still the outcome of the game. Even though it says he has like mate in 4, whatever, he still doesn't see it, but... So maybe he wasn't supposed to even take my rook, but... That's a miss, but we're actually winning now at this point somehow. Great move. But doesn't want us to do the trade. Like, yeah, that pawn is very scary, but somehow... Somehow you're just supposed to ignore it, or I don't even know. They keep playing these weird positions that I'm not sure about. Or you just have to have the ballsy confidence to try to attack them anyway. And I was trying to give it a check for so long, but it was just impossible to. Like, even after all that mishap, like, yeah, the number one thing you can clearly identify that, like, oh, you shouldn't do that is never try to trade or take anything. Like, the one blunder move is when I actually try to take a piece. Look at that. I think I'm winning a piece, but you have to remember one simple fact. is that 1,200 players cannot blunder pieces. It's not possible unless they're me, right? They can't actually just make a mistake and do that. They have to have some other, I don't know, big scale. I feel like this one always gets copyright. But I was trying to do it more so by kind of go in order. Okay. That one wasn't even too discouraging, but it's just surprising to me. I just have to be faster. But then when I start to do that, then I'll play a lot worse too. Which apparently we're getting 60 accuracy, which just doesn't make sense. Feels like I'm playing how I normally do, or we're going for trades already, even though I say that's like the one thing that is always my worst move. Let's just go for it again. Like, I'm more than okay with doing that. Even if this is suboptimal development for it, so what? Like, I'll put it like there. Right, if he pushes out with a pawn. This is why I always hate moving the knight early, though, because at least aside from like the sixth or the third file, because if you do it, then it can get bullied around so much by the pawns, but then advanced level players won't do that because they know they don't want their pawns there in the long run anyway, so we just set up for the simple castle. Or why does it say it like that? Yeah, that's fine. You wouldn't even really have to cover it there. You could just ignore it. Or what he could do now that would be annoying is to attack like that so that you'd be forced to... Or not really. Like, stay connected with the king and be discouraged from castling. If he keeps going, I could take, but he could also take, but I could also take. So the pawns are pretty good. We've gotten rid of both side center pawns, which presumably you would never allow as a good player because... I don't know, like the center pawns were just too valuable. We should definitely try to go here, but he could just go there, but I could just take. I have this really prominent delay, like where I'll see stuff, but it'll be like just a second too late. But that we would have to cover something for sure. And the only way to really do it is like this. If you want to do the 6 for 6, it's actually fine with me. It's normally kind of looked down upon. Or it's very rare that people actually like to do it. The knight is kind of a sitting duck in a very bad position. You don't really want to do this trade for two reasons. One, because of the... kind of makes this too much of a target, though. You don't want to cover with this, and you don't want to lose it, period, for the knight. But that I could probably tell you is a bad move, just because now you're going to have two uncovered pieces in a line, so I have to address that like this, which means it's still going to end up getting taken anyway. Yeah, that's just a bad scenario to find the bishop in. So you could bully it with the pawn, you have adequate cover. Now I'm almost trying to go too fast, I feel like. So you go here, he could double take. You could do this, because now he's given up the attack on the one thing. On the F7. I would take, he would take. He would take, I would take, he would take. I could just trade something off. It would actually be pretty beneficial here. I almost just have to make room for the bishop to go somewhere because this is so horrible. Go here, I could take. Go there, I could take. Go there. I would have to come back and give up the cover, thereby, you know, just losing the game probably on the spot, right? Because, but he's not doing it. If he was to just go back there, so I should almost do this. There's nowhere actually that he's gonna go that wouldn't prevent me from, or what he could do is like he could take, and then do that, and then I'd be forced to move the bishop. He takes a random pawn. If I was to take, then he would just take the, obviously, the bishop. And even if not, he's double attacking it, which makes it a liability too. Thing is, from here, where can he really go, though? I don't mind the one pawn aspect of this. Now, all I have to do is move this, but I can't move it because then this still won't be covered. So, like, what a disaster already. Like, I love that as a test of low-rated players. Like, trying to just survive the opening and the early game development, but you can't because you have no idea what you're doing, and it relies on too many other non-innate principles. You would take there. I would not be able to take. So the thing is, you could attack into a double attack on here, and there's not really a way that I can do anything about it. The best I could maybe do is just move it. So I would take, then he would certainly be able to take. I would take, you would take, I would take, you would take. I'm almost more inclined to bring the bishop here to cover this, but I guess I wouldn't need to at that point. I still don't really see it, though, because if you go there, I take. Like, I don't have to do it. And he's only single attacking at this point, too. You could check from there. I could keep going. You check there. I could block still. So he's really hanging his horse a lot, but I guess it's the right way to play with it. It's such an expendable piece. You could give the check again. Okay, alright. Effectively trapping your knight in there too, but you give the check, I could still block or not. Bring the other rook out. What more can you do with this position? All I would have to do is like bring the king there, let's say. Oh, I can't even go back inside though. He would take, I would take, he wouldn't be able to take, but it wouldn't be good. But I feel like going here is kind of a disaster. At least we're getting some of these very intriguing positions, I must admit. There's just nowhere good that you would want to go here. And I have the knight trapped, too. Maybe I let this pawn go just so I can guarantee the trap, because this will be covered. You'll take, can't take. And then I just move in towards taking it. He can't go there, can't go there, can't go there. You take, I take, you can't take. But I don't care if you do take later, I'll still take. You go there, I could take. That's a deserved karma for... Or I don't even have to do it with the king. I could just do it with this. You should just be able to do this, but somehow this will botch the whole position. I don't know why, but... You'll get some free movement of the pawns or something. Can't give a check. Okay, that still doesn't change anything. And now we're setting up to trap the knight right away. So all you have to do is just, you would take, I would take, you can't take. That should be the defining factor in the game, but who knows what this guy's going to do. You could cover it, but then it's still not going to go anywhere. I go like this, you take, I can't take. Actually, you could still go like this, so then you can't take. If you go there, I take. You go there, I take. You just can't let me have one thing, can you? He's gonna somehow still come out of this. Like, it's so stupid. Or rather, you should just take, and then let him take, and then I can just take. You take there, then I take there, and then we should be in good shape. You could check, I take. What happened? Oh, it like ended the game and I immediately clicked on like my own profile somehow. Zugzwang. That's one that people just know or say because, oh, it sounds so funny. What a funny name. Give away a nice comeback win. Yeah, they're always in these dominating offensive positions that if they were competent offensive players or just competent players, period, they would certainly be able to take advantage of. So I don't really know. I guess I will take back my title as a defensive ace. Like, I have moments that feel like that, but it just doesn't. And the only way that I end up beating them is because they do some overextended attack in the first place. Challenge a bot from easy to master. At least that was a little higher accuracy. Now let's see who all do they have in here and what do I think about their ratings. Larry Fitzgerald is a wide receiver in the NFL. He was a fierce competitor on the field and is now focusing on a competitive drive on the chessboard. You really think he's focusing on that, or you're just saying that to fluff up your game because it's so desperate for approval and attention and validation? Like, where does it say that? Okay, show me on his Wikipedia page that he's an avid chess player. Is an avid... Oh, it does actually say that exactly. I take it back. Chess player and a board member of First Move Chess. He played Chess.com's Blitz Champs tournament, a rapid tournament for NFL players. Yeah, because that's really a legitimate category. Where he lost in semifinal. I like how everything tries to be analogized to it. Like, I don't know. Yes, there's a certain amount of thinking and memory and strategy in it. I'm not saying it's bad for you. Or like when people say, oh, you know, it helps with your cognitive abilities and this and that. But wouldn't any game technically do that? Because it's not exclusive only to chess, because any game that tests your memory or critical thinking and stuff like that. Gordon Hayward is an all-star basketball player, former collegiate All-American, and chess enthusiast. Do you have the game to school this legend on the hardwood? Chidobe Awuzie, I don't know how you say his name, is a Nigerian star cornerback for the Cincinnati Bengals and winner of the inaugural Blitz Champs tournament. Christian Pulisic. Puma ambassador Christian Pulisic is a star player for U.S. men's soccer team, ready to play Captain America. 1,500. I find it hard to believe. Like, 1,500 by this website standard is pretty good, actually. Daryl Morey, the analytics guy, is the president of the Philadelphia 76ers, co-founder of MIT Sloan Sports Analytics Conference, and a producer of musical Small Ball. Obviously, he was GM for like the Rockets for a long time. That's one of those major fallacies where I'd actually defend analytics. Like, they say it like Charles Barkley or somebody talking trash about analytics. It doesn't mean it's exclusive to just that. Like, if you use analytics, it could be 10% of your decision-making process, but then the other 90% could be still scouting, taking players' advice, you know, whatever they want to talk about, but they try to make it seem like it's either or. If you use analytics, you must rely completely on that and be defined by it, or if you don't, you're somehow pure and dogs. Wishboy is the bookish host of a public access TV show. Buckle up for his lesson on the dramatic moment in chess history. Like, how much of a royalty must they pay them to simply have their picture and likeness here? to do this. Like, it's such a weird concept. Unlock the ability to play Oppenheimer and Barbie for $4.99 each. Like, microtransaction for this. I always said they might do that with boards and piece sets and stuff. Most dramatic moment in chess history. There's nothing in the rulebook that says a dog can't play chess. Enter Buddy Buckets. 1350. Like, you're trying to tell. And these are obviously really bad rating estimations, because a 1350 player on here will absolutely cream you. But these guys play like clowns, because I've beaten so many of them before. And they really fluff up some of these streamers too. Pinky practices from chess. Chess from inside of his mom's handbag on Wolfstock's Law campus. That's the one thing I can take pride in, because this is really a big deal, right? I could start playing my first game ever, and I was still like close to 1,000 rated player. So like, there was never a time. Why do you even need the rating 0 to 900? Because I just was never in that ever. Right? That's the kind of thing you should be able to do. Even though I said it more like, don't judge a dog by its dismantle collar. Oh no, I don't know that word. Benji, is this like Benji the Hunted from that movie, the Ebert? Boredom with Benji playing chess instead of boredom with Benji running. Like, what are these things? Like, I'm supposed to know who these people are? Benji the Bernedoodle is an international master of fetch and taking lessons. Oh, it's his dog with his dad Gotham Chess. Play games against him and boredom with Benji blundering. Play games against him to help him get stronger. Ponchik learned chess from his dad. GM Levon Aronian. He has never lost to another dog at chess and certainly won't lose to you. Yeah, but you have to understand, a 2600 AI rating is basically like 1500 on here. Coach Danny 400. I'm Danny Wrench, international master and chess commentator. Play with me and learn chess. I'll take it easy on you. That's more than easy, dude. Coach May. Once you've learned the basics with Danny, you're ready for more challenge with me. Coach Dante 1200. You can learn from my aggressive play and offbeat openings. Let's go. Coach Monica. I almost thought that was Nico Lol for a second. You never lose when you learn. So get ready for lots of learning with me. But that's why I lose twice over, because I never even try to study or learn. If you can beat me, I'll be impressed. I probably could too, because you're all such clowns. This rating is not accurate. Jimmy wants to make sure you enjoy. That could be him saying it too. This is like from Seinfeld, right? Where Jimmy always refers to himself in the third person. Jimmy wants to make sure you enjoy the game. Jimmy will adapt to make it a little easier or a little harder depending on how you play. Jimmy likes it rough. Nisha is a person who plays a little defensively and enjoys playing people at all levels. Thomas will give almost anyone a good game, and a tough position will play a battle. Devon loves to play aggressively, but if he gets the upper hand, he'll go easy on you. What? Oh yeah, like me, how I just completely get overconfident. Now, does he do that out of the goodness of his heart, or does he do it just because he doesn't have the consistency or the killer instinct? Natasha always wants to win, but she's not totally heartless. She'll ease up sometimes too, but you're 2000, so. Let's look at like the personalities. Who do they decide to put in here? These are all just made up people. It's like XQC 1200. He's certainly not 1200. Like, there's no way. Even I barely am 1200 after this much commitment. Which one is his actual account? I think it's that, right? Diamond member, 21 hours ago. He would always play on and off on stream too, so I have to kind of respect it. Yeah, he's like 900. See, that's the illusion too, because it's a case where, you know, when you first make an account, you'll sort of be in a provisional space where it makes it seem like you're better than you are. And even I was in that, like, just the idea that, yeah, I gotta get better at the speed training, which I guess even Bullet is too, you can get away with stuff like that, but even Bullet is too fast, but for all intents and purposes, it's fine. Take. At some point, you got to get a lead, and then you kind of settle down, and you don't have to play as fast, right? Because you know you could win positionally. I like how he's gotten two pieces free. He got the queen and he got the bishop, but again, it's so fast-paced that nobody sees it. But at least I played fast, so that totally makes it worth it. He pushes, I take. Takes. And now we start to slow down. So, like, what good did that do either of us? Because we both played like garbage. Take. I just love the psychological impact it has on people. Even in 10-minute games, I talk about that, how the speed totally throws me off. So now I feel very comfortable, but that's just because there's so little material on the board. And they can still flag me because I'll mess up somehow. Why are the primus not feel very clear? Now all I have to do is promote. Unfortunately, I'm not even doing this to BM because I genuinely can't. Oh, did he just take it? Oh my god. Fuck. This still takes a little bit of work to do. I'd have to just bring the king in. It's much more hands-on. But it actually takes a little bit to do. I do love watching GMs play endgames and stuff because it's very like... It looks like what they're doing is with a sense of purpose, but it wouldn't make sense any other way, which you could say that's just the game as a whole, but not necessarily. Or just don't stalemate him. And now it should be easy enough. This isn't Roblox. I don't know why I struggle so much there, like even with the... Or no, I still end up winning on time. Good game. Alright, so what was I looking at? Oh yeah, like look at all the creators on here. One of the most popular streamers in the world. You have what it takes to defeat the PogChamps alum, who not only didn't win, but got made it in like 6 moves. Mr. Beast, the content creator. Yeah, like he's at least better than him. I don't know how they decide these things. And philanthropists with over 100, or it should show their actual real live rating. Over 100 million. Can you defeat this PogChamps 3 player? Like, yeah, see, she was like 600 too. Because I was even watching that. Pokemon is a YouTuber and one of the most popular streamers on Twitch. Good luck against the BlockChamps and PogChamps player. Like, where is Northern Lion, though? He was actually legitimately good. Ludwig is American streamer. Hafu was really good. She won, like, maybe one of the first ones. Ludwig is American streamer, YouTuber, Smash Bros. Commentator. I didn't even know that. And celebrity personality. Can you defeat this PogChamps veteran? Cutie Cinderella is a streamer, world-class chef, really. And creator of the irregular Aisha Curry, that one. The streamer awards. Can you defeat this 2-time PogChamps participant? Box, the content creator, 1400. Yeah, right. I'd love to see that. That means you're literally like top 2 percentile on the whole website in the whole world. Harry Mack is a freestyle rapper who played PogChamps 4. You defeat this rap sensation. Tectone is a weeb. Really? You would say that on here? A weeb gamer. And PogChamps 4 player. Can you focus against his unlimited charisma? Are these even rated? They are rated. But I guess it's not. It's not rapid, so it doesn't really matter. The only thing I should have done here first is stop the pin from occurring, but I didn't. This can be very annoying to deal with, like if you just go there. Or I guess it kind of works because of the simple fact that you could have just brought that back. So you have to sometimes be careful with that development. Can't go there. You could do the same pin down, which is pretty good. It's always a dream come true to double attack when you do that, though. Now, I should be able to actually double take. But yeah, even 5 minutes isn't so bad. I don't really want to do that, but whatever. You can't move this or you get taken there. That could be a little bit dangerous. We could double stack, though, to pose our own threat. So if he does take, then I can just double take. This is a nice little fake fork play where you get at least something for it. Look at these jacked out games. I guess just because I don't play the mode, really. Fuck. You go there. I mean, I'm not going to do a draw, just in principle. You might still win, though. I might mess up. I didn't even say it should be rated. Like, he's the one who put it as rated. I don't even care about blitz rating or bullet rating. As you can see, because I'm like 600. I guess he doesn't want to lose his rating. Or he'll even gain some possibly from that. But yeah, this is where accuracy gets totally distorted too, because yeah, speaking of horror music to match with chess, this one fits pretty well. This case kind of faked me out because I thought he would end up being the villain. It would have been almost more fitting, but he was literally just a witness bystander. And then he appears again in case 5 and doesn't even do anything. Or he's like friends with Simon. $11.41, so it's just very demoralizing when you lose these. Like, at least if I can draw. In fact, I've seen a much higher ratio of draws than you might expect at this level, because somehow it's a case where, you know, you can just sort of trade stuff and just play safe, and you can almost guarantee that. I shouldn't allow this, though. He's taking the center pretty hard. But you could pin this down, and then that would allow you to take theoretically, but it just won't ever happen. Somehow he won't let me do it. Because that's just too easy. Or you'll sort of pin it down to my king, which I guess this typically should work for the same purpose, but I don't know. As long as he doesn't push it out with a pawn, but he'd be able to do that too. Or it still discourages the castle, because even if I move that, then this won't be covered. So I don't know how long I can wait on this. Like, you should cover this. But you know what? You could do like this, because what you're doing is, if you take, I take. If you take, then I take. If you don't do anything, I can take either or. So that kind of breaks up the whole position either way. Now you can just take this, period. And so what's going to happen is you're going to go there. And you're also threatening this, so the temptation is to do that, but I can't do it. Or it almost would be worth it in a way, because you would take for free and then still take. There's no way that I can block for this, though. He would be here. He wouldn't be able to come back. It's a very tough move that he's posed to me. Almost the best way to deal with it is like this. And that would also open up possibilities maybe for that later, too. But then he would also do that. Like, there's so many problems with this. You can almost do this. So he has to... It is covered. But again, the same problem just happens if he comes behind it. I won't be able to... Alright, whatever. I'll accept it. There's just too much going on with that position so early in the game. Like, why can't they just wait a little bit before they do all the shenanigans? I kind of want to develop this way. Or maybe I should go there. Queen moves can sometimes be very confusing too. Like, if he attacks it with this, do I come outside or do I go back in? I probably should come out, but just make yourself sometimes too easy of a target. He's got a good bishop diagonal going, for sure. You should try to block off at least one of them with a pawn. Like, just somehow. I've used this galaxy horse thing for way too long. Literally for like a year plus, but that's just because every 6 months I end up having to delete my account and then I don't come back. I've done that twice so far, but it won't happen again. Like, I did it once in April of last year, then I did it in December. Like, so basically January 1st of this year. Like, I wouldn't even mind still doing this for the sake of the trade, but you could just come and block it. A move that I can guarantee isn't good, but it's not one of those that you should be able to punish necessarily too badly. Or maybe you will. But no, you'd be able to take, and then if you take, then I can still take. That clearly isn't what you should be trying to do. You would take, I would take, you would take, I would still take. Or now I can just move. And I can even take this to open the king. Look at how many times I'm an escape artist, but it's by my own doing that I'm under threat in the first place. So opening the king now isn't as valuable as you might think. Oh, I can't even cover like that. Like, could I win in a situation like this? It doesn't really feel like a good idea, but I should just play around the... I should play around the light squares, obviously. He's already giving a pawn back, so it's already even material. Just because I have more pawns than him, but it's a lot harder to play like that than to... He's very overzealous to try to get the knight involved, but now he can't cover this piece at all. If he just botched 2 pawns, I'm probably going to lose some guaranteed, though, either way. So the trade happiness is not what I had in mind, really. But if I can preserve these pawns, you have so many connected pass pawns. You're not going to be able to save both. And so you have to decide what's really more valuable. These 3 connected seem to be more threatening than if you have like this. So you have to let this one go. And then it's very hard to account for the knight moves right now, but if you keep these all connected, I should be in good shape. This move almost seems more fitting for the bishop. Like, stop that knight from doing anything, but it doesn't really stop it. So it'll be hard to ever move that thing there. All 3 are connected past pawns. So this is like one of those, oh, just study endgames, as if the scenario should even ever occur in the first place. If you study well enough, you shouldn't be in a spot where you're down a piece like this. So, I mean, my king could get out of there. It just take too long. If I raise this, you take this, so I just won't worry about it. I should just get it off the light square. Then I'll be fine. But I won't because... I mean, you're not going to be able to do this without the king because he's going to bring his king in for sure. So I shouldn't even bother trying to do it like this. So you take, I go up. Like, what is it that I'm not understanding here? You don't have to move anything. You can move them both here and then just leave it. You sometimes have to get to a point like that. Like, just wait. If I keep going, you have to take it. Now, there shouldn't be anything really that he can take. But the big thing is I have to just go... I have to go bring my king in, which obviously gives him the idea to activate his own king, too. Can't double attack anything. You could double attack with this, which would be... pretty devastating if you were able to do that. Jack take doesn't do anything for me. Just don't let him check and fork. He could check. He could check. So he didn't use his king maybe as effectively as he could have, but now I don't know what to do either. If you come there, I won't be able to take. I could take there. He's going to start to try to eat up these, I guess, which is a very dangerous move right there. What a stupid game. It was even for the most part, though, just because of the fact that I was up so many pawns. Like, I just can't get that knight to move ever, no matter what I do, so... You still can't do anything with that. You would have to first attack with the... You'd have to first attack with the knight. Do something with the knight. Okay. Still can't take anything, though. You could do that, and then you can't take here still. You can't take, take back. I should almost have just gone there and tried to take these because I don't know what's happening with this. The best case is he could double take, but there's no threat because he's not going to push pawns as a result of doing that. So even if you let him take all 3 of these, in the time that I take all 3 of these, it would be kind of worth it, but not really, because then he's going to have an extra piece and I won't. So his goal is to come like there, and then if he comes there, it's a problem because then he's double attacking it. So I just have to make sure I don't leave that spot. You can keep giving checks. We can get a 3-fold repetition. I don't want to give up on this spot either, though. If I could only push past that, that'd be good, but just not letting me. So you want to come here. You want to double attack that. I don't see any other way, any other place from which you can do that. There's just no way. He's not letting me in there. I'm just doing it, sort of grasping at straws, but even that's sort of a mistake, but it's not, because if you go here, now I can move because the king's not there. Right, so I can still hang on to that. The bishop isn't covered, so now the king can start to come in. But now you're no longer attacking that either, so I don't get what's happening. I'll just try to go to the other side, I guess. The best option you would have now, okay, you could double take. You could certainly double take. Then I'll try to push this. Like, it's not going to happen, but I also shouldn't lose because his pawns are so, his pawns are so devastated here still. Or I didn't even... Oh, wow. I didn't even take back. Or he's still letting me take back, too. Okay, now you have to play for these 2 pawns here, which might still be doable, actually, but... You have to... Okay, box his king out, first of all. It's weird that he wouldn't... Oh, God. All you have to do is guarantee the trade onto this one, because if you can do that, then he can't win the game. So it's already over. Like, I can't lose. I might be able to win, but I think it's unlikely. There's a draw at worst, which is still pretty stupid, but it's factually mathematically impossible to lose now. And to win, I guess. It wasn't very hard for him to do that. But he's not even taking it. Like, what are you trying to hope to accomplish then? That's the best case scenario you're going to get. I lose -1, which is not a big deal, but... What is the alternative? What are you doing? Well, he just wants to troll, or he wants to try to flag me? Like, you really think that's going to happen? $67 versus 64. So we're seeing a lot of 60s today, which is kind of bizarre. I normally average like 80 at least, even when I'm losing. Like, what is going on? Like, more to the point, why am I getting away with it? It's always an aggressive knight move with the... Or an aggressive move with the knight that's the blunder. Usually trying to trade it. Like, what could you learn from a game like this? Let's say we were trying to actually make it instructive. What is it that I'm doing that's wrong besides just ever trying to attack when I obviously don't know how? Like, that's fine. Everything's good. Book moves. But I've never read a chess book, so how do I know so many book moves? There's just a push and take the center, which I don't think that's a big loss to do that. Even that was the best move. So what are you supposed to do? Wait, you're supposed to castle and let him take it. Let me try to understand that. Just castle and let him take the free knight. Cool. Like, what is this move? Even the engine doesn't know. It takes like an hour to figure it out. Queen e6 was played. So if you take this, what's wrong with that? I don't see what I'm getting back for it. Oh, obviously just this, which you could block. But then I could take... You're supposed to take that instead, so I could go here, of course. That's kind of actually cool that, like, I'm so worried about him doing that to me that I'm not thinking that I could potentially do it to him, too, with his queen. That's a great move. I mean, again, it's easy to see in the moment once he takes it, but once you're looking at this, it doesn't seem so bad. Or, like, even that seemed like a cool move, but it just doesn't really do what I thought it would, because then... if I had left it like that, I don't know, I would have gotten pinned down or something bad would have happened. Right, so we go here. Yeah, it's exactly the same thing. He goes there, but then he can go here if I try to take it. Like, it's still even if he does that, it's fine. But, like, I love the scenarios where you can play the best possible move, but they're still winning. Like, even by large amounts. It's just like the position's so busted. That usually happens for black because, you know, you're just at an objective disadvantage. I love that Bullet is such a... like, I get that it's more enjoyable for people to watch, but it's neither instructive nor is it the highest level that you can possibly play at. So it's almost a loophole despite how good, obviously, these players are still at it. Or here, I'll add you, but sorry, I just queued up. We can do it after. Yeah, I can't really... I can hardly handle one game at a time, let alone two. Okay, this is good. I should learn whatever the tactic with that is. Like, you're supposed to go and take it, and then you won't be able to cover that, but nobody ever falls for it. Or, like, you're almost supposed to go here and attack that super aggressively early, but it just doesn't work. There's so many things like, oh, you could do this, you could do that, but if you respect your opponent, you'll be like, oh, they're never going to let me do it, so why even bother? That was already a mistake, because unless he takes and does me a favor, I don't like them doing that. Or I guess in the worst case, you could do this, or in the best case, you could do this, so then... like, you're going to make it so that he can't bring another attacker to hit it, but you still can bring another attacker because you could just, like, bring the queen, for example. Or if I could attack that again, then I'd be in great shape, too. All you would have to do is get the knight to move. Now I'm going to try to overextend and do too much. Basically, I want my queen to end up where the knight is right now, let's say. But all we would have to do is push the knight out. So if my queen ended up where the knight is... no, I still wouldn't be able to do anything, though. Like, what could I do to do this? I could go here, so then if he takes, I take. But it's... gonna pose the same problem there. I'm gonna take a big gamble by doing this because he's willingly pinned himself twice over, not just because of the knight, but also because of the... well, first of all, now you're just giving me a free piece, but it must be all part of his plan somehow. So you have to take back, and then I can just take. But that might be very well worth it still. That's covered. All this trouble caused just by the mere existence of the knight and how much of a liability it is. It's such a pushover defensive kind of piece that just, you know, often can't fight back. But still covered. You might try to do something like that. You could try to take there. He can give all kind of weird checks. There's no ideal position here. In fact, that was a very good move, but you probably would have had to accept that one of those was going to get taken eventually. That's pinned down now, but I don't even care. Because you can't take this. So I would take, he would take, I would take. Like, this could be the most aggressive, weird way to develop just because, you know, you're relying on the fact that he can't take, so that probably wasn't a good move, though, either. And it's not like I can't move that, either. Even if I have to move it, like, he goes there, I can just do it, and then he can just trade. Give me a free pawn, probably because he has a mating sequence in mind, somehow. If you were like here, you could do like this. Then if he takes, then I take, some kind of a weird, long-winded idea like that. If he moves this, I can just take it first of all. But I'm not comfortable with the position of the knight right now. Well, first of all, I can just do this, but I can't. Like, I almost don't even mind putting it here. Like, it's just such a liability, nuisance, annoyance. You could do this, so then he has to trade, but that doesn't help me. I don't see what the downside in putting it here is. I have to bring back my bishop probably too. That's one of my biggest weaknesses, is like I see ideas that aren't there. Like, I try to just look for something, or like they could be there, but they rely too much on your opponent just messing something up. You could come here, so you'd be posing a trading threat. Then you would take here. I don't really feel too threatened by anything that he's doing, but you could give a check. It doesn't really matter that much, though. I'm worried about the knight. I'm worried about maybe the double threat on there, which has 0 cover as of now. In fact, yeah, if you simply move the knight somewhere, then you already have a double threat. I have to either move the rook there or wait. Or yeah, forget about even needing the double threat. I just don't even have anything. You come there and you would check, and that would basically be mate. You come here, so if he does it, I could just take, but I wouldn't even want to take. There's no take he could do there that would be too meaningful. He could check and he could take there. I'll do that because the main threat I see is like this, but I just can't get a trade to occur. See, this is almost a sign of a good player, kind of. The fact that he's in such an aggressive position, but he won't allow me to trade no matter what I do. It's just impossible for me to get a single trade off. Or maybe he just overestimates his offensive capabilities, but won by resignation. But why? What even happened? He didn't blunder anything there. Let's actually see if there was some reason. Or maybe a real life called and he had to leave for that reason. I don't even see what that was. 63, nice comeback win. It must have been a blunder, I guess, that last move. That's a blunder, but I don't even see why. Oh, just because I take the knight, but I'm not even really thinking about that because of how devastating of a... I love that. They give me more credit than I really deserve because, yeah, why are we in the hard 60s today? I don't get it. So who challenged me there? Or that might be a... That might be a rated game. Okay, we play as black. It's actually a good way to take breaks, too, between these grueling contests that I can't play back-to-back. Maybe I'm too eager to trade in those positions, but this always turns out to be some sort of annoying opening trap. Like, whatever this move is, like, I won't even do it. That's messed me over too many times. Where, like, you'll push the pawn, like, just you can have it. I'll just let that be, and then I'll just castle. It makes this pin a little bit more annoying too, but not really. In fact, it makes it kind of better because even if you pin it down, then we can cover with something else and then move away. Yeah, I love that idea of, like, that's why I don't like to attack in general, of, like, low-rated players who play gambits. Like, we barely know what we're doing, but they want to do something above and beyond, which maybe works against other lower-rated players, but you know, that just assumes you know everything down to a T, because they'll do something you don't expect one move, and that throws your whole thing off. Okay, so here we could just simply move the... We don't have to worry about the 6-for-6 potential at all. We have to worry about the development of the light square bishop. I'm just probably the most streaky player ever, but it kind of makes sense because you're expending a certain amount of energy where everything relies on just calculation or whatever, coming up with stuff on the spot, reactively, improvisationally, and none of it relies on my fundamental innate sort of knowledge. So there's innate ability, which I apparently lack a lot, but also innate knowledge that you just have to get to a point where, you know, why is a GM able to do something in their sleep that an IM or a FM or whatever can't do with great difficulty? It doesn't mean that, oh, they're just innately that smart. It's that they've been doing it for so long that it becomes second nature for them. So that sort of shows you the studyable nature of the game, even if it does take forever to do. That almost does stand to suggest that anybody could do it. But that level of commitment is nothing to sneeze at. Like, oh yeah, just study a board game for 20 years. Like, that's just a normal thing that you would do. We have to watch out for this, which I don't even know where I want to put that. I also don't see what the threat would turn into as far as him attacking the king. He could move the queen to the G file and then take the H pawn on H6. I kind of want to turn off notation because it's sometimes too he would take, I would take, he still wouldn't be able to take. Yeah, even here we're in a very defensive passive position. So it's like that thing that they keep saying about some of those AI, like, oh, but he'll lay off when he's up material. But that can be sometimes a normal human tendency, like you get a little bit lax, or you don't want to squander your lead, or the way you built it up was defensively in the first place, or you don't want to, I don't know, you don't have the killer instinct to really finish it. So as much as psychology is a big part of sports, like, oh, this guy's a choker and this and that, the way that, you know, sometimes people say, like Skip's always said that about LeBron, he's a choker because of 2011 or whatever, or he said it even before that. But the point is that it's even more of a big deal here. Okay. Like, what's the worst case? He gave me that for free, so take. I still would take. Was that North Korea? I love how I discovered shogi like that, by like saying, oh, I want to see who the best Japanese chess players are, and then I see that there aren't that many, so therefore, you know, obviously it's because they play shogi instead, or there's other, you know, popularities. Like even in China, Ding Liren wins the world championship, and it seems like China barely cares because somehow it wasn't like a big thing reported in the media and whatnot, just because they don't care that much about chess, or they have like Zhang Ji and all these other games that they focus on instead. Go is pretty big there. I feel like China and Japan are a whole bunch of East Asian countries. I don't know how big it is in India. You can go here, and this is a legitimate Octopus Knight, which is very wonderful considering it is on the open file. The goal of this is just never move it as long as you live, and you'll win the game based on that alone, because apparently it's worth like 8 points, which some Knight fanboys try to always argue. That is kind of a good move, though. You would take... As long as you have 1, it's fine, but it's going to be hard to cover it either way. There's still going to be just nothing more you can do, because you have to target this. I don't know what the point of that Knight move actually was, because it's not the Knight covers Knight that you need. You have to realize, like, there's going to be no scenario where he can ever take the Knight in his life here. Even if he attacks it with the King, the only thing bad enough to trade for the Knight would be a pawn or another Knight or a Bishop, which is none of that's on the board. So this is the ideal Octopus Knight position, which does seem to occur very rarely. I don't know. Some people say you can get it like almost no matter what, but I feel like I never really play for them, but I sort of just end up getting them sometimes. Accidental Octopus Knights are the best. So because of the check, not only do I not lose the queen, but I also take that. There should be some good sequence here. You come like that. See, my attacks are always born of opponents' mistakes. I never sort of initiate them or try to do them. And that's still sort of a bad thing, because sometimes you should try to initiate them, but good game. He played pretty good at the beginning, and in fact, he was in the aggressive attacking position, 87. I don't know why I keep getting 60s there. And, well, was that a great move? Just simply to move back? Like, you have, like, 2 moves to do. Or I guess potentially blocking it would have been a bad idea. We're almost at 12 at least, so that's a decent recovery if I can just do that. And then there's going to be a scenario where I'm pushing for 13, which is the whole point of what I've been trying to do this whole month, but I just haven't had time to do it. Yeah, I think this whole taking breaks in between is nice, but it's already time consuming enough. I feel like it's easier to go on bad streaks here, though, because in 30-minute games at least, you're only going to do so many, so you can't go on like a 5-game losing streak, because it would take forever to even do that. That would take like 5 days or, you know, like a couple weeks, because I would only do a couple, or I would do it so like if I lose one, I have to stop right on the spot, which I guess I already just lost one. So let's look at this ranking system. Like, how did they even decide to do it? Just whoever went live at one point, but I actually am on there. So we have a GM, we have somebody who, I don't know, like whoever's not titled, like whoever's titled should get the priority. Women's FIDE Master, National Master, GM, Whiskey, not rated, not rated. Like, I'm in that same category, sub 2000 FIDE player. Women's FIDE Master, no title, no title. I'm just amazed to see how many people who actually do this now. It would never have been like this before, and they didn't have you know, obviously they wouldn't have had integration because there was nothing to integrate because nobody cared. Like, it's amazing how much it changed in the last 10 years, where people would sort of mock or look down on playing online. First of all, it's one thing if you're streaming like a real life over the board tournament, then at least I could understand. But National Master, I'm saving my over the board exploits for, like, let's see how many people are actually doing this right now alone. Somebody's as big a diva fan as me. Jessie February, I seem to remember watching her at some point. Grandmaster, Hikaru. Yeah, imagine Hikaru being, oh, because he's offline. I was gonna say, I don't really know how they decide what order they put it in though. Let's try to get to 1200 at least. This almost doubles as Simon's theme too, right? Or I can't remember. It's sad that this game never made it to the West because it was really good. Now here we can actually do the King's Indian, kind of, but what if he goes there? Just kind of ignore whatever they do and just play your own defensive style. Even if he goes there, I still go there, and then he goes there, and then I go... I don't know, like, he can botch the King's development, or the Knight's development so badly. Takes I take, so it's no big deal. It only is a bad thing if you let him take, put the Queen there, and the Knight is like there, or whatever. That's like one of the classic beginner's traps. Excellent, Steve. Let's see how excellent you are. 100 rating bonus on me. Oh, this is actually perfect. It'll get me to 1200 exact. You could go here. He's already playing like overly aggressive for no reason. You got to kind of respect the structure that you're going for, which I guess for now is like, I want to put this there. But see, the problem is, that I can't do that because what if he just goes there? Like, there's all these annoying moves. I almost would rather put it under and then go here and then go there and then go there. And then I don't know what to do about this one. Bringing the Knight in, our development is very slow. We have the Knight covers Knight connection, but it almost doesn't do anything. You could do this as sort of a bait trap because he's playing so fast, but you can always push it out later. So I don't know whether that's really worth doing or not. It's probably not. Right? Sometimes you have to respect your opponent that much. He's not going to make a mistake. I should talk like this more, like faster, just to show that, like, okay, I'm trying to play faster. I can't use my typical turtle brain speed that I do like in classical, even though it bodes pretty well for me. ASMR speed talking while playing rapid 10-minute chess. So we would gladly take here if he doesn't cover because you want to make sure that you're able to, or we need like a rapper. I'll have to become like Eminem to be able to play bullet chess to match Hyper Bullet. Like, how do you commentate over a bullet game if, or that's why people like it, because it's such a clown show of just, you know, all these like crazy reactions. Like, oh my goodness, I can't believe he did that. And by the time you process it, what he did, it's already too late. So that was a pretty bad move because the problem is even here he could just ignore it, but it is kind of a nice V-shaped pawn structure, so I could just, oh, you know what he could do? I won't say what he could do in case he's sniping me. Let's take this one seriously. He could have taken, and then I take, and then he takes, and then I'm forced to take here, which messes up my whole pawn structure. But now we have this beautiful V shape, which should preserve us here. What should I try to do now? I don't like the fact that I have only knights left. That is a little bit uncomfortable. He could come there, which makes that move kind of pointless to even do, but I don't know where I even want to put this. Could come here, but that allows him to undouble the pawn. The fact that the king is open, though, is a very juicy opportunity. In fact, for example, putting the knight here is good because you can't do anything to stop it. But then again, I don't know what it's exactly trying to do from there either. And I have to be very careful because this knight is only covered by the queen. Wow, this is the final boss right here. Not that I won't keep going, but just to get to 12 is a big deal, and then we have to stay there. Why did I even do that? I guess to try to target this, but I'm only single targeting it, so it wouldn't even matter. He's double covering it. Try to come here, try to come there. At least force him to change his orientation. Not the first time I've said that. And so therefore, that's a bad idea. You're sort of self-pinning. I don't know. Yeah, I learned that from Ding Liren, self-pinning. I don't know what I'm trying to do with these, though. His bishop is in an annoying spot, despite the fact that I have this beautiful pawn structure. It is very good. The problem is it's going to be harder to cover than maybe I'm giving it credit for because you can't cover it from the most obvious spot, which is c8. If you actually analyze and overthink the way that I do, sometimes it almost makes studying and stuff like that feel redundant because of the simple fact that you can come up with a lot of good stuff anyway. It's just, you know, you have to really take the time and think about it, which is hard to do in these kind of formats. I don't even mind doing that. If I let him take, there's really no benefit. So you're threatening. You could go here and attack the queen, which doesn't actually do anything at all. But he can't at least push the knight out from here. So the good thing with that is just... this is kind of like a quad knight that's going to be very weak on the edge of the board, but that's as close to an octopus knight as we can get. We could do a weird move like this, but if that wasn't there, then you go like this. If he takes, I take. Assuming I would even want to do that in the first place. Like, all of these desperate attempts to try to make the horse seem useful. I don't know. Like, this could just stay here, but what is it really doing? If he pushes, I could take... Somehow I want to put that there, but I just can't figure out how to do it. Or I could try to take the knight from here then instead, since I'm letting the knights basically play the whole game here for now. It would be a very good take on the bishop if I could do that, but even if I can't do that, it blocks out his ability to sit there. But yeah, this has that, the man who masterminds the game built into it, so that kind of gives it away if you've heard the song, but... So that's one of the rare cases where music is a spoiler. You can go here, and then you could just let him take. But the problem is if he covers it and then keeps going, that could be a problem. But even the act of allowing me to take here wouldn't be that big of a deal, but it would at least allow me to cover the c7 a lot more comfortably. Okay, this could turn into a real danger. He's gonna go there, so how do I react to that? Well, he's gonna deal with this first. He won't just ignore it. Now he's still attacking this pawn, so I'd have to cover it from here. And then you keep doing the sequence kind of over and over where you just try to force threefold repetition by doing that. I don't actually know what to do here because if he goes there, then I can't take, but I wouldn't want to take anyway. If I could let him take, then I could take. So what could be wrong with doing that? I just have to remember the queen is kind of limited in where it can move here still. My queen. Because you are still bound to cover the pawn, so I have to move the rook to there, or I could raise the queen to like e7. He's definitely pushing these pawns very aggressively. I don't know if I want to do that either. This one I could take, but then I wouldn't be able to take back. It almost feels like I should just move the king, so then I'll have more freedom to do that. Like, okay, go here, and then if he goes there, I could take. He could take, I could still take. Definitely don't want to do that. You're almost meant to do like this somehow. Or maybe not in this exact case. Yeah, let's clear out the king's ability to move, but that could be a mistake too because now you lose the other cover that you would have had on there. Basically, I just don't know what my knight is doing this whole game. You should really just put something here and then take, take, take. So even there, I'm comfortable with just letting him take. It doesn't bother me at all. Because I could just take back with another pawn and everything is fine. So now we're posing two very meaningful threats. Because we're double attacking this and we're single attacking this with the pin. So I don't see why this would be an issue. He could pin this to the king. Which isn't the end of the world, but the legitimate problem at least. Yeah, I maybe am getting paranoid like that. Like, I'm going to be as paranoid as Bobby Fischer when he accused the Russians of throwing games against each other or just drawing on purpose to save energy for him, but then he was proven to be right. So was he really that paranoid after all? Or was everybody really out to get him because he was just so good? But the fact of the matter is that basically... Wait, that addresses both problems somehow. I'm worried about the pin opportunity here. Could attack it yet again, so then I would take, he would take. The double stack doesn't seem like the best idea, but basically the main thing I'm scared of is just him pinning down on F4. Yeah, did you hear that? If you're sniping me, press Alt F4 on your keyboard, and I would really hate the F4 play here. So I would take, he would take, but no, I would take, he would take, and then it doesn't work. There's not much I can really do about that. Or you could do this and just end up getting an Octopus Knight out of it. You give up on one idea to get a better one, and his pawns are all overextended. I want to get to a high rating just so I can say that. Like, I'll be validated by whatever my weird way of approaching the game is. It works very well at times, and then it's awful at other times, so it's just very streaky. It doesn't do well against people who are well trained in the fundamental, which is basically everybody ever from even 1,000 rating up, apparently. We attack the queen again, we get an Octopus Knight proper. And then we don't have to worry about the double stack. I thought I might win a pawn out of that, but this guy's just too good to allow for that. Theatricality and deception are powerful agents, but not against somebody like this. It will come to there, possibly. You can't take the knight ever unless with your own knight, which is a little bit awkward to arrange, at least for now. Or that's how GMs play it. Like, it'll be so suboptimal to move the knight for 3 moves to try to trade. But at this level, you can get away with it. The goal is we should try to take an open file with the double stack of the rooks alone. We don't have to do it with the queen. We keep an eye on that c7. And I'm just so happy that his light square bishop is off the board. That's... Is it a fake fork or is it a real fork? Because there's going to be some kind of crazy something. Talk about being paranoid. Like, you can't win a piece. You can't do anything. He won't let me do it. He'll trap me somehow. Look at what it takes, dude. You have to go for 7 minutes and play at like a 99 accuracy level. And then you finally get like a minor advance, which probably will still end in a draw somehow. Okay, that's not bad. I almost want to go here, but I also don't want to overextend all this and possibly lead to a scenario where, like, even that move kind of scares me. Because he doesn't have to worry about the potential take. I don't really have a ton of time either. I could just take their period, I guess. Now you could do a very simple threat to try to do that. We could do this, but it doesn't really do anything. I would take, he would take. These pawns have been bothering me the whole time. At least now I can give it potentially a check, which doesn't actually do anything, but... We were only +2, so it's still not going to amount to anything, unfortunately. If we have a double stack, I can do this. Or I could even do, like, set up for the rarely seen triple stack. We can still push that pawn. You could go there, but I could double take. I don't know, man. I can't let him take, but this is where I mess up, because now I'm actually going to start to choke on time. We get the rarely seen triple stack, possibly, but what is the point of it? He takes, I take. He comes there, I take. He comes there, I can still take, but then the queen loses the cover, but it doesn't matter that much. He was covering the F1 before, now he's not. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, I could just try to take. He would take, but then if I take, then he still takes. You can't let that hang for it. You could come here, and then if he takes, then I take, but it doesn't. You just double stack here and not even worry about it. He could give a check. He could give a check. No, he can't give a check yet. If he comes there, I can still take. I can't take this still. I could do the triple stack. Just don't let him beat me on time. That's my only fear. He takes, he checks, I take. This knight is actually amazing, though. I can't really do anything about it. Try to play safe moves. I don't know what's going on. He made one mistake, but it's impossible for him to make more than that. So it's still my turn due to make at least one. This is going to be like a 95 accuracy game, I swear to God. I don't know what he's doing. If you push it, I could take. I'm just going to mess something up by trying to overextend and do an unnecessary attack. You would think this position is simple enough to survive through. Like, at least the time is equalizing out a little bit now. You come here, he takes. I don't see what that does. I don't know what I'm even trying to do. Like, I'll even admit I have no idea what I'm doing. Yeah, like a triple horizontal stack, but it's not even really necessary to do that. I don't know what this is. Like, tries to come there. He tries to attack there, maybe. I have no idea what's going on. He goes there. He attacks. He double attacks. Oh! Amazing how much that happens with respect to time. Like, that's almost just. He was low too, though. $67, okay. It surely was very high up until the very end there. At least it's coming down to time every game, so that has nothing to do with actual ability. Speed and ability are two different things. That was good. Like, that knight was sufficiently annoying, though. I have to give it credit. It's okay to take it, so. Like, what is the point of this position, though? Like, what am I trying to do here? And the reality is you're basically still almost just trying to force a draw. Like, that's a miss, but what are you trying to do, though? Like, just keep moving stuff back and forth. But, like, I don't know. You would double attack it, and then you would have to react to it. At least I only lose 6 for that. You were sort of cheating and gaming the system by doing it this much. Like, we just have to do it for 12 hours a day. And of course I'll get better. That's just the average chess experience. Like, you know, that's just what people do. It's perfectly normal. It's not at all strange or excessive. Yeah, imagine if you were like banned by somebody here. You wouldn't be able to see their channel because you're banned in their chat, assuming you're online. I think it integrates like that, right? I'm not logged in on here. I'm logged in on like my phone that I can see my chat, but still. Like, this is a perfect example of a game that... Oh, wait, what did they guess? 1/403. What does that even mean, though? Top guessers. What are they guessing on? Let's break my rule and do like 2 back-to-back. 1163. That guy was a heavyweight, high-rated player too, so maybe that's a case of playing up to my competition. He's threatening just to take that. That's kind of a weird move. And it almost makes it seem like this is a bad spot to put it, but somehow it's okay. And it's even okay to allow the... It's okay to allow the double stack of the pawns. You just go like that. Then you go like here, and then you can even go like... Oh my god. You see, I'm not familiar with this variation of whatever weird opening he's doing. Reti opening, queenside, fianchetto variation, of course. So even here, you can still deal with this. The problem is you're going to be blocking out your own light square diagonal completely. It makes me not want to trade that one, but who cares? Let's just do random stuff and good things will happen. Even this is bad because you could certainly force to open the king, which you should do. But you won't do it. You'll instead block your own diagonal. How amazing. I could have given a check there. It doesn't really matter. Okay, so this is fine. Yeah, you had the chance to take. Wait. No, because this wasn't there. So you could have took. If you take, I take, and that undoubles the pawns. If you don't, then it's also okay. Can't double take, but you might try to bring a pawn to try to do that. This wouldn't be good. You could like push this super aggressively, and then if he takes, then I take for free. He's setting up for some kind of weird threat, but I just don't see what it is. You almost just have to let me take, which isn't even that big of a deal, or you could also just keep going. Which this is kind of too overextended and all by itself. Then again, you could just leave it here with the cover of the bishop, assuming it's going to stay in that diagonal, which it probably will. So I would take, he could take, doesn't really matter. This one is just weird because I'm never going to be able to... Okay, that's kind of doing me a favor. No reason to take with the knight. We may as well just take with the... Take with that, so now we undouble the pawns, which is kind of a big deal, actually. So is there any way to really milk this advantage? And I don't feel like there is. That's at least a potentially dangerous spot for the pawn, but I don't really know where we go with it still. For some reason, I want to push these pawns like a little more aggressively than I really have to. If he takes, I take. If he doesn't, it's still a single take. That's kind of bad, though, because it's opening up his diagonal once again in a way that I don't have to do. And he gets an open file as a result, but he doesn't really guarantee it. King is eyeing on the rook, which doesn't really matter now, but that's the kind of stuff you actually have to pay attention to for some reason. So this is going to cover there no matter what. You could sort of do a fake fork play in which you get to guarantee the take on the bishop, which is pretty important, actually. So I just open its diagonal up willingly for no reason. Why can't one of these people just blunder their queen? Like, kind of like a good karma, bad karma thing. Sometimes I'll do that, so... Or not really anymore, but... I'll blunder like a rook sometimes when I get low on time. Because often those rook queen positions are just like 2 rooks period. But that position happens so often. Like you'll have just queen versus queen and like a rook. And you just keep moving back and forth a lot and just... I don't know. You could pin this knight into the... Pin the knight into the rook. To which you could kind of just ignore it and pose a threat like that. Like, oh no, I blundered my rook, but then you mate. But then you don't mate still. You could do even like this, so now it's pinned from both directions. Caught between a rock and a hard place. Caught between a rook and a bishop. So basically, you should probably lose something from this, but you might still not. Or in fact, maybe this one would have been even better. So I would take, he would take, I would take, but he would still take. All we'd have to do is force the knight to move. The problem with the knight is it's such a bad piece that he doesn't have to move it because he's glad to see it get taken. So going like this next would be fitting, so that I could finally take. There might be a number of things he can do, but I just don't know what they are. Yeah, when it says to bet there, I don't even know what they're betting on, actually. Like they could just bet who wins, but it was like 0 out of 4, 1 out of 4. So now he's just giving up the one cover. I should be able to take, but then he'll check and take or do something crazy. There's no reason to get greedy. That should just be a straight up take. There should be no problem with that. Now we have a pass pawn right in the center, but it's kind of not the best pass pawn because it's a case where it's not going to be connected to anything. So, but that's a small price to pay, I guess. So there is no back rank or any kind of crazy possibility. He could come there, and I wouldn't want to take, even though it would be 10 for 9, because I would take, he would take, I would still take. Like, I have to be at least satisfied with the way I played that last game, kind of, because it felt pretty solid against somebody who was, you know, a little better, and it just comes down to time. But I don't know what it is that happens at the end where I just can't think. It wasn't like that dire of a situation that I needed to do anything. I'm fine generally with doing that, but all you really have to think about is just like, okay, try to cover these pawns here and just try to do this. Like, you're not going to win because of this pawn, right? You might even end up losing by trying to overcommit to the idea of the pawn. You would have a scenario where you could go here if he tries to raise to attack it, but he doesn't really have to do like that. I'd have to bring my king out to try to help, which just isn't going to happen, and it's not really worth it. I mean, you could match this for this, so we're in a deadlock draw position where this could come into play, and this pawn is actually pretty weak. So there could be ways that he can target this. But I am covering it kind of perfectly, so I should almost just move my king back and forth and do nothing for a while. It sort of favors him a little bit. He does have a passed pawn that I guess I didn't even really account for. He would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. But the problem is it's not going to end up going anywhere because of the simple fact that you know what I mean? His king is closer than mine, so he's going to impact it more easily. But you should be able to keep his king out of it. This is a classic game between two grandmasters where white is winning and easily going to win because they know exactly how to promote, but I don't. It's very hard to promote sometimes. Like, what is the good in doing this? Like, you could give up on mine and then just... But see, because his queen's in front, he still won't take it. That's the thing. There's queens in front, so you could take, and then I'll set up to do this. So then I would take... Now we could come here, but he'll attack this as well. So you could still double cover. If he pushes, I could just take, but then he could just take. Here's where I'm going to make some kind of mistake, but I do have a little time cushion. The problem is you're not really going to win this game, but somebody will make a mistake. And with this much time, it's almost unacceptable that you would make a mistake here, but if he raises, I take, and then he's able to take. If he doesn't raise, I can try to keep going, which is not going to be that simple. Can't move here. I'm just going to go for it, but... Like, it shouldn't be that hard for him to do this, but... You could double stack on it again. But you almost don't want to. I don't know what I'm even trying to do here. What? What did he expect me to do there that he was that sure about? Good game. 784. What the fuck? These people play so good, though. It makes me kind of angry because they're kind of like me. Right? Like, we're not... What is going on with the accuracy? Why does everything seem like net negative by 10 today over what we averagely see? What we regularly see? I'm always losing too, but that was like a dead drawn position, or it arguably favors him, but it just somehow that happened. So I guess I don't know what he expected me to do, but we cover and then we weren't even winning though. That's the thing. You just have to leverage the passed pawn. This one seemed really weak though. If he could get these two to connect, that would have been God tier. Is that to imply that their channel is just a dead channel? It's offline. Okay, so we're at 92. It's very, very hard to do this. I don't know what's going on. I'm part of some sort of Truman Show of chess where, like, it's just... This isn't really what the experience of playing chess is like at all. Which is actually kind of true because everybody studies, probably. Why does he keep doing that? Let's at least get to 12, and then I'll have to decide what I want to do. This is the best strategy. Just take breaks between every game, even if it's just like a minute. I like how chess is treated that way, too. Like, people could always cop out and say, you know, oh, anything you say is in the context of, like, how good you are or aren't at it. But then when you realize the commitment to it, what if some people are just like, oh, it takes too long, so I just don't care. Right? Like, I'm not going to... This reminds me of, like, a Fire Emblem song. Okay, it'll be +8, which will be exactly 1200. So we just had this opportunity before, but that guy was, I guess, a lot higher rated. But see, even a lot of the ones I'm winning, I don't deserve to win because they're just... They'll make a mistake like that at the end. But then again, I'll say the same in my defense. Like, even a lot of the ones that I lose, I don't deserve to lose because I'll just blunder at the end because of time as well. I always feel like I'm a step behind even as black or even as white. If he keeps going with that pawn, I sometimes don't know what to do. But he's going to double attack this, so everything is good. So I like this pawn structure, even though I prefer to have one anchor instead of two. At this point, you're kind of content with just letting the pawns be where they are. And the only way that I know how to use this bishop connection is if you sort of do the pawn push here, but something always goes wrong. Or they just start to get super aggressive and I can't match them. This is at least a familiar, comfortable position, so I can't complain about really anything here. Like, what if I just go here? Then you're automatically gonna unleash the the pawn. Or you almost have to have a contingency already ready. Like, you have to have a double attacker on here somehow. Wait, how would that even be possible? You'd have to have the knight attacking it, like, from here. But then he could push it out, too. Just so that you can double take. I'm fine with that. He gives up the bishop pair. And so now if you take, I take. If you don't take, I can double take on the strength of the pawn. So that gives me exactly what I seemingly want, which is just to... Now we have a good open diagonal going there. We have two diagonals going. Now, this is a brazen move. Like, should I try to do that? But I feel like I shouldn't try to do it. I don't know what exactly I want to do with the rook. I'm not up material, but I'm generally happy with this position. There's no pawn or anything that's pinned down by the presence of the... What does he do with this, though? He would have to displace the... He would have to displace the presence of the pawn here. Sometimes I'm too casual and aloof in these positions where I'm getting like, oh, there's a mate in one threat potentially being posed if you have like X-ray vision. But you know what I mean? Like, I'm just not... I don't seem to exert the necessary concern for it. Now I just badly want to trade, but I don't know what he's doing. It all comes down to this one E5 pawn, E4 pawn. Even when I'm looking at it, I should actually turn that off, though. Because it doesn't help me during the course of a game, but I'll start to learn them better, I feel like, if the answer is not just there in front of me. He either has to cover it or he has to get out of there, and it's kind of hard for him to even cover it, if not impossible. Okay, I'm generally happy with that. This game has gone kind of exactly how I always want them to go. It's just now it becomes a little bit hard to attack, so it's a similar spot where this is what I mean when I say, oh, every game can just be a draw, because it just... Okay, even going here makes sense because you always want that anchor. And we can come here, we can try to go there. This, see, we already have an octopus knight as well, so this is the whole beauty of it. He would take, I would take. So it does sort of punish him. We can double take if he doesn't do it. Or I can even let the bishop perch there and then he's double stacked. That's good. So now we have a legitimate octopus knight. The only problem is I can't figure out how to necessarily cover it, because if you cover it with a pawn, it's going to be a little bit tricky. And he has two knights to potentially trade off for it, so I don't know. When the only problem... Oh, shit. See, this is what happens with the knight. I was so excited about the octopus. Fuck. Octopus knight that I literally just give that up. There was no danger there at all, man. You could come there, try to force the trade. I mean, hopefully this octopus... Man, that was really stupid. This could be double attacked pretty easily, I guess. But this is totally like a song from Path of Radiance. I don't have the will to really win. That's my problem. He would take there. We could threaten. He could do this. I lose my ability to... I just got so excited about that stupid octopus knight, man. Threatening that pawn as well. Take the pawn. Yeah, this is kind of like how I was playing earlier, just like very casual. You have to put forward maximum effort. You have to do one of two things. You either have to study and put forward maximum effort like that, or you have to put forth maximum effort in the course of every game. Like, you could cover this, but it's just not really optimal to do that, because the rook is going to be too passive. So you could push the pawn and try to attack his B pawn over there. This you don't even really need to cover that badly, but I just don't know where I want to even put this. You can't give it check or do anything crazy, so let's see what amazing threat he comes up with here. Try to target it like this. Like, I just don't know what he's trying to do here. This is way more than adequately covered, so it's not going to do me any good to go there. In fact, I'm going to end up somehow trapping myself. My king can't really come in on the action, or he could attack the rook on g3, I guess. He's going to do something funky with these knights. Now this one becomes kind of an easier target. This is kind of a good threat, though, because, I mean, he could just check, take, though. But because the knights are such weak links, that now you have to address both of them. I was so fixated on getting the octopus knight that... Okay. Hey, Average, how's it going? Go here. You could let him take the pawn, but I still won't even be able to take anything back. Takes there. I could take. This I can't actually do anything with. I guess it's this one that's more of a weak link. If I didn't just blunder my bishop for no reason. The knight is always a curse. Even when it does something good, it distracts you from what's under threat. Yeah, I got an octopus knight. The knight finally won't be completely useless. But you just have to wait. And it wasn't even the best spot, because I wouldn't have had a cover for it either. So this is okay. I can give it check. Doesn't really do that much for me. You could take here, cover this. I don't see what he's still doing with all this. It's not that bad of a position materially, but pretty good. How about you? There's no way he's going to let me promote any of this. This goes there. That's okay. It almost feels like he had a chance to trap my bishop somewhere along. Or this could be a good sneaky play. Because it's not so much about the knight cover. We'll find a way to make him want to push it. You can't take this still. You could give it check, but it doesn't do anything right away. You could come there, try to double take. Or I guess you can't come there yet. He's going to somehow mess it up. That's the beauty of it, but there's no reason why it had to be like this. Take. And it's such a bad pin, in fact, too, because you're sort of just... I would take, then if you take, I take, or I would take, then you're pinned down twice over, and you can't even cover it. It's only about that knight that we have to worry about. So if he takes, then I can take, but it still doesn't let you immediately take the rook. I've given him way too much time to actually do this, though. If he would take, I would take. That's a pass pawn pretty close to promotion. That's not going to still come to fruition, but at least if he lets me take, I'll be in good shape. It might even be worth it to just ignore. No, I'll still do it. The point is he can't push this pawn, so the best you can do is cover it. And he's just letting me do it too. He really doesn't know what he's doing either, just moving stuff back and forth randomly. He would take, I would take. Actually, that was a mistaken way of doing it though. Okay. Of course, he would have known that exact sequence would have happened. Okay, dude. If I can just equalize the pawns, then it would still be a draw, though, because as long as I don't let him take these two for free. If to pose like 2 light square pawn threats at once, that way we can somehow, I don't know, put these on a dark square, try to trade these in. This is still a drawable position. Fuck. How's the game's going? Not too bad. Okay, so he'll try to come over there. Can easily just take it. This is winnable. These 2 stupid pawns that he's gonna fuck me with. Yeah, it's winnable if he just falls asleep on his keyboard or his internet power goes out or something. Just that last stupid square. For now, he wins automatically because he could just keep going. It won't be an immediate check, so it's weird that he even gave me that much. But it doesn't matter because you can just go there and then... But he won't do it. He'll still mess it up somehow. Okay, now it could still be a stalemate. So stupid, man. People are so trash, but I can't concentrate for like a good 10 minutes. I don't know why it's so hard. For like a good 20 minutes, because they do at least go the distance. That's one thing I'll give people credit for. Like, even though people sort of don't use all their time in classical games, like 30 minutes, at least if you're going to play here, people tend to take their time a little bit. Not that there is that much time to begin with. Yeah, he might try to over-promote. Find a little difficult to play when streaming. Yeah, I don't think it really bothers me, but I'm just very inconsistent in general. Well, I guess I wouldn't know the difference because I don't really play off-stream anyway. I feel like I always get bored partway through these games, and they're not even that long, but like I'll be up or I'll be doing good, and then I just get tired of it. The better you play, the more boring chess objectively is. Because you always try to go for some easy, cheap little threat. He had like an insane sequence in the middle there where like, I can't even remember. Like he won something in a way that I didn't think was even possible. And yeah, even when I get a promote, he gets that lucky... It's not really lucky, but... He's just trolling. This guy's like a speedrunning GM, Eric Hansen, Rebecca Harris. Like, how does he know he's not going to stalemate on one of these? Like, he's clowning around so hard. Ah, yes, of course. That was exactly the way he had to do it. Biggest challenge is to fill your own ideas. 79, 78. Unlucky. Yeah, what was the sequence that was so insane here? Where he, like, won something back when I thought he would lose something. Like, here, obviously, I just am not paying attention because I'm trying to get the Octopus Knight. But there was something more that he did. He certainly gave me a lot of opportunities, though, because he didn't really seem to know what he was doing here, but then he still ends up winning stuff. Oh, you're supposed to just go there, period, because, of course, he can't take it. So that's a mistake, but what was I supposed to do? Just move, period. Just move to a random square and do seemingly nothing. Then he still can't move this pawn, so what's he supposed to do? Like, what did happen? Okay, so he goes there. So all I had to do was move that, and then maybe... I don't see why he couldn't still just cover the pawn, but then it puts a lot of pressure on him anyway. Or yeah, like even here where he wins the bishop, like it still would have been okay here. Like we're only down one piece, we can figure it out. But of course, he immediately gets that. So there were two sequences like that where it seemed like something good was going to happen, and then he gets like either the fork or the check from the other side when I promote it. Gold member. I don't even know what that... Oh, that's like the middle tier probably. It's stupid how you have to pay for... You have to pay for like the middle or the higher tier just for analysis. Analysis should be the most basic thing. I mean, at least it would seemingly evenly match, but it's hard to believe that you would win that badly and only be like one higher accuracy too. At 95, we gotta deprive them of getting the 12. Pin this down. I don't know whether I want to take it or not, but generally I have been doing that lately. As much as I like the bishop, it does double stack the pawn, so how can you argue with it? Let's try to stop this from pinning down. Rely on the light square bishop here. To go here, create my classic V-shaped pawn structure. This is a 2000 level defensive structure, by the way, that has provably worked on them numerous times. In fact, the only reason why it doesn't work is because of something else later on in the game that's no fault of the structure itself. You go there. Okay, fine. Maybe I'm too fixated on trying to open that all the time. So if he takes, then he's already pinning this down. So here, what should I do? I could almost do this. If he takes, I take. If I take, he just undoubles, so I almost shouldn't do it. Alright, that actually is doing me a favor because I preserve my V shape and I do that. Now I could go here and then I could just take. Or no, I couldn't. Okay, that's not a big deal. Not really posing me too meaningful of a threat just yet. There should be a couple good things that come about because of this. The queen is no longer covering that, but this is too obvious of a threat, or he wouldn't have still been able to do it. The problem is he'll still just go back there. So if I do this, he goes there, I take, he takes. I don't know what to do with the knight. I'll just attack that pawn, I guess. If I take, doesn't really do anything still. Come here, come there. Just whenever you get a octopus night opportunity, don't get too excited or you'll lose because of it. I'm sort of just even ignoring what he's doing. If he takes, I can easily take. If he doesn't, I can take. Threatening here. He seems to be fixated on this pawn somehow. I don't see what it does. He would still have to address this first, wouldn't he? So I don't get it. If you want to take that one, then I can just save that one. So he comes like that. I come like that, maybe. Still targeting there. We could come like this. He could raise this. I could check. So there's no ideal way to kind of bully around the horse right now. Can't do this because... if you really do go there, this is an okay check, and then I don't know exactly what I'll do with it, but... what? Okay, that's destroys my... see, this is what I mean. Like, oh, you can't blame the pawn structure for that because he just didn't have to do it. Or I just didn't have to let him do that. Okay, as long as we don't lose the whole thing because of it, but what do I do? It'd be almost impossible to save both. Here, I'll just ignore everything and try to... but even that's still not good because... oh my god. I'm just pretending like I'm threatening some kind of sophisticated mate, even though it's not. Like... let him take, I would take, he would take... okay, so at least we're threatening mate in one from this. Like, should be pretty good. Go ahead, take. Like, it's possible for people even this good to blunder mate in one. Or at least now we get a check, and this should somehow lead to something, but... ooh, look at this, look at this. He wouldn't be able to take there either. If you raise this... it's a fork, but there's going to be some other way to punish it. Can't take. You could check here again. Now you could check again. Look at how elaborate this is. But I'm still going to miss a mate in one or something. This is like a puzzle moment. That's still covered. What the fuck is going on? It's still not going to work, though. Check with that. I'm just going to take my chances. I don't know what's going on. Now, you could take any that you want. That probably might have been the wrong one to even take. He's threatening the rook regardless. And he'd be able to like double take on there even if I was inclined to do that. But now at least we could check, and he wouldn't be able to take with the queen, or he wouldn't want to. Is there not like a mate somewhere here within a fucking million years, or is it just me? Like... I didn't even still see that that was mate. Okay, that was actually pretty deserved because that was an insane engine level sequence that I just did there at the end. Like, what was that even? I'm sure that wasn't the most efficient way of doing it, but that was just like throwing everything to the wind. And I don't like playing like that either, but just play like a total clown and get rewarded for it. They'll actually make an official puzzle about that. Great move. That's a miss. Do we go for... That almost never works when I go for a brazen threat like that. Black is winning here, but you have to know how to do it, which I still didn't really know how to do. Just go for checks, and sometimes good stuff will happen, so that's a mistake. Oh, was that already mate? Really? What? It was that simple? At least I still recovered and was able to do it, but... Like, imagine how mad I would be if that happens to me, which it has. Like, it's just so stupid. Like, how would you know how to do that? And I don't know how to do it, but... That is like the life-saving moment of the whole day because I was almost just tilted and ready to stop if I lost that. I heard you like puzzles, so I brought one to the game. Not that you played at a very convincing level anyway, but you were winning. Like how does this explain the course of the game? Aside from at the end, she played better than me and she was winning, but it doesn't matter. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you can blunder mate in one, but your accuracy still could be higher than theirs because you play better the whole rest of the game. I don't think I've hardly done puzzles on here at all. Learn from interactive lessons created by chess masters. Solve puzzles to improve chess tactics. Improve pattern recognition and awareness. Have fun learning as you solve 500k plus puzzles. I won't do the last part because I won't have fun. Puzzles get more difficult. I don't really care about... Yeah, even with puzzles, they try to cheese you on time. Like, it really matters. So if you take back, I should be able to keep going. Correctly solve 10 puzzles. And that seems very odd to say when you... What? You wouldn't just pin it down to the king? Oh, I guess... See, like, what I did was still good, though. Like, you would still win with that, but... I do like this absolutist, elitist approach of, like... Just, you know, you only care about the best move. You don't care about a good enough kind of move. You should always look for above and beyond. So this is already in trouble. You could just check there and you should just win. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? What would you do there? Am I just blind? Like, how is that not the best move? The queen can't block. Oh, he could move up there, obviously. So I will admit that was kind of a BS victory. Like, I don't even accept it myself. Imagine it keeps that timer going, so it'll make me seem like the worst puzzle player ever. So can I please just get back to 12 and then I'll consider doing something else? Because today is not normally my chess day, but I'm just so upset about how badly I did the last time. I should always make up for some of those losses. Yeah, that one was not deserved. I'll even give you a follow because you're so good. How is that 55 accuracy? Like, she was completely clowning me the whole game. Final boss battle again, 1239. See, right when you're on the cusp of a new 100, they try to give you somebody like way higher above. Not that it's that bad, but I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take. Like, I don't mind doing that, but it's probably not the right thing to do. In fact, I'll even go for this just because it'll show you how good they are that they're willing to take the trade or not. He shouldn't take it. There's no reason to take it. And that's even a bad move, period. Like, just to overextend the queen so early. Like, you want to try to develop actually properly. Or yeah, I'll just queenside castle. That's almost how we've started playing. Or I'll gladly take it. So you go like this, but you can't go like that. That makes it very hard to develop, just period, because you might have to settle actually for something here where you go back and then double stack the pawns. Like, I don't even mind it. Give him some pre-pawn development, or just wait. He's got his bishops looking pretty scary. You could come attack this and even set up for a pin down. And oh, yeah, I'm thinking about like a different position that's not even there. Like, as soon as I moved the bishop, he could have done that anyway. All just to try to castle. Oh my god, why am I playing so bad? We could still queenside castle, so it would actually be okay. I did that on purpose just to, you know, like, we'll win this pawn back on the other side. That's always the right move, but he won't still allow me to do it, but then he could just block there. So it's almost better just to live with that. Or no, he can't even take that. Never mind. You could almost double attack this, just since we're there. We kind of recover a little bit, but not the way not really something I thought about. So how would you deal with this now? You could just, okay, do that. The problem with this is, yeah, you're basically trapping the thing in there. All you would have to do is attack it with something else, like even the king. How do these situations just go from bad to worse? So at least his castle is ruined, but we took a negative, turned it into a neutral equalizer, and then we end up messing up again. Or maybe it was just that bad that it was already kind of a doomed position. All I'm trying to do is get out to be able to castle, but he's not going to let me. You take this just period. Yeah, I'm just not gonna play with any level of consistency, so I can't do it. Check on the back rank. I won't be able to do anything. Try to check there. Why is it called the Scotch game? Because you'll need some Scotch when you're done with that. You could go here. The problem is this position is still busted because it's gonna be hard to even get this. Okay. What? Still can't go to the back rank, but you win. Okay, alright. What did I do at the beginning? Like, I already just started to throw. We trade the queen, which is actually okay, but then what happened? Oh, I just kind of developed in the way that I normally would, but it's almost like I know openings too well, or at least I think I know openings, because you obviously can't... I don't know. That would be dead no matter what. That's okay. How good I am. I'm even pre-moving. That shows you I know what I'm doing. Isn't it interesting how like I go on these crazy streaks of like I'll win like 10 in a row, which clearly shows you I'm better than the people I'm playing, but then I go on streaks like this which show you I'm just like either not trying or I don't care or I'm not focused. Like that's what I don't like. If you can beat me just normally, that's fine, but somehow I just feel like most of these people can't ever do that. So I end up beating myself to help them out. I'm just too nice. To get it to a safe spot, it could still be a stalemate. We've been saved by those quite a bit in the 10-minute mode, at least, that you could never get sort of saved by that in a 30-minute game. It just doesn't happen. Like blundering of queens, doing stalemate, things like that just don't happen. 69 again. That's just my daily requirement. I have to get at least one 69 accuracy game per day. We would have to win 2 in a row. Or just like 2 total at least. Okay, I'll try to focus a little better here. Just don't blunder a piece in the opening, because openings are fun and interactive and not solved. So just study them. That's what I'll do. I'll just study them like, you know, it'll be the same quality opening as GMs. That's what even Andre was saying. Like, you know, oh, you can know openings as well as a GM at this level. Which, even that I don't think is entirely true, but the point being that just they're solved trash and they ruin the game. Even Bobby Fischer would say, even other people I'm sure would say similar things. So we've lost to a lot of dumb things, but we've also been saved by kind of dumb things too. That's the move that I shouldn't have done, because I should do this first. I could trap his in there too, but let's see if he prioritizes it or not. This I always kind of like, because you are double stacking their pawns, but you're giving them a center pawn and you're giving them maybe too much initiative this way. So maybe it's not the best. This guarantees to take on the bishop at least. Hotline of Fate was way crazier from the first game. That's more suited for bullet. This is more suited for blitz. Like every song has a perfect match for format. But everything is fine here. We see this piano game way too much. What does that have to do with the piano? Was that the guy's name, or was that just because the board looks like a piano because it's like black and white spaces? I don't even know. Although very few boards ever use black as a color. Like, if I was to do that double take, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would still take, so it almost wouldn't be worth it. Not gonna let me pin it down, but I could almost do a cheeky thing here, assuming that there's any sort of unleash to even go for with it. Like, I can't give a check, I can't threaten anything meaningful, it's just a total waste of time. And it'll probably end up backfiring somehow. This is sort of an Octopus Knight position as well. Wouldn't be the first time an Octopus Knight has boned me today, but I won't even blame that, because it wasn't even that good. Like, or no, it wasn't even the fault of the knight. I just got too excited and blundered something. That shouldn't affect anything with this position still. Okay. It's still even. You might be able to take this, so it's fine. Kind of just trying to harass the queen even a bit too much. But you would come there, that would force me to take there. I get tilted maybe more in the opening than anything else, because it's like they're not even letting me do anything. At least let me, you know, get some sort of comfortable position and then beat me with some advanced offensive tactic. But it is the most fake part of chess, because, you know, you could be the best player or the worst player, but you just have to study them exactly, because there's a fixed way that's just right and wrong. And half the time people don't even know why something is good, they just know it's good, because, which isn't true of other parts of the game. You could go like this, I guess. That should be fine for now, and then we just have to figure out what we can do. I'm actually not even down material, but I'm already just kind of tilted by this game. But he doesn't have an Octopus Knight because I can push it out. I would have an Octopus Knight here on on E5, but I can't actually do it because I love how so much of chess is predicated on people making mistakes, like at least at the low to intermediate level. Like, what if they just don't make any mistakes? That doesn't mean they have to play perfectly or at the highest level, but I guess part of it is you're sort of baiting them into making mistakes. But see, once you get to around 1800 to 2000, then it becomes they could make no big mistakes, but you can still win because your offensive tactics are so good that you just, you know, sort of do something above and beyond. What could he do that would threaten me in terms of that? Because it's actually the opposite. If he moves it, I could just take it for free. Or no, he would like take there and check. And then I can't take with the queen, otherwise I would lose the queen, period. It's almost like I would just want to move this, period. Because that sets up for sort of a beautiful threat with respect to the thing here. Then you move it and I just take. Who would have thought I would be playing this much chess? But I guess it was something I was sort of owed to the game. Or whatever. I always have some sort of respect for it or connection to it. And when I saw the streamer culture and stuff, maybe it really roused my spirit. Like, somebody has to restore meritocracy and balance to the game, but I'm just too bored of the idea of studying to ever do that. So this isn't going to be covered. Let's attack the queen first of all. And then second of all, push this out and just win the game, hopefully. But he could go there then to cover it. Oh, God. I just don't care, man. It's not even covered, so you could just take it with the queen, but then at least I don't have to give up my knight. But I wouldn't have had to anyway. Okay. Maybe this will still work out, because if you take, then I take. Watch him still find a way out of this, but at best we'll just win the night. But we won't even win it still, because he could just do nothing. Right, he could just cover it and it'll be fine. It'd be a trade. Take with that. Okay. There's nothing too crazy going on that he should be able to take right away. You got to address the Darkspur, or I mean just the Rook. He's only out +2, and it is just a matter of pawns, which he has at least one that's isolated and one that could be a dangerous proposition that he's doing, but okay. He takes, I take. He should almost want to trade. He has one passed pawn, or he has two passed pawns, but they're double stacked, which is typically a bad thing. Like, it should still be very drawable, but I guess if he lets me take and he happens to take with that and then I take, that's the only best case scenario. But even that, I doubt you would see at such a high rating as this, 1100. He would still have to take with the wrong one, though. Okay. Give a random check. His Rook, to be fair, isn't in the best of spots. That also allowed him to undouble, so you shouldn't have even done it. What you can do here is you can take and take, but he won't let me. Or even then he could block. Or wait, where am I imagining that I'm checking from to be able to do that? All I have to do is stop the promotion, stop him from potentially mating, which should be pretty hard to do here anyway. Whenever they only have one Rook, I feel much safer than two, but I also feel more under threat when I only have one, because they'll give some kind of weird check and take it when they're not like connected and both covering each other on the back rank or something. He's pretty low on time, but he's in a pretty good spot when it comes to his position is fine. His Rook is almost trapped in a way, like it just has to go back. Why did I think I'd be able to check and take it? You have to do it like from here. You can threaten my pawn on the A file, and that would be a pretty easy path to promotion for him. I wouldn't really want to trade at this point as much as I'm a trade fiend. If we can cheat at this time, that would make it pretty worth it. But it feels like every game that I'm winning despite... I'm winning every game despite playing badly and blundering something, and then I'm losing every game only because I blunder something. So if I could just play like a normal game, that would be awfully good. And if I lose under that circumstance, I don't mind, but that hasn't happened like at all in the last month. Or a few times maybe, but that's for accuracy is at least a good measurement of it. So there's some kind of mating sequence here, maybe. He has no blocks available at least, but if he goes back, I can mate. If he goes forward, I just want to keep giving checks from spots that are a little bit different, let's say. That way the Rook can come in so I'm not blocking one or the other. So here you'd be able to take the Rook, but the question is, do I even want to take the Rook? We could block with the... Oh, no. I'm almost obligated to do that, I guess. Give a whole bunch of million checks. The problem is he would still win, all things considered, because... I mean, even if I get a draw by threefold repetition, I don't mind. Because he still has a reasonable amount of time left. He's just in such an awkward spot that he can't... Like, I don't really want to, but I mean, I wouldn't lose anything, so it still saves me time. Why do they offer a draw when you know it's going to be one anyway? Like, just let it happen naturally. Yeah, at least if we escape like that, I don't mind it. But why are these all in the 60s? Did they change the standard of how that kind of validates that, oh, I'm not playing up to my potential? Because even if I'm a 75, 85 average relative to whatever, like every game I make one major lapse that is just stupid, mainly because I'm tunnel visioning on what I'm trying to do. Like, that's what all my ideas are, or they're hypotheticals that are like, oh, this would be good if I could do it, but I can't do it because, you know, there's something that you're giving up or you're losing something as a result. What is my record so far? Loss, win. I won't count the ones against viewers and stuff. Those aren't even rated, or some of them actually were, but in a different format. So it's like win, loss. So 1-1, 2-1. That doesn't count. 3-1, 4-1, 4-2, 5-2, 5-3, 6-3, 6-4. I really have to get to 12. That is a very big necessity here. I was thinking I'd go farther, but I guess I just can't handle it. Okay, can we just play a couple solid moves and not blunder anything early? Which only requires that you pay attention, not even that you necessarily know what you're doing. He'll take with the pawn, which is okay. It makes me feel like going there, but you know what this position makes me feel like doing is putting the bishop behind on like g2. Maybe that's just more suited to my style of play. It's almost I'm doing the King's Indian as white, even though I'm not, obviously. He's got the double diagonal, but I can just move my queen and then everything is good. There's no reason why I have to take... I want the bishop there, but I also want sort of take that, but I guess it's just not in my style to do it. He'll come like that, which isn't really that relevant to anything. Gonna castle queenside, which is actually okay, but I should probably push these more aggressively than still. That we could just move, probably not the optimal way to go about it. In fact, you could bring the knight, but I could still just take it. Bishop is in a weird spot, but there's no real reason for me to take it. Be great if I could push it out, but it's basically like if he doesn't take, then I can take the pawn there on g7. Almost like everything I wonder about is like a wishful thinking. Like, oh, I wish he would just blunder this to give me something, but this you can't take. I can't even move it. That's fine. So what do I lose out on because of it? Really nothing. Because that bishop is pretty self-sufficient. Like, unless he double attacks it from there. But as soon as he does that, I could just take. So unless the act of pushing this pawn threatens something too, then you don't have to worry about that. Or he's not even letting it get to that point. So that's the basic simple threat. I don't really care too much about it. I could try to attack it from there, or I could try to pretend like I have an octopus knight, even though I don't. I would take, he would take, I would take, he would still take, though. It doesn't do anything. He could take and then take the open file back. So just like one of these moves coming up, I'm going to have a lapse where I just miss something obvious. Wouldn't be safe to leave it there, but is there some way I can push out the queen is the question. He's not doing anything immediately with it. But sort of a fake octopus knight for now, because at least you'd be able to take. I would take, and then I still can't take, though. So I can't do anything about the queen's cover. That pawn is going to stay there for a while, so I guess it's okay. We'll just kind of go like this. I still don't know what's happening with this. He can set up to double stack himself, but we get a fork. To which he probably has some crazy answer anyway, but who cares? You move the lights for, or you move the darks for bishop, but I should still be able to do it. I think you would have to move the queen somewhere super threatening, like maybe there. And then it looks like you're threatening a mate, but you're really not. And it would be even worse, though, because even if you take back, that would be like pinned down. Or if you take with that, I could just take back this, depending where the queen goes. Got a double diagonal thread there, which doesn't look like that big of a deal. Now, why shouldn't this work? That's the big question. It won't work, and I'll lose the game because of doing it. But why won't it work? I don't see why not. He'll go like there. Or I could even just do this right now, because you can't take. That's not quite as good as winning the bishop overall, but... Or like even that works, because yeah, that would have been a full 360 trick around where I would end up losing that because I have to protect the mate, but that's the kind of threat I would do, like where I'm not accounting for what I'm losing as a result. So now I should be in generally good territory. Take. I'd happily just do a queen trade or whatever. Okay, so at least we demolished this guy, but it still took a little while to do it. By which I mean like 6-7 minutes, like out of the 20 minutes potential. Just because I'm too lazy to actually do this. That is my biggest problem. I just lack motivation. I want it to be way too easy, and arguably at this rating maybe it should be, but look at this. What's going on? Like, I know I'm bad, but I'm not this bad. Like, what's happening? Why is it 57? What did either of us do that was that bad? We must be making non-stop mistakes or blunders. Like, okay. How is it this bad? Or, like, I'm doing stuff I'm not comfortable with, but if it's working... I swear, it's not normally like this. Somehow the rating system has changed or whatever. It wasn't even that good until he just blunders his knight. Like, just look back at all the accuracy games that we've seen. 83, 80. Like, we're seeing at least consistent 80s. So my level has dropped off even from then, which is surprising.
Nothing more powerful.
If we do this one, even if we do a low rated player, we'll get back to 12. And then I maybe even want to push it further, but I don't know if I can handle that. This is what I mean, that you have to take an extra day on top of already committing 2 days, on top of everything else, and it's still not enough. It's even playing my rip song. Look, 2 back to back. when you game over and then when you lose somebody. And Final Farewell, it's trolling me. The shuffle on the playlist is trolling me. Or no, it just shuffled to that part, I guess. What are the chances of that? I kind of always like to loop everything because I don't like it to change in the middle of a game. But that's more relevant, I guess, for a 30-minute game. Here, it'll be over by then anyway. Or for, like, Bullet. It could be a whole challenge. Try to win before the song ends. Listen to the radio GM challenge. 1204 Golden Pikachu. Is that like that stupid one that's on the balloons and stuff? In the card game that's so annoying. Some of their mechanics are so contrived, like V Max, V Star, like just... I know power creep when I see it, but that's even worse because... You know, like it makes it so blatant. Now here's the problem that you run into is the simple fact that you'll come there and I won't be able to stop it. And not only won't I be able to stop it, but I almost just have to do that. I can't think of another way to deal with it. So we've already busted this game. It's already over. Lost in the opening. Like, nice game. He's like, what is this pawn structure? It might be even objectively the right way to play it at that point, but the pin bothers me so much, even though it's not such a bad thing to allow to happen. What? So quite frankly, I should be winning a piece here because he kind of just threw it away, but I'm sure it's a gambit that'll lead to mate in 3 moves here somehow. I have a problem looking for stuff unless I'm sure it's there, right? You have to be confident. You have to have more of an objective mindset, even though that's always my trademark anyway. Just like, look for whatever is there. It doesn't matter what it is. You'll come there. Like, whatever he did there is highly costly, so I just have to... Like, what is he going to do? He'll take there. Almost the best move might just be with the king. But I can't do that. Gonna bring the knight in, and it's gonna be a problem. Now, if I can just trade stuff off, I'll be in better shape. I don't know why he necessarily even did that. He won't let me take that, so that diagonal is very important to him. Somehow I feel comfortable doing this, but again, the knight just creates a lot of endless threats, and I can't really do anything about that either. There's no way I can really seal off this diagonal either. You could go like this. No, but he's still this knight, man. I could go here and then maybe put the bishop out there to try to trade. So, for example, go here and then... Like, I don't know what's going on, dude. I don't see what it does besides that. Like, here I could just take it. So if he takes it there, I don't even mind. I'm all for the trades. I'm trying to just set up to take that light square bishop, so whatever threat he's doing is totally shut down. You don't have an octopus knight. Oh, God. Like, how? How could this be? I don't care. Like, if you made me like this, you can have it. I just don't get it. Take the pawn. It's fine. Like, how would you know? I guess I had a moment like this today, too, where I just did some crazy mate, but how would you even know that this is a thing to do? Or like, why would you even try this? The only reason why these people are low rated because they just want to do wild, crazy, often fun stuff, but it just doesn't make sense because if you can just withstand all this nonsense assault, then you'll be fine. I'm up material. My position isn't great, but this might still be closer to somehow a draw or even still winning for white, though, because of how aggressive the position it is. But you don't really have enough in there to do anything now. You're threatening to take this. You're threatening to take this. I really would love to do something about that, but I guess I just can't ever do that. You would take there. Like, I'd love to do this, but you can't, because then he would take, I would take, and then he would take. And this light square bishop is just the stuff of nightmares. Like, even though it's fine, like, the position isn't bad, it's just I can't do anything about it. At least we're sort of developed, but I obviously won't be able to castle, and my dark square bishop is actually okay, but look what a claustrophobic mess this is that I made, but sometimes this works out, especially when your opponent is just their own worst enemy too. You'll never be able to shut down that diagonal. It's just not possible. Or I didn't really have to do it like that early, but yeah, we're going to have no defensive pawn structure going. It'll all be just nonsense. We go like this. We go in there, but the rook won't be able to come out either. So I'm still going to end up losing somehow because my king is too exposed. Like, an amazing commitment to offensive execution here. If he trades that, I'm even fine with it. Or I shouldn't be, because the act of doing that would let him take there, but he can fight his way back in by my sheer unwillingness to deal with this position. So he'll somehow, I don't know. Gonna do some sort of bait threat there, which I don't know what it even is. If you take, I could still take. You could take, I could take. You could take. I don't know. He could have at least won a pawn out of that. I just don't know what's happening with this position. He's going to somehow trap the queen in here, too. The important thing is I could let him take, but it would be into a check. Why don't I just do this first and then let it be? You could take, I could take, you could take. I don't even care about the pawn. The worst case, you'll lose the bishop here. Let him take that. I was basically just letting him take another pawn anyway there. I can't take. He could take. I could take. It'd be fine. I mean, that's at least what it takes to finally get rid of the bishop. In fact, I would have to make a move with the queen because or you know what? This would be fine too. But he would still take, and then I'd be no, but I won't be in check by that. He'll go like that, and then I'm just forced to move, period. But then he'll have some kind of unleash afterwards too. So we're playing Judith Polgar Jr. over here, the most offensive-minded player ever. I just don't know what's happening. I would take, he would take, I would take. If he gives a check with that, it's still not mate. But it'll lead to all kinds of crazy stuff. All right. I mean, I can't do it. I don't know what these people are on, but they're just... This is not how you play fucking... At least it lacks the accuracy on that. So just play some wild, crazy shit that even what he did... Yeah, it's a great move, of course. But then, see, it's a great move that still leads to him losing, but... Like, what is this position that he's doing? I guess it's appropriate that he would do it because he knows he can't beat me otherwise. I'm such a defensive master, so I won't know how to deal with this. It was still fine up till there, so what am I supposed to do? You have to know, like, the exact right move to do here. What are you supposed to do? Take, okay. Oh, of course. I should have done that because then I could have taken with the Dark Square Bishop. I guess I didn't account for that. But then he would still have the pawn there and it would be probably fine. What? Okay, what are we at? 86 again. Kind of hard stuck here for the rest of my life, I guess. So this is just... It's disappointing because I've kind of shown in bits what my point is with just the consistency, but of course, I already know the answer. You just have to compensate for that with just borrowed knowledge. That's what the game is about. To do this to stop him from pinning it down. You would normally think I would like that too. I like when people play like overly aggressive and whatever, but it doesn't matter because, oh my god. Oh, he's doing it again. As long as you have this here though, there's no problem because, oh my god. Like, what are they doing, man? Like, now it's objectively impossible to stop the king thing from being open here, but it's okay because somehow you can just deal with that. Or now he's even going above and beyond with it. Wow. But you get when you don't study openings, I guess. I don't care. Just mate me. I give up. Just do it. Nice game. Whatever. I don't care. I mean, I'm even going out of my way to do this today, and I still can't do it. So that is at least what you call an opening trap, because the kind of stuff that we don't normally see this as much here, but at least we see it a lot more in 10-minute. I mean, it'll even itself out with some of these people blundering their queens and stuff, so surely it'll be fine. Oh, they're on an aggressive loop today, though. There's something else going on. Even this would be a one pawn there. I understand that people play overly aggressive and like clowns in this mode, but not this much. This should at least allow you to take the bishop. And of course, they know exactly what they're doing. Like, they've studied this their whole life. So, why should I be surprised? I don't know what this light skirt bishop is actually doing either. Okay. See, like that sort of thing, I'm just getting impatient and annoyed. This is covered. He's kind of compelled to do the trade, or I guess not, but double attacking that. I won't be able to cover it, or I will. So the relevance here is just you have to, at least we took over the H file, so the threat of whatever queen rook connection is sort of neutralized. I kind of like that, but I can't do it. I guess now I could do it. So everything should still be pretty much secure. I'm still kind of doing it the same way, though. I have to study for an exhaustive amount of time, and then maybe I'll get somewhere with it. That's all it is. Only to equalize the fact that these people study ridiculous amounts. That's the only way to explain, like, again, stuff like opening traps is the point. It doesn't even matter about... Now, see, his king is kind of exposed still, but... Yeah, like opening traps and just, like, very objectively solvable sequences. Not unlike the whole game overall. That's the biggest advice that you could give anybody with chess is, like, you have to realize the nature of the game, which a lot of people are very dishonest and duplicitous about. If you understand the way it works, then at least you'll go about it the right way. So study for X amount of time, and then if you still don't get results, fine, but then even you could say you're studying just the wrong way, that's all. Do the same thing again because he's overly offensive. And then you're not going to have another threat there. It's going to be almost impossible to do anything with that, I will acknowledge. Okay. I feel like that at least goes beyond what I was saying. Like, that has nothing to do with that. That's too bad. And that's more a fault of the 10-minute format, too. Or, like, just a characteristic of it. The fact that, you know, people are going to rely or use more stuff like that because I'm amazed at how many of these we're seeing back-to-back, though. Something must be going on the site. Like, I don't know, it's play aggressively like a clown, bonus points day. You get some kind of, with those weird trophy things they do. It's like, some people will castle queenside, some people won't even castle at all, because partly it's my fault because I don't put enough pressure on them, but... Wade defense, what their KG was questioning that on some podcast. Dwayne Wade is not even that good of a defender. Like, who says he's like the best defender ever? He's just, you know, he's like the all-time leader for shot blocks, I guess, for guards, but still. Yeah, he's listing off like 50 different people who are better than him. He's double attacking that. Shouldn't be that hard for you to mate or do something here, but maybe you'll have some sort of a lapse and give me a stalemate. it's tough because, again, the 10-minute thing, although I would sometimes do that in 30-minute games anyway, to be fair, like, not really play it like it's, like I would play way too fast and lose in, like, 5 to 10 minutes, but there is a different mindset you definitely have to get into for this. Like, it's not even that it's inflated in and of itself from other, because here it's even shared, too. Like, it's just different. I wouldn't say one is easier or harder. In fact, I would arguably say that's harder because you can't get away with a lot of the bullshit that you do here. Like, every once in a while, people are going to blunder their queens. They're going to, you know, do all kinds of things that are uncharacteristic. But, like, you know what happens? I sometimes go on a good streak of a couple games, and then I should just stop. Like, I got to 85. No, I got to, like, 91, and I was just trying to push for 12. But that would have been good enough. I should have just stopped there. Yeah, that is a recurring tendency that I have a problem with. Like, I'll get to a good checkpoint, but then I'll try to keep going. Like, I got to 1190. That was good enough. I should have just waited then until Tuesday. But now I'm going to be doing it all day just to... I did want to do something else, because Saturday is normally a day where I play, like, some game that I haven't played before. He might have misclicked already, or he's doing yet another clown opening. We do at least the proper King's Indian here, but it's only enabled by the fact that he does something weird. And I love how the King's Indian defense is called an offensive. It's a great offensive opening, even though, but that's the whole precedent that you give to white. Like, you know they have the advantage, so you have to play defensively at the beginning to have a chance just to survive. So everything he's doing is a little bit weird, but he doesn't even put pressure on the knight. So these two center pawns and how they attack the knights is a very annoying dynamic that I often don't. You know, here he could double stack the pawns even, but like even here it doesn't matter because okay, I have to move the knight, but so what? Because it won't mean that you get to take this because you'll be blocking your own diagonal then, so it's fine. You don't even try to bother moving the pawns at all with black, which arguably I probably should move the center ones at some point, but he would take, I would take, like for example, you might be able to sneakily take this, but you'll also get trapped. In fact, oh god. What? Or no, it would at least be a good sequence. Like, you try to trap it, then I take this, and then it would be basically an octopus knight, so at least you'd have a chance to save it. But what I really have to do is just move this period and give it somewhere to go. Escape artist knight, but that's just a sort of an underhanded compliment because it means that it's a piece that always finds itself in trouble for no good reason. So you probably would just want to cover it. Look at how much of a problem it causes me. You could say, oh, it's just because you're bad or you don't know how to use it, but I accept that with every piece. But it doesn't mean that they just have to be a natural liability all the time. Yeah, we've seen a lot of people play these very offensive, aggressive gambits in the opening that a lot of them have been working, but it's just more like I get sort of tilted by the very fact that they're playing that way. If you're gonna study, then at least do something, you know, more ordinary. It doesn't mean I'll know exactly the best way to deal with it, but there's nothing too special he can do with that. I don't mind having this dark square pawn structure either. There's certain things that you'll sort of grow attached to or that you'll think are good, but they're not. Like, you know, oh, this V-shaped thing. Like, I do like it, and it works very well in a lot of cases, but that doesn't mean it's always good, or that doesn't mean that you should always keep it forever. Like, there might be a good reason to... So now here you would have a great opportunity to pin this down and potentially take it, but it is double covered anyway. Or, I mean, you could at least do that. So I'm not really developing my pawns at all. This I don't mind doing. You just have to watch out. If he threatens the knight, I have at least somewhere to go. And you would think by him overextending the pawns this much, he should be giving me some sort of Octopus Knight precedent, but not really. I love how chess is always the game that makes me feel like my stream is frozen. Like I'll see it out of the corner of my eye, but I won't know whether it's frozen or not because I'm not really looking at it for too long. And so I'll just glance over to make sure everything's working or to look at my chat. But then you won't know the difference between a still screen or an active screen because it's such a fun and exciting game. If it wasn't for all the arrows and stuff, you know, it's very hard to pick it out because it's kind of blurry and in the background and I'm not really paying attention to it. He's already pretty slow. I would gain 7, so it's okay. I almost just want to move this because it's a case where you could take that, but he'd sort of be forcing me to take it. This is actually fine with me, so you go there, I take, I can still take, or I can't take, but I'd be taking this for free, basically. So once again, the knight gets in the way because you're trying to actually win something, but you won't be able to because it'll be under a threat. I would take, he would take, I still can't take. I could go here and then is this square that I just have to account for, but the fact of the matter is, oh, you know what you could have done? I won't even say it, and then I'll see what he does. Yeah, I'm getting paranoid about people actually sniping me because they're playing just too good. Like, you could have pushed it out, then I have to go here, then you could do the fork legit. I should almost just do this, just get rid of any threat that might be posing. And then I'll be in good shape. Double stack the pawns. That was a potentially dangerous diagonal for him, but I'll just leave it. This is a very annoying spot for the knights. Like, I don't know what exactly I should even be trying to do with this. You can give a check, but I could take. You could do this, but he could end Pizan, and I wouldn't be able to take back. I could do this, and we threaten the knight. Leaves my king seemingly too exposed, though. Like, I don't know what I should be trying to do here. This I wouldn't even want to double stack. I almost want to go here, and then go there and just try to trade one of them. Yeah, that was a very unfortunate thing, but when you leave all these things kind of hanging like that, it can certainly be a problem. So he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. Not really the ideal thing to do, but it kind of is okay. So it's a good defensive structure, but then what do I do from there? I need to actually attack something. The best defense is a good offense. You have to actually trade something in or not just sit here and do nothing. You're threatening there, you're threatening there, you're threatening this to just attack the queen, let's say. Like, let's go attack his queen, and if he end Pizans, I can still take, and I can still attack. But the thing is, that's still okay. You attack there, but so what? What else does that do? Doesn't feel like it'll be immediately impactful in before I get mated in 2 moves now, but I don't see it. He would take, I would take, like, you can't even do anything with that. I could try to trade it again, but these moves are typically not very good. The problem is when you try to present a trade, it often allows them to get a pawn where they want it, or you lose a pawn, like, you have to take in a weird way that just isn't ideal. Or, like, they'll undouble a pawn just because you're so fiending for a trade. He's trying to take there. He's trying to take there. I still don't see the meaning of it. He would try to come like that, but it won't be possible because we're now double attacking. So I would take... We have to focus. We have to play for long periods of time. We have to take breaks in between. You just have to commit a lot to this experience. The way that I'm doing it is kind of weird because it's sort of authentic and actually honorable and actually the way you would play like a game normally, but you can't actually play chess like that, apparently at even a low level, right? Once you get to commit like, oh, you're professional, you're trying to make a career out of it, I can accept that, but the whole thing with this is just, you know, you can't move that pawn, but I wouldn't have to for any reason, really. You would have to push a pawn like 50 times over or come up with some other thing here. So if we go here, we're threatening the mate. And the problem is you can still go there, but then the problem is I can still go there. Or I would be more than happy to do the trade, but again, you have to trade in a way that's sort of suboptimal if you're going to do that. You come here. You can't block. It almost feels like this would be good, but it could backfire on me pretty badly somehow. What could you possibly do to stop me from mating you? Because you can't stop that. I am very scared of the potential of what these pawns can do, though. But you have to address it, so I might go here, but you're still going to get be pretty bad. Or at least it gives me some options, but worst case, I could just try to trade on, like, h5 and just... Even if the pawns open up, it's not the end of the world. And who knows, that could be the best move possible, too. And Pizan is a special pawn move by which to spawn, yeah, all these new mechanics that ruin chess. Remember the good old days when it had elephants, which sucked even worse than knights? So if you check there, what happens? He's going to... If you check there, he goes back. And then I won't be able to check again, is the point. If I check here, then at least you could take here and check. No matter where he goes. Right, so you should certainly be able to clear this up a little bit. You go to clearly a dark square, and the act of either dark square allows me to check again, and then we should be wide open to give a whole bunch more checks. I mean, something good should come of this no matter what. I'm not as under such an imminent threat, but it could become that way. Or I could just raise this and that would alleviate a lot of the problem. So if you go there, I mean, anywhere that you go is going to be pretty good for me. You could even do this, like if he's willing to trade down the... If he's willing to trade down the thing. Or if not, I could just take it. You can't block with anything, so it's pretty much... In worst case, we could force threefold repetition, but I don't want to. But in the process, I'm going to end up getting myself in more trouble. So we can take this and check again. So he's just totally choking. Or it's possible I do have a mate in here somewhere, but I'm just not even like looking for it. But I mean, just materially, that should be very good. But like, what if you did this? So then where would he go? I feel like it's a good excuse to bring this out finally. Just an awkward spot where you can't really block anything. Wherever you go, I should be able to give a check with this, which still might not be made. You'll still escape to the other side. Look at how long it takes to do it, dude. Even if you go here, he still goes up, and then I won't be able to check. Now I have to do this, but then at least this would be mate or close to it. And it might allow you to take the... It might allow you to take the bishop, but it won't because he'll still go there. But then I can still go here. So, like, I don't know how many centuries this is going to take to do, but probably... Okay. The game of chess will be solved, but that won't even take a century. It'll probably take another 30 years. Like how checkers was just solved in 2008. So it wasn't that good. Sharp, that was a real battle, but you earned the win. I kind of doubt it. Side battle, like Magnus Carlsen doing a side quest. But then the whole insulting notion of it is like Botez is doing a side quest before she's even mastered her main game. It's like, imagine making millions of dollars off of it and then not showing it the same respect. You can't tell me that's somebody's peak when you have that much opportunity and time that ordinary people don't have. That shows that not only do you not have a passion for it, you're making sort of a mockery of it. So here I'd like to do this, but I guess I just can't do it because you could do like this. This always just backfires when I try to do it. I would bring the queen out and something bad is just going to happen. It's just so annoying because it's the one piece that is like this all the time. Just the liability. Just let me castle in peace, please. Fuck. Okay. Alright. Or you won't even do it because you're more worried about covering that, which is the wrong decision. You're acting like the knight is actually a good quality piece that you have to worry about. You could come like this, but he would just take, but I would just take. But more to the point, I just want to pin this down. You could take. You could still pin it down. Now it's just a question of whether you really want to do this or not. Which means you should probably push the point here too. Now I could take. With that, he could have taken like a million years ago, though. Now, this is bad because it's going to somehow get stuck here, though. Or it'll cause a liability, but thankfully you can cover for that at least. He would take, I would take, he would take. If you take, I take, you take, I take. But now you could bring that in on the action, I guess. He hasn't put much effort in trying to actually do the whatever, move the knight here. I probably should do the trade. In fact, now if I don't, he might punish me. As long as this remains there, you're fine, but he could probably do something now very easily to displace it. He'll double take even on it. He would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take, but then he would take. Assuming it's even that big of a deal. This seems like the worst idea to really do there, but you should almost do it, though. It seems absurdly stupid, but it shuts down the double diagonal. You would have to give up both pieces to do it. And you wouldn't automatically lose the game either. What if I just don't do anything, basically? We'd have to sack both. Oh, shit. But even then... You would take, I would take, you would take, I wouldn't be able to take. Try to do this, he goes like this, I go like this, but it's pinned down still. What if we just do it like that? So then take, and then don't even worry about it. Or no, wait. Whoops. So at least the double diagonal is not as relevant here. All right. Has to move it. Pretty much has to move it back. You could go there. You would take, even now doing that is arguably good, especially since you're already up material. You were actually in a better position to do it before, because take, like, you could have still done it for, you could have still done it for the, you know, 2 rooks for a queen, which is arguably a -1, but I think that's a highly debatable thing, especially at the lower level. This is just amazing. I don't know what I can do. I guess just mathematically, there's nothing you can do. He's not really threatening anything by doing that. You just let him have the pawn, and then he would go, he would check it, and then allow himself to... He would take, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take, but I'd have to stay, like, right there. Or it maybe puts him in a bad spot, because now I'll have the taking precedent of, like, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. Never mind the fact that you almost have to blunder the knight to even do this. But look how the knight always... It ruined everything for me, and now it's going to ruin everything for him back somehow. Because I'll take a rook, he'll take a queen, I'll take a queen, he'll take a queen. And then I'll end up taking again, so... Or at the very least, then I'll just take the knight, take, wait. Oh no, it doesn't really work if you just leave the knight there, but... At least we're seeing some semi-interesting positions, I guess, but they are weird. If only I could use the bishop in any kind of way. He's just gonna leave it there for like an hour, and then I'm not gonna know what to do. If he moves this, I take... But now he's kind of lost the ability to... I would take, he would take and check, so I would take, take. I guess I just have to go with it. Now he's going to win something else through a check means, of course. Like within like 1 turn, he'll just automatically do it. This is what always happens. We do have a back rank mate possibility, but it's just not going to happen. You could check, and then you could certainly use the bishop to check there as well, so I just lose. Only you had a cover there, you'd be in great shape to actually do that still, but... Okay. Surprised it's all 60s today. Even when I play bad, it's not normally like this. I guess people are doing even more weird positions. I always say that about Rapid, but they're playing like very strange things, which I guess it sort of encourages, but I feel like it has less to do with the rating actually and more to do with the time format. Like, some of the stuff you wouldn't see in 30-minute games regardless of the rating, because they don't expect that you would fall for it or whatever. Just a lot of these weird openings. Like, okay, that's fine. This is what I always mistakenly call the King's Indian, but whatever it is stupid. So that's not good to bring out the queen so early, but it's okay. What I would really hate here is the pin, so I guess I'll just wait. See, look how much he studied this, that he's so confident, so fast. Boy variation. You go here, he would take, I would take, he would... No, I can't. And even this doesn't work the way that you might think, because you would not be able to open the king because of the presence of the queen. I almost just want to make room for this, but he's kind of doing it still the wrong way. He's moved his knights in a very weird way that is probably not very optimal. I don't know what he... Look, this is not even me just being salty and complaining. Like, they're doing weird things, but I should be able to punish them still for doing them. You could try to do this, or you could just try to do that. But that's almost what he wants me to do, because he wants to open it. There's a lot of things with this that should potentially be able to go wrong, but I just don't know. Doesn't feel like you'll ever be able to really use that. You could take there, take back. Not really sure what the knight's going to do from where it is. He almost wants to trade for that, maybe just to open up attacking position there. But again, he has no regard for his king, and so it's totally nothing to do with me. Like, because I play this way, somehow people don't play more aggressively and disregard their castle. Like, what if I was doing what he's doing? You really think he could get away with not castling like that? It's almost like you're getting punished for playing the right way. Just you have to be able to see through these, which normally is my whole specialty, but I don't know. I really don't want to do that. Or he's just letting me take that outright. So you got to get these little incremental gains. So he's going to do something with the rooks here. I could have taken that knight a million times over, but see, this is where your pawns are almost like that suicide variant that I was talking about. They're almost your best friend, because, you know, I don't feel threatened by that, because unless his pawn's open, how is he going to threaten me from there? What's he going to do? Well, I guess, yeah, like, just don't do it. It's double covered, so don't fall for that. I won't ever take it then. Just let it body block. You still can't take it. So even as weird as that seems, that might be the best use of the horse we've found yet in the whole existence of chess. This pawn kind of gets through, but it's not a big deal. You raise it, I take. I mean, at some point, we'd just be able to check and take there anyway, which is still scary, because that's what I said. Like, it's not worth it almost to do that. Okay, free development of the thing, and we still cover the pawn. If he takes, I take back as well. So whatever attack he's done has been botched pretty hard, but I don't know. We could cover like this, or he's going to be attacking there. So what can you do to displace the light square bishop? So try to bring that in, which this is still covered, which he can double attack, but in fact, you could just take and it'd be fine, because you could even still take, because I would still feel compelled to take back. But then again, the trade is so bad for him that I don't even have to do anything with this. If he comes in, I could take. He takes there, I could take. If he comes there, it's dangerous for sure. I can't let him do that. But he can't do it at all because of the knight. So it's his knight that I'm a little bit worried about, but it should be fine. I'm having these material advantages a lot, but then I can't survive. Or I go for trade sometimes too aggressively. Like, that should be worth it, but it will allow the queen to go there, and then I'll be screwed. That's actually a tough decision to make, because I would take, he would take, and then I'd be in... No, it's over. No, he can't move this at all. And we're double attacking, so that should be trouble, but then he'll obviously double stack. It's a precarious spot to put it in for sure. I would have to like double attack myself, bring my other rook maybe. And the obvious move here is just to double stack. Yeah. So I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take. You might just have to wait. Like, the point is he still can't move it. You might be able to do this over the course of several moves, but you could also just take that pawn and just take that pawn with the knight. Yeah. I almost like the idea. Like, I'm just telling them what to do, because why even bother? Like, if I can see it, it shouldn't work anyway. You should be able to do it at a higher level than that. Or what I really should have done is just okay. You would take, none of this actually seems like that big of a deal. So we're double attacking this in such a way that can't move it, but I still can't take everything. I'll just take one of them, I guess. Or no, he would have to bring the thing back, and then I could still just try to take. Against viewers, yeah, we can play one if you want. I normally only play rated against random people, but this is okay. I would take would be fine. Or even that's okay. Or wait, that's not okay. Or no, we would still take both for it, but will we still get the mate out of it? No, he shouldn't be able to do anything. So oddly enough, we're still winning, but maybe not for long. He attacks both of those. You can't do that. This pawn is such a nightmare to deal with. This is at least good, but it won't matter because he'll do that and then just go there. It shouldn't be a forced mate. It's just more like uncomfortable. So you should certainly be able to... You would take, or you can just do it. No, you can't. Take, and then I move, and then I shouldn't be mated. We're still even material, but I can't really say I'm too happy about this position. Doesn't seem like you're 1200. Do I seem better or worse? Because today I've been playing a lot worse. Yeah, it doesn't seem like any of these people are 1200. That's my constant objection, actually, but I can't seem to... This actually seems like a bad idea, because then I can't. There's going to be no unleash that I can do. Okay, we can go here and just sit on the pawn, I guess. Or wait. No, no, we can't move from there. Maybe it's okay though, because if you go here, then I can take. I think I'm better. Yeah, I'm kind of very streaky, and I don't have like the fundamentals. Like I always hate to study, so I just look at it. Look at this clown. Look at that's what a 1200 should do. But what the fuck? They're so inconsistent that it kind of irritates me. Like they'll play so good for a while and then do something like that. You kind of get lulled into bad habits. Like, I don't even look for mate in situations like this. I'm just being lazy and just don't stalemate, which we can't even do because he has too many pawns. Bishop just doesn't feel like getting in on this. Okay, there we go. $69. I swear to God, I'm farming 69s. Either me when I lose or them when I win. What was his name? Enlighten something? It went away so fast. That's the older Bobby Fischer. He would play people like casually over time when he got older, but he wouldn't take it like super seriously. But where did he go? Yeah, he's 1200 too. Let's have a practice, or let's actually go even faster. How about 5 minutes? Speed is my biggest weakness. Or wait, I've already beat. Oh, he must have been somebody I played recently. Or wait, that wasn't the guy I just played, was it? Oh, I'm not even paying attention to his name. This is fine. Yeah, I'm totally doing a speed run. I'm an IM. Yeah, look at my rating here. I'm 600 because I'm so bad on time. You go here, it's fine. Although that's not normally something you're supposed to do either. And the reason why is probably because of the bishop thing. Or, I mean, you can't develop the knight very comfortably. And yeah, it does sort of seal off the dark square diagonal too. His development is not the greatest so far. Yeah, like, why are people playing so overly aggressive? Like, I kind of know why they are, but it's just because they, you know, they think they can take advantage of the faster format, I guess. Interesting horizontally stacked pawn structure there. Nothing really too crazy with that, but there's no harm in raising this. We can try to do it this way, but it's almost better if you just go the opposite and try to now we already have an octopus knight, which even that almost doesn't make. No way, I can't do it though. I don't know what sometimes to do in these positions. Okay, I can try to reorient to the other side, pushing the pawns aggressively, but you should almost do it like this here, I guess, and then you're supposed to like raise it more. I never liked those scenarios, but there's nothing you can actually take. Goes there, he's got some kind of unleash in mind. And so I'd like to just get that out of the way, or at least you could cover it. But even then, it could be bad. so we can push these a little bit aggressive. Take. There's no... Oh, shit. Yeah, that's especially bad because we get sort of double taken no matter what. Takes, I take, he takes, but he can still take. You should only be like +1 still. I almost can't even read with my own background. Okay, so it's still drawable, but definitely not winnable now. There's a double stack on here. These pawns should be relatively fine. Okay, I'll just take. Probably not the best idea. How many languages do I speak? Just English, actually. You double stack on there, but it doesn't actually do anything. Yeah, my pawns are like all over the place. This doesn't look good. If he goes there, I could double take. I could have tried to double stack on there on the D file. But yeah, I wonder how much language barrier there are with the notation, like with A through H. At least numbers are a universal language, but we still shouldn't necessarily win. But actually, if he plays it right with the pawns, with taking the pawns, he might. Giving me a check. That would actually be kind of worth it because of how difficult this can be. But I don't have to just let him take it. Now he can't move the other one, so if he goes there, but then I can still double take. His king is really boxed in there, though. The problem is the rook wouldn't be covered if I try to pull anything. I can't really do anything at all. Let's just wait. He can never bring the rooks to the open file. He can't even move the king at all. He's going to start moving the pawns. That's probably the right decision. So now he could move it to the open file. Maybe the best move. Could almost just do a threefold repetition here. Oh, fuck. Damn, I almost could have. If I trade this off, this will probably end pretty badly. Got more time than me, too. So yeah, it shouldn't be that hard for him to promote now. As much as I always ridicule how hard it actually is to do. I could just sack it and try to win with the rest of the pawns, which is utterly nonsense. But actually, material, he's only +2, so we have 3 connected passed pawns versus 1 rook. The reason why this arguably could work is if his king can't get in on the action, which maybe could happen. Which I already kind of messed up. We just ride it like it's a vehicle. The triangle. I don't know what a fictional reference for that could be. Like, what's some triangle-shaped vehicle that some character uses? Isn't this beautiful? Now, whichever one gets double attacked, we can just raise that. The classic scenario. That's a very good idea, but now we can still do that. Ride inside the pawn structure. The problem is he still has this one, so... Oh, fuck. Okay, this would at least allow him to take one of them. So you could check and then take. We're very close, but it's just not going to happen. Still, somehow. You have to kind of hide in there sometimes. Now, he can't give a check, so actually it might be good. You could do whatever you want with that. You'd have to at least trade down, but then it's so good that even if you do trade for it, we'll have another one right away. So he could body block, but I could still take. That happened one time a long time ago too. I was so shocked by the power of the rook. So you can't do anything with that, or I mean the power of the pawns against a rook. Just don't stalemate. Just don't stalemate. But you shouldn't even be close to it now. And now my only enemy is time. I forget sometimes how to even do this. He's got to keep boxing them in. Go like here. Go like there. And then eventually he'll go back and forth between two squares. These are the things I find so boring, though, because it's like, I don't know. Openings and endgames are the two worst parts of the game. Good game. He was winning that pretty well. 77, 67. That's a very unusual way, in fact, to win. It looks like how busted my pawn structures have been today. This is kind of disgusting, but I'm kind of getting away with it, but not really. It just looks so ugly. Like how are you supposed to win as white with this normally? It's just so, I don't know, so happenstance. Wait, did I just lose my... No, because I was giving checks nonstop. This could have turned into a mate, actually. No, it could have turned into a threefold repetition, like if you kept... If the position was a little better. Okay, let me try to get to 12, but I'm struggling a lot to do that right now. I've been doing this all day. Like, look at the time commitment that you have to do. This is so stupid. Even if I'm doing well... I don't know why my accuracy has just tanked, though. Every single game is like... Normally, I'm the one getting 80 plus. I don't know what I'm doing differently. Am I just calculating? Yeah, I'm calculating how many minutes I have to take of a break between games so I can actually play good. Because normally when I play back-to-back, I play horrible. That was especially true in 30-minute stuff. This guy's picture makes him seem like a bot or something. Egypt. Yeah, I played so long today that we see all kinds of different time zones just through, you know, like whoever I was playing in the morning has gone to bed and then they'll wake back up again by night. Like, this is the level of commitment you have to get to 12, 1300. This is okay, so we can drop the knight back down. You could raise it, so I don't really know. You could go here and then take. I never know what to do with the E-pawn sometimes. This is okay, we can pin it down. Gotta play my best possible game. If they beat me then, I don't mind, but I feel like most of these haven't been very good. You could go here. I would take. I don't know what I want to do actually with the knights here. I feel like this might be the right developing move, but then you just go there, so I don't get it. Go there. It doesn't matter. He's not posing any great threat. See, at least this is somebody who's not doing sort of a clown opening the way that you just... I don't know, the way that you sort of overly aggressively just... do a bunch of gambits and stuff, and a lot of them have been working today. The problem now is that knight would be sort of trapped because you almost have to move the king to make room for it. So now I would take. I certainly have enough cover to still do it. Like, okay. He could keep going, which is fine, but He would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. We do get the V-shaped structure, but it almost doesn't matter. In fact, it's almost bad here because I'm blocking my own darks for diagonal. Right now, it's only like 5 or it's like 6 o'clock in the day. But I just started like way early too. I wasn't expecting it to play this long today. If I go here, nothing happens. I would take, he would take, nothing really happens there. I could try to press this even further, but your time is 12:20. If I take here, then take. Like, there's no reason to do it, but there's no reason not to do it, I guess. But he pulls towards the center, so that's arguably a good thing for him. I kind of hate moments like that because you know it's not good, but I'm just too lazy to do anything else. So if I go here, if you take, I take, and we're also threatening the knight. The thing is, though, it won't lead to anything meaningful because I would take. Oh, maybe it would. Midnight, yeah. Whenever I normally play, I play a lot of people from India, so whatever time it must be like very middle of the day or comfortable for them. You could take here, but it's no concern of mine. You could just take, or maybe that was the wrong way to still do it. I could take into this and then it'd still be pinned down and double attack, so that should be good. You could take there and sort of a brazen attack. You could still do it. I guess your nationality, German? Just because of your username? I don't know. But of course you can't do it because then I'll just take. If you don't do it, you could cover, take. That worked out pretty good. You can't take there either. So that should be the difference right there. Who is this guy? Why does he look like that? That totally is like stolen from one of the bot images. It makes me feel like I'm not playing a person because... Oh, you're from Switzerland? Cool. Why does this guy seem like a fake account? He'll threaten to take there if I move it. And the only way to deal with that would be to go here, or I guess I don't have to. You just ignore it for now, and then he has to attack the knight with that, which is also a pin, which is an impressive play, but it doesn't matter now because I can just go back. So if he takes, I still have this. Best Switzerland chess player. Joseph Gallagher. Yeah, let's actually see. That's a good question. Noel Studer and Vadim Milov. 1972. 2604. Still active. 188. All players. So I can't move this, though. It's kind of the main problem with this position. I wouldn't mind going for a couple trades. Check, take, though, doesn't work. Something bad could happen with this. Take. It's a very good bishop move that he made. Yeah, what is it like worst country in terms of chess? It would have been India for a long time, or now it's like China, worst chess playing nation. Japan, yeah, that's true. Japan, but that's because they don't really care, because they care about shogi. I could just take with this instead. But now we're threatening there, and we can always just go back. Yeah, like China was embarrassingly bad considering its population. Not saying that, oh, everybody has to care about chess or play chess, but just as a general standard, you would think it would average out. It's actually kind of a dangerous move, because if he was attacking there, I would have lost something. So we can come back. It does allow us to take there, but we have to wait. Isn't Dingler in the... Yeah, that's the whole irony of it, too. But if you look at, like, the number, that is actually pretty good. Yeah, if you just look at the raw number of grandmasters or titled players compared to the population, it's very low. Okay, so here we can just trade. In fact, it would work so much better if that was already there. He would check, take... Oh, no. Or no, I would have time to save it still. Or I could do this, but then he can still escape it. Oh, I kind of hurt myself by doing this. Now I'll lose a pawn at least. Oh my god, imagine if he gets like a mating sequence out of this. How would I cover both of these? Or I guess I don't have to cover both, but I can't cover this at all. Or you know what I could do is just cover it like that. I'm kind of panicking over nothing. Had a light Yagami versus Naomi Misora moment. Like, all I have to do is turn off my phone. All I have to do is bring my king to G8. Amazing how the best episode in that series, or the most intense one, is them just walking down the street. Okay, so everything is fine with this position. I just have to leverage the bishop to help me. But yeah, for a long time, India was like that too. And then Anand, I guess, gets credit for inspiring a whole generation. But it might have happened anyway without him doing that. But just, obviously... I almost just blundered by overly aggressively checking him there. That didn't even arguably serve a purpose. Or like Russia was always so dominant. In fact, they're still so good, but they're, for political reasons, it's almost unfair to the great tradition of chess that Russia has. It's not really anything to do with it. A lot of people have left for other countries and stuff. All right, so we take here, and we should easily win this game, but wouldn't be the first time I've botched a position like this. But yeah, so for some reason, even the press in China about it was very limited. Or so I heard. Like, nobody was making a big deal out of it. They didn't really care too much. I can try to take there, and he can't come up to cover it. Or he partly can. Okay, we take here, and then... This takes too long, dude. Like, this should be the easiest position of your life. It'll take me the whole 5 minutes to figure it out. I just take this, please. Like, how is this guy 1200? You see what these 1200s are doing to me every game. Okay, so can I please just win, like, one game in which... Like, 1 or 2 games that I can just get... Yeah, 91. Now, that's more what I'm talking about. It didn't feel like 91 at all, but... Or maybe that's just him, and I keep calling him like he's a bot. So, yeah, let's practice the 5-minute. Yeah, we can play one. Sure. What's your username? Go here. It's a good way to actually practice Blitz because I don't play Blitz otherwise. It is actually pretty important to me to get better at 10-minute games as much as I mock them. UE chest. Okay, sure. After this one, let me go here. You go there. It's okay. There, we had like an anime moment in that last game, like where we win with the 3 pawns. Like if chess was an anime. That was so good. Wait, how am I supposed to do it now? Actually, I don't know what kind of pawn structure this really is. This is good, but I don't know what I did here. I guess I can just ignore it for now and hope that those two will speak for themselves. Like you could go here. Or I'm already trapping my thing. You're also around 1200. Cool. Can we put this here, put this there, take. But I can't because of this. Now forget about the Queen's Gambit Season 2. They need to make an actual proper chess anime. And actually show the games properly, unlike what the Season 1 of that did. Take. I could take with the bishop as well, but that seems fine. Everything's secure. I can try to come here. He's 945 there. Yeah, it almost feels like I'm just pretending to be this bad in this mode in Blitz because it doesn't seem actually like I should be 600. I'm sure I could get much higher than that, but I guess I always say that. I swear I just psych myself out mentally. Like whenever I set a goal, I can get very close to it, but then as soon as I break new ground, I start to struggle. Not because it's that much of a difference, but just because it's like some sort of either overconfidence or something like, oh, I reached the goal that I set, so look how good I am, so now I feel like overconfident or something about it. You would take. If not, you could raise. You could go here as well. You try to set up the attack there. You know what I mean? Yeah. Or it's just like getting burnt out from playing too much, but I only play twice a week too. Well, now you can really put a big threat because you have to deal with the main one threat. You could come there, but I would take. You could come there, but I would also take. Good game. Yeah, let's see what it's going to be in Blitz. It almost seems higher. Only playing chess? No, I play something different almost every day. I usually play it on Tuesday and Wednesday, but just today I've kind of felt like making up because I wasn't doing too good last time. Okay, he's 800 something here, which, what is he in Rapid, I wonder? I think he's at around 1200, right? Okay, go here. This feels like between 1,000 and 1,500, there's so many, like, millions of people who just get hard stuck. 1170. He's threatening the pawn. I can go here. I do love this arcade animation, but unfortunately, this site doesn't have the custom type of... Wait, what? Is that like some kind of established gambit? Or yeah, of course. It's +2. You're gonna lose one no matter what. He knows his stuff. I would never do that. Even though I've seen it so many times before, I wouldn't have the confidence to even play like that style. We could pin this down. Let's just stop the pin. That was not a big deal. Castle, that doesn't bother me. So how am I supposed to do it? I'm supposed to take here and then go like this. Always take towards the center is sort of conventional wisdom about the game. That doesn't seem to bother me too much. You try to double attack this. I actually don't know what I don't know what the special meaning of doing that is. Maybe he'll try to double attack the pawn on c2. See, the faster the format gets, too, the more it tests your fundamental knowledge, which is why the shorter it gets, maybe the worse I get, just because there's not much to rely on that. Take. We should definitely set up for the prospect of, he could still pin it down even. Set up for the prospect of unleashing the guy. The Dark Square Bishop. Becomes their take. I really can't do the arrows. I don't know why. Or I'm not very accurate with doing them, or I'm too slow. Yeah, I'd be more impressed with that. I'm not impressed by how fast a GM like Hikaru can calculate, or can come up with moves, or can move the pieces on the board. But I'm impressed by how fast they can click and stuff like that, because that's not normally their forte that you would expect them to be good at. We can try to threaten here. We're double threatening. You could pin it down into a double attack, but not yet. Yeah, I'm more impressed by their micro. Like, oh, they can do all these crazy arrows to represent what they're actually saying. Or there might be some special setting actually for it. I almost want to do that because at least it's attacking. So take. But then again, a bishop here would be much better than a knight, so I probably shouldn't have done that. We just trade everything off, go the distance, get to the end game. I don't want to allow the pin thing to happen, but I guess he still can't do it. We didn't plan this out very well because now we have it, or that's fine, I guess. I can always just move it. He comes like that, but it doesn't work. Like we're playing into his bishop color. If you were going to play like this and play for the trades, then you should basically have just... I don't know. You would take and he would end up double taking, so I should probably just do it. You do that to push him out, but I almost don't even want to. I wouldn't mind the trade here. 2 minutes left, 3 minutes left. I'm only a measly +1, so it's not really going that good. Maybe a big mistake to trade the bishop there. I just wanted to trade everything as I normally do. So I have to play around the bishop's color. Which getting this to perch on a light square, or I mean a dark square, could be very good, but it's not going to be an octopus knight yet. You try to come here. Can't take anything with that. If you raise it, I can't take anything. Okay, so now we're threatening both, double attack as well. So if he goes, he raises, I could take. He covers that, I could take. he takes, takes. If not, I should probably be able to take that too because of the double threat. Okay, that's good. The measly +2, but now the knight could actually be better. So I can go from bashing that decision to now celebrating it because now the knight can be more dynamic with touching every square. Kind of trapping it in a little bit, but not really. So all we have to do is maneuver around the fact that we have these two. And I really feel like the king is actually more useful here than either one. This is the only time when the king gets value as a piece. It's like the king is worth 3 and everything else is worth like 1 or 2 now because you can't mate with it. You can't do a lot of things with it. I almost wouldn't want to trade, but what? Go there, take this. Okay, that kind of made it easier than I thought it was going to be. As long as we cover this, we'll have pass pawn potential no matter what. Okay, one of these is going to fall eventually. Okay, move the king up. And just you have 2 connected pawns no matter what. I love that little vehicle. I got to come up with a fictional example to make that make more sense, though. But that's a good joke. Like whatever, he's riding this pineapple express, watermelon express, where you can just ride like in a watermelon slice to victory as a king. You like actually hide inside of the structure. Okay, now we should be able to push these with impunity. I just got to find a safe place for the horse to rest. Where is he? So let's just take these. Don't let him get past it. Back. Okay. Good game. Let's see. The name Deep Blue. Yeah, where did the name Deep Blue come from? After deep thoughts, 2-game 1989 IBM Helmet Contest to rename the machine. The winning name was Deep Blue, submitted by Peter Fitzhugh Brown. It was a play on IBM's name, Big Blue, nickname Big Blue. Yeah, Kasparov was pretty salty about that too. Like, what does him showing a simul have to do with the Deep Blue? This isn't a simul against computer engines. You didn't look at your bishop. Yeah, it was pretty much a draw up until there, I think. Wild, a chaotic game where both players had many chances to win. You suck at endgames? Yeah, I more so suck at openings. So a lot of people just beat me with some kind of trap at the beginning. Unfortunately. Like, yeah, even that fork that he did was kind of scary. It didn't end up costing me too badly, but it just kind of takes me off guard. And just like the confidence with which some people do it is very, very scary. $11.57. I kind of like when they do this one, actually. Like the king pawns, stuff that I always do. I'm such a one opening Andy that even when I'm playing against it, I still like to see the same thing over and over. This should be safe. Try to survive the opening, try to survive attrition of the game, and then you do better at these low levels. Openings are easy, but later in the game, you don't know what to do. Yeah, I guess I just have to study openings more. You could go here, and then I can't take, so I've already fucked up. Or no, I could have taken, because if he took, then I take. It's the opposite. Okay, so the pin down possibility still exists. Gotta concentrate, put together maybe a few more good game performances. I mean, I'll definitely admit that it's getting very difficult when we start playing these 1,200 players, which is a statement I never thought I would utter, but I can't really pretend like it's not an issue. We just come back. If he takes, I take. He takes, I still. He takes, I take. He takes, I still take. We can connect like this, which isn't really what I even wanted to do, but should be only one square I can really go to. The attack's there. Can't do anything with this. Is there anything else I could potentially take? No. Or I could arguably take that, but now at least we're double threatening, but it won't matter. If I was to take, there's no benefit. That's maybe too passive of a play. I could have developed and guaranteed probably the take at the same time. Like, even here, I'm playing too many games that are knight heavy. Like, I shouldn't even do this trade. As much as I like to trade, I'm kind of questioning it. You have a perfect fork opportunity here that will never materialize in a million years, but let's try it. Please let me do it. Please give me an easy win, even though you shouldn't think like that. Mainline birds attack. Man, why is it so hard to do anything obvious like that? We can go here, we can attack the queen, but he could just take. That's my biggest weakness too, is just like hoping for the easy thing, but you just can't play like that. This pawn structure is a little bit undesirable, but and having these two knights is very undesirable. Maybe the best I could come up with is just to go like here with it. Can't take there. Seems very weird to have them horizontally stacked like this. There's no such thing as a knight pair, but you know, where we could potentially try to jump to is like if you got there, that would be an octopus knight. But how the heck would I get there? You'd have to like go through, you'd have to trade something, then take on here and then go there. Which is almost what I should try to do when I have two of them at my disposal, but I almost want to put one away and just forget about it for now. Put it here, put it there. If he takes, I take. I don't know what to really do with them, I'll be honest. But he should have an advantage just in the fact that he has more variety of pieces. The bishop. Maybe I shouldn't even do that. He's going to end up moving them back and forth a million times. I don't know what to do with them. Take, but it's not good because... Oh, you know it is good, though, because he might end up there. So if he takes, I take. And then I can go there, but then he could still... Good night. Wish you a good rest of the stream. Have to work. Okay, see you later. So now if I take this, he would take back, but then thanks for the follow. Now here I wouldn't be able to go. He can take there. He can create a double stack on it too. That might have been a mistake. I could try to just take it, period. So I do that all in my lust for the... Octopus Knight. You do have a passed pawn here, which I almost didn't even notice. Like, what would you rather have? Be up a pawn or have a passed pawn? Because they're not always the same thing, so sometimes it's better even if it's equal material. You go like this, he goes like this. Let's see. Gonna be very hard to get it there, and even once it's there, he can still push it out with his own knight, so maybe it's not as good as I'm building it up to be. And it's hard to even protect it over there. Like, look how much I have to acquiesce to the knight. It's just too much. I don't see why that is even relevant, though, because you still just want to take that. You would come there, I would just move away, so what? At least now it's a knight versus knight nightmare endgame. So all I would want to do is go there, or like there. I don't know. This almost makes it seem worth it, but you're not going to be able to cover then anything. Because there'll be this odd pawn out. He would take, I would take. He would take, I would still take. But not using his knight for the time being. We get yet another cover on there, so I would take, and then I would be either threatening or I would just go there, and then I should win the game because Octopus Knight is so good and so strong, right? Like everybody says, which it is good, but when there's so little left on the board, so he's not even going to let me have it. And we can't double take either. I would take, he would take, I can't take. Just not going to let me have it. So he can create the double stack. He's pushing the pawns a little bit aggressively. All these games are pretty evenly matched for a while, and then something happens. I would take, he would take. I wouldn't be able to get an Octopus Knight from that. I don't mind trading these off. Now he lost whatever cover he had there, so these pawns are just weird because there's going to be a split that happens. You know why you should probably do it is because his would be even worsely split, but I guess not. He could take with the knight, but then I could just trade, and then we're in our dream come true scenario of just trading everything. Then it's probably going to be a draw still. But yeah, like take. Even though I can't take it, it's going to be disconnected, so even if you take with the knight, I don't mind. I'll just take. Fuck it. So are my pawns really better than his? Because I can't say for sure. I just have to be careful. Don't blunder a pawn, which we're covering both of these. The king can't really do a whole lot here. Problem is I'm just going to get restless and miss something. If he gives a check, it doesn't seem to matter a whole lot. Would the pass pawn really be the difference in this game? Because I feel like it definitely wouldn't be. Maybe a GM could do it, but they'd be playing another GM that could probably stop it. I'd actually be interested to see. So on move 34, let's see if black is actually winning, because I feel like you're not. It's not enough. In fact, even if it's like a king versus king endgame, even if you have one pawn and they don't, kind of, it still doesn't do anything because now it's going to be a disconnected pass pawn too, and we won't be able to take that. It's going to be virtually impossible to promote this. Or you'd have to know exactly how to do it with the king without losing something, which I obviously am very bad at doing. There's no reason why we should lose this game, but it's very possible that we will draw it. We have to play very smart with the king here. Now there might actually be more of a chance than there was before, but problem is you'll be forced into this attrition moment, like where you both just have to move stuff in an undesirable way, but it should be worse for him because now you either have to move the king away or something. I would check. I can't actually say whether that would be better or not. For now, it's bad because he would just be able to take. Now, what's really bad about it is just, okay, fine. Like, why is he playing like that? Why wouldn't you just take it? Just take it. Problem is, his is so advanced here that you should almost focus on that instead, but you're not. But I can still cover. So as long as you play linebacker on the 7th row, right, you're always going to be covering one or the other by the time he gets there, probably. So it should be okay for a draw, which is not probably what I should want, but you can't go there. You can't go there. If you go there, yeah, you can't let him go there specifically. But now he's going to try to go there instead. Or I just somehow let him do whatever he wanted there. Okay, this kind of loss I don't accept because this is stupid. Like, you know it's a draw, but... Or in fact, arguably I should have been slightly winning, but no, it should have been a draw no matter what. So it could still be a stalemate. I always try to overdo it. Because sometimes they will give it to you there, but there's no reason to. Even if I had offered a draw, he probably would have taken it too. This is the same problem as having before too, where I have too much sense of honor for a draw. I'd rather lose than draw just so somebody walks away with a satisfactory outcome. That's why I would be bad at professional chess truly, because I just can't do draws. And that's the majority of what you have to deal with. It's such a stupid concept for an objectively flawed, solvable game. Let's actually study this endgame and see how we should have done it. And it's probably pretty blatantly obvious, but I was somehow playing for a win or something. Could be a stalemate. He's sort of overdoing it. It almost was right there, in fact. Come on, just give it to me. Could do it. I could take. He's gonna waste so much time trolling like this that he ends up losing on time, but I doubt it. You can never tell whether they're actually trying to mate you and they're just that bad at it, like reasonably sometimes you might be at this level, or whether they're just trolling or trying to BM, but it's kind of hard to distinguish because what exactly are they BMing for? Because like, what satisfaction do you get out of it? You're obviously going to win, so just win. Like, I don't know what over-promoting really does. Yeah, these are the kind of games that actually tilt me because it's just so dumb. You just have to know how to play that end game, which I obviously don't. Where I even have a pass pawn too. Like, I'm arguably winning, but I'm not. Let's go back to move 34 like I was talking about. Yeah, it's still a draw, even though it looks like maybe it's better for you. The act of trading is fine. Or wait, now you are winning. Never mind. So what are you supposed to do? I don't get it. You're not supposed to take. Okay. You raise it. But then what? Like, you're still forced to move, so I don't get it. You have to move away. Wait. I just can't do anything. Okay, nice game. What? Why doesn't it let me do what it, like, just normal variations? Oh, that would sort of force him into the same. Oh, so it was really that simple. Just, like, allow my king to get through that. Fuck. Yeah, just don't try to trade the pawns there. But see, that shouldn't cause you to lose the game. That should just cause you to not win the game. It's such a decisive mistake that you go from winning to losing, not winning to drawing. Okay. 78. So I'm at least showing some consistency with what the result could possibly be, but I'm either just getting impatient or something. Even here, you arguably don't want to trade if it's going to be the pawn situation, but you kind of do. You're taking a knight, you're trading down a bishop for a knight, and then you're also giving him another center pawn. Like, you shouldn't do it, but... yeah, what if I try to do this? Let's try to do an offensive, cheeky thing myself. I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take. Like, at least we get more trading done earlier. It ends up being basically the same thing anyway. Or supposedly you're supposed to put it here in some games, but I never really understand that. Let's just play discipline, go here. So, like, he's taking the center pretty well, and it's all my fault because of the pawns that I decided to play like that. At least we don't have to worry about a pin here. My development is pretty much non-existent, as is his, though. Brings that there. He could create a double diagonal at worst. Not a big deal. But again, this discourages me from doing the knight. So this is where I always get confused. Like, how are you supposed to use the knight, period, ever? And I don't know. You just have to settle for it being somewhere on the other side, I guess. That would just create all kind of pin opportunities. So yeah, I'll just bring it all the way to the king side because this is what you should have to do with a quality piece in this game. So even if I do that, he goes there, and then it becomes a problem too. He's already creating a threat there. I thought he might do it more with the double diagonal off the queen, but that works too. I'm not really sure what he's doing. Wait, that would be triple attacked. I could still go here. So he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. So 6 for 6 scenario still occurs. I can't move that dark sword bishop seemingly ever because there's too many pin opportunities, or you'd have to do it like this and then this or something. Or at least there you could just take. So now if he tries to threaten it, I could take, he goes there. I could block or something. You trap the bishop here in some weird way in the center. I just have to string together wins and draws at least. Like the ones that feel like maybe you would lose or you should lose. Actually, that I don't mind. At least we can do this, and then I don't see what that really did to benefit him. So he has this, I take, it's still 6 for 6. He has a triple threat, but it's still not enough. The wonders and joys of trying to attack in chess. You could try to do something with the knight, but it's a real mystery. Attacking there instead, so he's kind of given up on what Prodigy was doing before. I don't really know what to do with the pawns, or I should go with my tried and true light square structure, basically the V shape, because then you're going to have the open thing and you're going to have them all connected from one simple anchor. I do have some concentration issue. Like, I just feel like I would get bored of it. That would be my biggest weakness. Like, don't people get burnt out? That should be one of the biggest reasons. You might say, oh, well, that's Magnus, but that's Magnus after 20 years plus and, like, you know, winning multiple world championships, so it's okay. Even like Bobby Fischer, I don't feel like was burnt out. I feel like he was just sort of satisfied or whatever, like. But yeah, like, at least he won a world championship. That's different than, like, being a 2000 player and studying and stuff like that. Like, how do you not get burnt out? That's the real challenge. It's not about being able to learn or improve, which theoretically, let's say, anybody could do to an extent, but most people would just get sick of it. They wouldn't want to do it that much. I mean, you could just do this, but obviously he would put that there. These pawns look kind of okay to me. I almost want to do this and do some sort of sneaky unleash. The problem is that the horse is anything but sneaky because you can barely even move it ever. And so what's going to happen is he's going to have a mating sequence like that, which I don't even understand how he could do that, but he'll still do it. Like, where would the knight have to be? It would have to be there. It would have to be there. It would have to be there. Like, there's nowhere it can really go, but he'll take, and then I'll take, and then he'll be able to do it, but not really. I mean, there is some mating sequence here that he's just going to do, and I'm not going to know what it is, or wait. That's arguably even a bad thing to do, but... Okay, so he just moves it away, period. I don't know what I can really do, actually, with my Dark Square Bishop either. I almost feel compelled to do this, but... his knight can't come in very effectively. He does that with great confidence. He's staying on the light square, though, still. I could attack it with that, but it doesn't do anything. I'm kind of just trying this whole game to do this thing called actually using the knight or moving it out of the way, but it's a very challenging thing to do. Probably the most challenging in all of chess. So you'll go like there and try to attack it with the knight or something. I actually didn't know how seriously people took this game, or at least not at the highest level. That much I can respect, but maybe you can't look at it like that. You have to take it seriously from the beginning. You wouldn't know how good you're going to be, but then this kind of flies in contrast to how people really represent the game. If you go here, you take and it's fine. If you go here, you take and it's fine. I almost want to do that now. Or this. If he takes, I take. He can't take. If he checks, I take. Somehow we're going to have some vague queen trap on our hand. It's a very stupid thing to even try to attempt to do, but it would still be trapped for like a trade, because then the queen could take on h5 or something. Or maybe he... It'll be like, okay, check. It'll be a check. It'll be a take. It'll be a mate, but it won't be mate, but it'll somehow be mate. The knight doesn't even need a cover, so isn't the queen basically trapped? It almost would be. If not for like F6. Yeah, it unironically would be. Which might at least allow me to win the knight, but he'll do some kind of crazy thing first. Like, okay. He would take... Okay. I would take, and then he would take, but it wouldn't be made, but it wouldn't be worth it to do that either. Let's just back off. Now you're... Oh, but he'll... Alright. Is it mate, though? How? How would it be mate? At least it's good because he wins the knight. Go ahead, take it. It doesn't matter. As long as the knight can't come in and do something crazy. Or that wasn't enough for him, I guess. Okay. All I want to do now is just make sure that we can protect against whatever he's doing. Could be difficult. But on such a wide open board, it shouldn't be such a hard thing either. He's only +3. That was me just playing, I guess, overly aggressive to try to... But see, even when I play aggressive, it's not to try to mate or something. It's just to try to, like, either trap the queen or do something of the sort. So even he's playing for traps now. He basically can't do anything too good with that. He can check and... He could have checked and took the bishop. You kind of wanted to go that way, but it actually doesn't feel like it's doing anything that way. You double stack on there just for the convenience of it, but doesn't mean that it's actually good to do. He could go there. He's not really using his rooks too well for now, but this impenetrable pawn structure might come into play for me despite his +3. And maybe I could win the knight at some point. Can't go there. Just don't let him fork, which that still wouldn't be. Or we even win a pawn because of that. It doesn't even look that bad now. You would rather have... You would rather trade down. I guess the bishop could have been really good here, but... Instead of a +3 up a piece, now you're +2 up 2 pawns, or... Yeah. The only one you got to worry about really protecting is this dinky thing here. Although arguably I shouldn't have done that one. You could protect that, so let me have the king be on duty for the other thing. We still take the open file, but we don't necessarily have to do it the whole way. Yeah, you have 3 connected pass pawns here, so I guess I'm underestimating his advantage still. That would be very hard to stop, but in 3 minutes, is he good enough to actually make it happen? He'll try to come there, which I shouldn't allow. Now he could just take, so he has to stay connected. So really, he should start pushing these. He could even do this, and then I could just back off. It's not like pushing that is going to do anything for him. The ones I really have to fight against are these. You can make this as annoying as possible. Let's see. The spam check, but that only lets him get closer, honestly. Or he feels like not doing it. Yeah, this doesn't take really a genius to do, but... I mean, I basically beat a rook with this anyway. Right, with just the 3 alone. 3 connected pass pawns. Like, the king can't do anything, so... He would just have to mess up, which he's not capable of doing. Yeah, the king would really have to get in there, and even then it would have, like, no chance. That could be a bit of an overextension where he messes up, but let's see. He would take, I would take... Not really that complicated, but I hope he takes 2-3 minutes to do it and we win on time. That, as much as I complain about the time, you'd think I should be winning more of these because of it. Well, we have to take this way. So I don't want to trade, obviously. At least if I can win like 1 or 2 of them and be in good shape, but... Hover there. There's just nothing I can really come up with here, but at least now the king can sort of move, so maybe there's something to that. The whole time he wasn't letting the king in, so at least this makes it worth it. You raise it, I take. You take, though, but then I can try to take. The good thing here is you're going to be forcing out the rook. So maybe he should have used his king more, because like maybe now I can take the... I still can't take anything, but... You can still keep raising the pawns. It's kind of surprising actually that I didn't get something there. Now here, the whole check thing doesn't work. Like, oh, you go there and then I have to take, but I don't have to. But now he'll go like this too. $59 seconds. Just choke it away, please. This would be actually deserved. I deserve to win this despite anything else because... Like, why does it take him so long to see that then? He's so good. Or there becomes a major possibility of a stalemate because you're low on time, but of course not. I don't really accept some of these performances, but I have to go back to that mindset at least of like you have to take draws. You have to play for draws and you have to take them all the time. That's your goal. Don't try to even win, which I really don't even do most of the time, but I try to at least play in a decisive way, which makes it more interesting. Which is still not necessarily by attacking, but yeah, like how come the losses are always higher accuracy? Because I guess it's being padded in the end game, like people would say, but wouldn't the rest be like that too? But yeah, like a lot of these wins are not even rated, or yeah, not even rated. I guess I'll just do this all day, even though no, I'll still do something, but I don't have much time then. Too much of my style is based around, you know, those longer, higher quality type of games. I keep getting shocked by things that are happening here, but you just have to deal with it, I guess. Survive opening traps, and then, I don't know, play for draws very, very, like, abstinently, like, just don't even try to do anything. Which maybe should even work better here, but I really don't like draws. I don't like to study and I don't like draws. I'm the biggest masochist in the world because I play chess, of all things, which requires both in abundance. Like, I'm already done, dude. Like, I'm just tilted by this whole experience. Like, what is this? It's probably the right thing to do there, too, because I hate when it gets pinned, but then you can't do anything if it does get pinned. Like, I hope he takes it. You could try to go here, but it'll be like a lot of back and forth. Or actually, it doesn't work still. Try to develop a little more. He can trap the Darksphere Bishop. This is what 10-minute games sort of do, but I won't even use that as an excuse. It should help you just as much as it hurts you. Because they should blunder stuff sometimes, which has happened a little bit. But I was playing in such a way that I was getting draws like non-stop, so why can't I do that now? The worst case would be a draw, so don't even worry about if you can't win. Because when I try to play for a win, then I just get destroyed. So here you actually wouldn't be able to trap it in at all because... Or you sort of would, but... Yeah, see, whatever advantage you gain in the early game should be equalized later on. Anybody who studies who's not, like, trying to be a professional should be ashamed of themselves, though, honestly. You'd be able to block there. You'd be able to push this out a little bit. I don't know what really is going to happen with this, but my king does feel way too open, but there's just nothing I can do about it. Not going to end up actually trapping it, but push it as far as we can go. The problem is just look how wide open he is. So the light square thing could go here, I guess. Doesn't really correspond to the pawns too well. I guess I overextended to do that, and he castled queenside. I mean, he's almost baiting me to try to do that, but it's just not going to work. He would take, I would take, he would take, I would take. But this is kind of a disconnected thing. Mostly I would just like to trade everything, but he's not going to let me do it. Or there, he doesn't have much of a choice unless he double pushes the pawn, which I could end Pizan. So this is actually okay because it would bring my structure closer to the center. Although my king looks so vulnerable there. Like on the H diagonal, if you go like H to, what is it, D3 from the queen, that could be potentially dangerous. You're not going to just let me take this for free, though, so I can wait. But his king is wide open as well. So I'll make mine even more open. Then he pins down the knight to it as well, to the queen. He's already double attacking there, and then he can easily give a third threat from the thing, from the bishop. So the knight actually comes in handy a little bit there, but it's just way too open. I mean, queenside castling is a telltale sign of, like, you wouldn't be able to get away with this, even against the same level opponent. But I'm not even using my time adequately, so this is the kind of thing that can happen, but he'll still end up winning somehow. I just can't explain how, but I don't see anywhere crazy that he can go with the knight. He could try to sack it on g5. Can't do anything with that. The knight is doing a pretty good job for now, but I have to see what his knight comes up with. Just the threats are pretty unrelenting here, huh? So now the queen's cover is actually necessary. I don't actually know what more I could do with this position. He could bring the check with the knight, but it doesn't actually do a whole lot still. Like, I could just ignore it. And then I could try to take, but I can't take. I must admit, some of these players are actually pretty decent at attacking, even though he, like, blundered a piece there. They keep coming up with pretty good threats, but I guess that's the whole beauty of queenside castling, as much as I mock it, which I always used to like doing it when I was young, but at some point you realize that you're not as good at attacking as you think you are, or it just doesn't work, or you have to become better to justify playing that way. But even then, at the high level, like, nobody really does that. It's like 5% of games played by title players or GMs or whatever are actually involve queenside castling. So even I don't think Polgar would do stuff like that a lot. Like, that might give him certain development with the knight that I don't know. But where does he still go with it? I don't know. He's going to end up there. I'm going to hide down too defensive of a structure, which would allow him to take there. That I don't mind too much. What you're going to be able to possibly do sometime this century is he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take. So he would take, I would take, he would... Wait, I just said. Well, if you move that, take, or I don't know. I would take the knight, I guess. Then when you are winning, they drag on so long that... Alright. So what? Like, one of these threats you can just stop doing. Or... like, you just don't have to take there. To do this, I take. Can't come there necessarily. You could just try to get a trade out of it. You'd be in great shape, but... But they're always like so low on, well, actually that should be the opposite. They're always so low on time that you think you have a chance because of that, but that shouldn't really be your motivation. Take, 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 take. Check. I can still move. I do more calculating on my opponent's move than on mine, but that's a bad thing because I do it after I've already moved, like for that same move. Doesn't change the other threats that you had. It doesn't let you take there. If I could just get something actually active, that would be good. Yeah, you can't tell me this is how people really play. It must still be dictated by my style that they would be this aggressive. Like, how can you get away with that? And he really didn't either, but... he'll take and he'll check. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense that you would be able to do anything to my king here. And the simple reason why is because there's too much open space and you don't have anything nearby, so like I'm a little bit confused as to what you would hope to accomplish here. As long as you don't go back to the back rank, you'll block the cover and lose a rook. Like, if you take, I could take... So shouldn't this still theoretically work? Because... no, but then it allows you to do that. Should be fine no matter what. I don't see why it would change anything. You'll take there, that's fine. If I could just push this knight out, we would have this great scenario where I can actually do something, but even then I still won't be able to because... but it might still be worth it to double take. You could check, I could take, you could take, I could take. And then as long as you can't check and take, which here you shouldn't. We're seeing the nature of this format definitely in very strong style today. Like, people are playing more aggressive than I'm normally used to them doing. I should have just stopped when I was 91. Like, I keep doing this. But that's so close to 12. I just want to get back to 12, but I don't care. Okay. Like, what, is it still not just going to be a draw? Because... yeah, just waste another minute 30 doing it or get a threefold repetition. I don't see necessarily how you do this, but... you should definitely keep these connected, though. You should probably be able to mate here, but who knows? I should almost just have moved these down a bit. But you almost want to hide between them, but... at least when I'm doing those 80 accuracy losses, I don't mind as much, because then at least I'm playing more normal. But yeah, like, let's see, what is the natural response to this opening? Because they're playing so overextended. You're supposed to go here and just deal with the fact that it's pinned. Like, what ends up happening then, I wonder? It'll take like an hour to tell me. Nice. This is why they tell you here, because even though you're paying for it, you just have to look it up manually based on the name of it that they give you, because they can't, their engine cannot handle it. Like, what is this simple opening that's been done a billion times? The bishop d5 is a really perplexing move. Just... wow. Why is this one so shitty and slow? Because the point is he's going to eventually bring something to pin it down. So either you have to let it get open, or you have to go like that, or you have to find some other way to do it. I just shouldn't allow stuff like that to happen, though, because it ruins the whole structure for the rest of the game. Wait, I thought that was a mighty foe. Or no, that's just the boss, period, I think. Okay, so we can just do a safe, regular opening. It's ironic because I would do better as white, not because I'm more aggressive the way you should be to be better as white, but just because it makes defending easier because you have the initiative, which most people would use to attack, obviously. Threatening there, we can do this. I literally lost that whole endgame that I was actually winning just because I couldn't resist but take a pawn. But that is one of those very clear things that's like, you kind of either know it or you don't, but I guess I could have maybe seen it. It's just, there's certain things like, I don't know, they're sort of in poor taste to even think about. Like, you don't, I don't know, when there's a clear answer, it's like, I don't like to think about openings or endgames too much, but then I spend so much time doing it anyway. It's just... So here I could just take with the knight, or if he does that, I don't care. I'll just move away. This is a reasonable structure to still have. Don't try to go too fast in the opening, but... he has that cover there. He's playing kind of a defensive structure as well. Yeah, wouldn't any other player as white now clown queenside castle, because this is just what they do. I should almost just move the knight and then start to push like that. You know what triggers me the most about chess is when people act like, you know, even maybe especially better players, they act like everything is just so obvious and it's accepted as fact because the engine has told you that, or because it's just like sort of established in theory. But you know what I mean? Like the knight's general movement, what you're supposed to do with the knight. Like, maybe I was supposed to put the knight there, even though that seems like the most unintuitive, stupid thing that you've ever seen. I don't know exactly what I'm doing with that, but if I let him take, it would be fine. If I take, it wouldn't be very good, so it's fine. There would certainly be an ability to to trade the queens. Whether I actually want to do that or not, I don't know. This is okay. The trade is okay. I assume he wouldn't want to do it, though, based on the way he's playing or the way that most of these people play. Like, of course, they would do King's Indian as an offensive maneuver because that just makes so much sense. He does that for a pawn. Presumably, he'll win it back, or no, he already won it back, I guess is the point. Or no, I should have took this, but then he could have still done the same thing, I guess. Trading the queen is always one of my favorite things to do, so let's just back off. He could attack the one rook. We still have a nightmare scenario where there's 4 knights on the board. I assume he's going to move his. I could try to trade. He could pin down after I try to do that. I just offer up too many trades that are sort of half-baked, or it relies too much on them just taking it, and it's sort of like a consensual mentality to either play for a draw or to try to simplify things in such a way that I don't know, like both players will play in a way that they know is not the best just because it's easier to get along with that way. I guess sort of plays into the faster formats too. Like they don't really want to play the game in all its glory or in all its solvable nature, but you have the 2 knights incoming. I wish there was a way I could really do something with mine, but that can't be done. That'll be double attacked. He'll check and fork there. So basically, his knights are somehow doing better work than mine. He'll be double attacking it from there. I wish I could just trade for one of them. That would be really the thing to do here. Let's see. You try to do this, so he would take, but then he would be able to double take, or not really. So he would take there. I would take. Wait. He would take there. I would take, and then he would still be able to take that. So it almost wouldn't be worth it. Let's just do it anyway, though. 109. That means it must be a good move. It just feels like the knight's so restricted in its potential movements that... And then whenever you do a thing like that, you know that pawn's going to get taken back later because it's in such a weird spot. I mean, as long as we threaten it, we could end up in the same basic scenario. So he would take... Take the bishop, I take the knight, you take the pawn, but I take the other knight, but then you unleash into something. But then I back rank mate, I guess. Look at how much the liability of the knights can be, just period. Like, for both of us, those are all the weak links that we're doing. It's surprising that I'd even be willing to give up the bishop here for it. So it's not even trapped. He's just wasting everybody's time. So we could go back so that nothing's under threat. And we sort of just use that to mitigate the threat of the... Or this would be a good way to sort of compel the threat the other way, like... So now he's almost compelled to trade, to which he could unleash the rook into something and then take my rook for free. So I already see that, but... It could be a simple sequence like take, probably would be better though. But if I take, then you could take, and then I could take, but then you could take. There's no fork or anything that I see from this. Can't take the knight still because his knight covers knight. We're double attacking the knight, but it doesn't matter because he can just do that. The biggest problem with this is still that unleash capability, so I guess we almost go here. He could check and fork. And if I go here, he can just take. If I go here, but I guess he can't unleash yet because... Or it's not going to end well, but I can't figure it out, so I'll just do it. You would take... I would take, you would take, I would still take, or if you take with that, it would be fine too. Take, but it doesn't make sense that you would do that, really. You have to choose one or the other, so even if you do that, so what? It's still completely even. Very messy position that now is at least calmed down. He probably should have gotten something more out of it. We can easily escape from that. Just don't give him a fork or something crazy. Or you could like check. Could have checked there. And then, I don't know. You sort of do a bait for a back rank, but it's never going to happen. He gives a check there, but I could take. But he could take it first of all. I don't know what I'm doing. He could take, I could take. He could check. I could just move. This should probably be more so a draw as well. Pretty much like every game of chess ever played in the history of human existence, but... It doesn't change the number of attackers on the knight. Can't pin it down, so I would love to do the trade. He probably won't do it, although he seemed like he was playing a little stagnant for a while, but then he traded everything. Now we're in a back rank position, but he can obviously just, yeah. Time's pretty even. Everything else is even. He could try to come from behind here. So now this should be pretty simple. Almost bringing the king in could be somehow beneficial. So we get 2 for 1. We should almost do it here. Stop the king from coming in, or it would be very elaborate and difficult for him to do that. So if I can bring my king in, we might be in okay shape. Or how would I even stop him from doing it? He'll come all the way there. Then I guess I can just come up. But then he does come in still. Like, arguably, White should still win this, but they won't because it's me. Like, I almost don't even want to move this closer because the whole point is just to... Once I get the king in, then I feel secure. Or why is he even moving him back? Now he'll start to take on the other side, but with this scenario occurring, it should be very clear that you should have this. Now I'm going to do it too overzealously to... It'd be very hard to prevent. I don't care what he even does aside from that. You can't take it. And then you have the check-take possibility, so... Or now you expect that you can somehow do this, but you really can't. Even though I just showed maybe how to do it. I almost want to make sure I preserve that still for the... Fuck. I mean, I can still do it without that, but... You almost just have to catch up with this, and it could be a little bit difficult to do, but maybe not at all. Now I have to do a rook king mate. I haven't done one of these in a while. Or they might let me off the hook by just, you know, by just resigning. So sometimes I forget how you do it. Like you have to go underneath maybe. As long as he goes up and the king can come in closer, like you go here and then try to do it. Or there are multiple... Oh my god. There are multiple ways to do it, but we'll get threefold repetition. You're supposed to go like that, I guess. You're keeping him in line, kind of like you would with a... Oh my god. Kind of like you would with a... With a queen sort of mate, but... Even if you go here, you can still move. I forget exactly how you do this. Or that wouldn't allow you to move then, I guess. The only thing you have to do here is, like... You have to get the king... I don't know. Like, try to change it around a bit. You can come up like this. You still can't do anything. Go back. We go like this. You'll still have those places to vacillate between. Then you come maybe there. And then you go there. And then you just... Oh, please. Then you would normally go there, but I can't figure out how to do it, really. Like, isn't it just... Like, I'm one move off. I don't know how to do it. You have to go there. Or you have to get him in the corner with it. Okay. I mean, I've done it so many times, but I guess it has been a while. That one's at least a lot harder than obviously anything like queen mates or whatever. Like, even that I don't mind so much because it's still a draw. Had it in the endgame. So what exactly are you supposed to do? You're supposed to go all the way to the other side, which is not really what I do, but... Just to go like here, I guess. Doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. Okay, go here. And then what? He's forced to go there, and then you could do it, I guess. That's actually not how I normally do it. Or even that's wrong too, but... You just have to move it away so it's not a target for a turn and then come back. It's kind of not super intuitive. Let's see. Like, I know the general rule of it is you're trying not to give checks constantly with it, because whenever you give a check, it lets them escape. So that I at least know. So they're forced to come up. They're forced to threaten it. So don't move the king. Move the rook just anywhere. You could move it here. It shouldn't matter. And then you go there, and then you go there. But I like how it even picks favorites of moves there when it doesn't matter. Like, you're going to mate no matter what. Let's try to go on a good streak here. I'll stop if I lose one, I guess, now, because I just want to get to 12. I always, I guess, push it too far. Okay, let's not allow the pin down, because that's been bothering me a lot today. And also try to escape with this. Although, see, okay. I already gave up a pawn. Don't you know openings? Don't you study openings? So it allows him to escape that. And then... You got to know it like it's second nature, which basically just means you have to play the whole game your whole life, because it's 95% memory. I'll go up from 75. Okay, that I don't typically mind, but maybe I should. I should almost move the king and try to do my classic, whatever, my classic take here. Take. So his rook would already be open to the... Which means if the knight's not there, you wouldn't even be allowed to... Or no. That stupid rule of like, oh, you know, you can't cross where you would get checked. Which nobody ever would follow. So this, there's really no reason to take. But I also wouldn't want to... You would take, I would take. It's gonna leave it kind of stranded though, so he ends up getting two. I just undouble it for him. That's fine. Playing a little bit aggressively with those. That's okay. I don't know really what to do with these knights. You shouldn't keep them on the same side that way too much. I kind of wanted to go like that just to open the rook's ability to attack, but in this case, maybe it's not even that good because then he'll immediately just be able to trade into it. Okay, that looks maybe scarier than what it is. I'll still try to do this. Tunnel vision idea. It would have been so beautiful if you had like something there, then you could have done that too, but he's very eager to push the pawns, I must admit. They can act like, oh no, I blundered a pawn, but then we could unleash into something, which would still lead to us losing our queen too if he took like on d2, but it's almost using my technique of like pulling the rug out with respect to, you know, make them think you're going to castle one way, but it didn't really seem like very likely he was going to. This pawn is a pretty odd one out now that, well, it kind of got, I kind of did what I wanted to with it, but I don't know what to really do with this position. You could go there. You raise that, I could take, I could take, you could take, I could take, which would still be covered. Position looks scary, but you would need some other weird threat. Like if you had a light square bishop, that would be much more dangerous. This might seem like a big deal, like, oh, look how much I'm doing today, but this is like a normal day of chess. You have to do this every day for like 20 years, and then you'll see results, right? Regardless of whatever you think your potential might or might not be. That's the whole farce of the game, because people just always misrepresent it. And you might even think, oh, that's some sort of an excuse, but it's really not, because I'm leaving it ambiguous as to what your potential would be. Maybe it's not that high even still, somehow. But at least to know that, you would have to go great lengths, right, of studying and practicing and whatever. Even my way would take longer, like trying not to study and trying to learn just from playing, but that's a pretty clear idea that you're going to try to fork. Or this would create all kinds of other problems too. I mean, this kind of solves the problem, just you gotta give him a passed pawn though. But the idea would just be the knight would be preserved there. A lot of the time I envision like, oh, if they take, it's perfectly fine. That's what I want them to do, but it just doesn't happen. So he's got too many covers on there. I guess I can just leave it for now. He does still have that fork opportunity available, just even this is arguably an octopus knight because it touches 8 squares, but too many of them are on my own territory. So at the very least, it's a defensive octopus knight. We are triple attacking that, so he has to consider. It doesn't matter though. I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take. Even if I had one more attacker, it'd be worth it. Just even though he would still take back, he's not going to take with the queen, you know, unless I'm using my queen. Or we get a better version of an octopus knight there on e5, but he'll just trade into it. Hey, Average, what's up? Here, it almost makes it seem like you double take, but you can't. He'll take for free. Or like I could get a pass pawn out of it too, but I actually can't. He's very obsessed with this threat. I'm actually surprised he didn't take... No, actually, that's all he had to do. Pretty good. Okay, what do I do here? I take... Doesn't matter. Why did I feel like I had to move this? Or it's more just like I'm dissatisfied because I can't take that no matter what. To try to do something with the queen, although I don't know exactly what. Now would have been a great time to dump both. Or in fact, now it might actually do something. I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, but then I would still take at the end. Let's do it just because it's kind of cool. It's not like I'm playing at a good level anyway. But it should probably equalize because you're going to end up using both. But then it gives this pass pawn maybe too much freedom. So surely this is too advanced level of a sequence for them to understand. If you take, I still take. Or I guess the pawn being there wouldn't have mattered. Even I didn't understand my own sequence. It wasn't the fact that the pawn's there, it's the fact that the queen would have to move down anyway. But that makes it obviously worse. Now I just have to deal with the passed pawn, and then we should be okay. Some of these I've been winning so hard objectively, and I just do something stupid. Like trying to trade those pawns in that king versus king endgame. I thought it might be a draw, but I was actually winning. All you have to do is let the king get through his pawns. He's coming up with some crazy sequence to try to promote, but it seems like it would be pretty difficult, especially in the context of not being connected to something. At least if these two are next to each other. If he just pushes this, I would take, he would take, I can't take. This would be sort of a good move because I can't cover all of them. Or I guess I could just raise... No, but then you'll take that. If he does that, I guess I would just pursue the passed pawn. We are actually +1, so I can afford to maybe lose one of those, which is almost impossible to. In some ways, the queen kind of ruins the game because it's just too good of a piece, regardless of anything else. Like, oh, it's balanced, and oh, you know, whatever. Like, both players get one, but it still is too strong, and it makes you appreciate some of these variants like Chaturanga and stuff where it's sort of minimalism. Now he'll be able to cover it very well because you can just do this. You can just do this as well. So might be at a roadblock, which means it probably should be a draw, but like even if I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take. So even now we can't do it. So he's going to obviously bring the last one. You try to do something a little bit weirdly, overly aggressive to try to change that, but he's not going to be able to give checks at any point in this sequence. You have to treat it like anything besides a draw or a win is totally unacceptable. So, okay, at least there he's not covering it then, so that's almost too good to be true, though. Like, so if you cover, then I attack the third time, but you still have time to do it. It's going to be literally impossible to take this pawn. Okay, so at least here we can do this, and he'll end up mating because of it. He would take, I would take, he would take, and that is mate. But no, I would still be right here, but he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take, he... It should be fine, actually. Whether he takes or not. It would have been bad if I took, then I would have left that naked. So take, 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 and then everything is fine. We check, we take, and then we have this juicy thing for promotion capabilities. We try to push this out. He'll even win a pawn as a result. But now let's see. If he keeps inching up to try to take it, so let me guess. This will be another endgame where he'll just leave it there. And then I'll end up giving up too many pawns as a result. And the thing is, if I push it any farther, then I won't be able to catch up. And my rook is... You know what I should do? Now at least my rook can come behind. So now I'll push it as much as I want and then just pull in the rook when it's necessary. So he'll have to ace it in kind of a weird way. If you try to do it just like this, you won't be able to because the king won't be enough and this won't be... But you know what? You'll come there, so that'll be the problem. But then you can't stay there because you can't keep up with it either, so... Now we do this, but now the rook can't come in. So the best you can do is try to take there. Or you'll end up still being able to do it just because... It's pretty possible that he'll be able to take it. Just go there. So do I get anything for my trouble? Like I'll be able to beat him to this side, or I could check, but he would still be able to take. There's no scenario that should allow him to just take it as a net positive. It should always just be he can take there, but then you're kind of putting yourself at risk too much. You can easily just do the trade, so I don't know what to think about. The way that you win is sometimes so contrived that I don't know why he's doing it like this. You have to connect these two together, which you logically wouldn't be able to do, or he'll give a check into the guaranteed take. But the only reason why that's peculiar is because it doesn't matter. Like, he can just still keep moving the rook, yeah. Now I'll end up losing because I'm holding on to that one too tight. He'll take there and then promote on the other side, I guess. Amazing decision making, isn't it? Like, none of that had to even happen that way. I guess I could just give up on mine and try to do that, but... Now we'd be able to do the same thing, and then he would take, and then I could easily take. So now we can force it because he's so slow about doing it. Like, come on. Like, how would this lead to him? Or we'll both have a rook left, and then at least it won't be a draw because he might run out of time, but somebody might blunder the rook, and then I'll fail to mate with the rook because that's just what I do. Okay, so what's the big deal? Like, we could do threefold repetition if you want, man. Just purely for time, this shouldn't be that big of a deal. Just don't let him check in some sort of long-winded way where the rook is behind it in a negative way. Or just try to block with the rook and dance around a little bit. So can he figure out a way to mate or whatever in 54 seconds or force a threefold repetition, which he arguably shouldn't really be able to do. The biggest threat here is just a trade, which I can't allow him to do. It's dangerous to keep any sort of distance between them. Like, it's going to be a draw probably, and I'm okay with it. You would think I should be able to avoid threefold repetition, but I don't know exactly how to do it, though, or even I can't keep track of it super well. Just move to squares that you know are going to be distinct and different. And don't let it get too close to his king, I guess, but giving checks is sometimes the best way to, you know, sort of waste their time, because they might not even expect you to do it. We're going to somehow cheese him and flag him. Why does he keep doing that? Like, where he goes back to the king. I guess because he knows that's safe, basically, but I'm kind of letting it get too close to his king, where this could turn into a somehow trap situation. I mean, you may as well just play for the time. Potential, like, what's the downside? As long as his king isn't in vicinity, but it's going to get that way pretty soon. So then you'd have to... You do it here, so if he takes... If he takes, I would just take... Or no, wait. I kind of want to move it further away from his king. Like, if we can march down the board, that would be good. Because at least we know these aren't repeating. He's acting like he's going to actually do something with this. What would happen then? Oh, do I have to? You really think he'd be able to mate? No, but it'll still be timeout versus insufficient material. Or, like, what's the big deal? Like, you're not going to mate me like this, so fuck it. Just crawl up the board. You really going to play like this, dude? At least we know we haven't been in a position with the rook at the top of the thing. What a clown show. And it's not insufficient material because somehow, you know, you could theoretically mate there, but good luck doing that. Like, what the fuck? This is the kind of quality of win that we're getting, where our opponent has higher accuracy than us, where it's padded like crazy in the end game, where we're just winning on time. Like, if you're going to do this format, you may as well do it all the way. I wanted to do something else today, but now I don't even know what it would be. Like, what did we do last week? Paladins? Or we should do some variant maybe that I haven't done before. Like, that'll count. Like, we're playing something different. But let's see if I can't go a little bit farther. Yeah, what is some... games like chess. Do another abstract strategy games. We already did checkers, we did JNG, we did that. Backgammon is more like gambling though, isn't it? Board game played with counters and dice on boards. Chess Tactics Pro. It sounds like a... What is Hive? Hive is a bug team tabletop. Can you play it online? I have Hive from your browser, board game arena. Yeah, we can do that one just to pretend like we did 2 players, complexity, Hive, and 682 other games online. Do people actually play it though is the question. Or is this like somehow cheating because... Or like... We're just doing it for the benefit of the viewer, of course. I totally own the game in real life. Hive rules. Hive with AI. Hive. Hive, a good game for adults. Hive isn't just for kids. A great board game for adults or teenagers. Head-to-head challenge. Or yeah, we'll do Monopoly. Like we've been on sort of a board game binge with the Saturday format. Like a lot of JNG. Then we did checkers one week. Then we did... what was the other one? There was some other variant of chess or some other board. Oh, just go. Not a variant of chess. Even calling them variants is weird. Like, obviously, like, oh, chaturanga is that chess variant. No, it's not. Chess is a variant of chaturanga in the first place. Like, people have it backwards. Just out of respect, you should show that. Like, that's the whole point of it. So if he takes, I take back. So I'm comfortable with this position either way. I would take, he would take, I would take, he would still take. So I can't really take. Or I could. I mean, to take towards the center, good principle. You'd be attacking there, you go there. I'm always nervous about these knight moves because they don't really make sense to me, but he would take, I would take, he would take, I would still, wait. He would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take, so you can do it. I don't know whether that means you should do it. That's often my style of play. I just do things because you can do them. Do I really look like a guy with a plan? I like that as like a Joker, play off the Joker, right? Oh, fuck. Do I really look like a guy with a plan? There you go. It's a very unusual position that I'm not normally in, so I guess I just... Alright. I tend to not like resigning here, but come on. Sometimes I have to play long periods of time to play well, but then if you play too long, you start to choke too. Take this, you could win a pawn. We could. His king's position is weird, so maybe you could get something out of it, but. Of course, the knight gets in the way as usual. You could easily take it. I don't see what the big deal is. Like, just do it. All you could hope to do is if you give some kind of checks here, you might get something out of it, but he can trade, like, way too freely. Could block with that, but we could actually just take. Block with that, but I could take. You can't block with that. I could take. You can't actually block. Okay, that's at least good. Who knows? We might actually win somehow. Minus 11. If he does block, then I would have loved to have done the double stack thing, like the horizontal stack. We get a threefold repetition, or at least he has to give up a piece otherwise, right? There might not be any other way out of this situation. You at least have to give up a piece. Oh, please let this be. Please let this be. You would totally be willing to give up a piece. Yeah, just do it because... And this gives me the horizontal stack that I might be able to spam check still. Even then. So it's not going to be a mate no matter how you slice it, but it might be... But you know what? This is still problematic because of the knight. As much as I like the horizontal stack. Fuck. That kind of let me down already, but now I'm only minus 7, but I'm actually about to get mated because the knight can't do anything for me, so... Like, look, we're actually doing something good, and then the knight's like, fuck you, I have to screw everything up. You can have the knight, I don't care. King's Indian Defense, normal variation, even my specialty, and I still screw up like that. It's still not a mate or anything yet. +9. His knight ruined it, actually. Otherwise, I would have been able to do some good stuff. Could go there. I thought he would bring the rook up, actually, but... yeah, this was totally part of my offensive gambit. They, oh, give up your queen just to be able to double horizontally stack the rooks and stuff, which it does often lead to a draw. Like, even... no, but he could even just sack his queen for both and stuff. We did win a piece. Like, we would have either forced threefold repetition or we won a piece. Oh my god. Friend the queen. Again, he could just take. He could just take and double take and he still wins, but he won't do it because it just feels bad in principle, but it's actually good in principle because you still get a +1 from it. Look at how much time of this guys were wasting and just pissing him off, though. His knight had actually an unbelievable impact there, I must admit. Even if he blundered his queen, we would still have problems here, and he might actually be on the path to doing it because he's pinning it down. You can't move the queen, or you lose the knight. And I could maybe double attack it, but you can obviously defend it too. And even if you were to do like this, oh, you can't take with the knight, but then you still could because... but he's going to end up doing his own inadvertent threefold repetition too in the process. We're threatening the knight. He's not covering it, so he has to come back. But he doesn't have to pin himself down, I guess, in the process. Yeah, like if we were to go like that, even if it was there, it wouldn't have done anything because take... or no, I guess it would have been fine. I mean, I obviously can't afford to do that. So it's not like the knight is trapped or anything. He could have just saved it there, but... if it only wasn't for that, we'd actually be in a reasonable shape. Or look how he's burning the clock. Like, I don't know what's going on here, but I'm giving people queen odds and we'll still win somehow. Or draw. I mean, a draw would be a win in this kind of circumstance. Go for some simple mating threat that I'm sure you know like the back of your hand. What's so difficult about it? But yeah, please just let me take the knight and maybe we can... you could say, oh, maybe he feels bad. He's trolling, but it doesn't make sense. Like, you're wasting your own time. Four minutes left. He still can't do anything with that. He pin down the other way, but he won't let me, basically. Maybe there's some logical way to do this within respect of, like, how I was doing it before. Well, I'll just try to pin down again, too, but... there's possible that there was some mate along the line. I mean, obviously for him, there must be like a million, but... pin down, double pin down. So shouldn't you just win the knight then? Like, that would be something at least. Or you could keep giving checks. I don't feel like the checks would be that effective though, really. He would cover the knight. We're still horizontally stacked, but at least now his king can move up, which is arguably bad. He might just let me have it because he's so confident, or I don't know. At least now if he tries to block with it, this could be good. So I smell a threefold repetition. I really do sense it. You could mess up. There's no question about it, dude. Lose on time or give me a draw, dude. Do it for me. The problem is, I don't know. This is like that Buttercup moment, or the, what's it called? That song that was sort of ambiguous back in the day that maybe has some modern relevance, like, I can't remember the name of it. It's like the XCC happy to sad meme thing, where like you would rather torture them with this than actually win the game. Or like he's actually going to quit out on time. You can't move the knight, and then you can't... this one might go in the record book, so let's not jinx it. Like, just give it to me, dude. I've had a rough day. Just give me the 1200. That's all I want, please. Yeah, look at this dude. Look at this clown dude. He didn't disconnect. He deleted his fucking account and he stopped playing chess for the rest of his life. Because this is the clown that you're losing to. Like, look at what you did, dude. And you're still not even losing, but I'd probably draw it. So you'd rather get a loss than a draw, so I can respect that, but... Look at this game, dude. Look at this game. Look what I did, dude. That should be worth like 1,000 rating. That's why you don't resign, right? Look at this. I'm going to set a world record for the biggest difference in rating between... Look, and he's still winning by so much. I don't get it. Even then, it's not a draw. Like, I don't know why it's a draw, but he's just mad at how much I'm trolling him, but we actually get a win for it, so I don't even mind. Look at what I've had to go through today. Now I understand. I have to be motivated by my desire to troll people, and I'll do better. It's not enough to just win the game. I'll blunder my queen and draw you, and I'll enjoy it more than anything else. It should be a difference of about 3 games, which will take me probably like all night to do, so that's okay. Indian game, nice variation. I don't have any pawns in the middle to even try to defend, so it should be okay. You're almost supposed to go here, but I don't understand why. Like, maybe that is more what I should do. No, but it doesn't make sense. I mean, I should castle first of all. Any attempt to take this is going to be futile. I can raise it. I just have to concentrate more at the beginning. I feel like I get tilted and I get easily tilted and triggered by stupid things that you shouldn't really be triggered by. Now it's like, oh no, it traps the knight, but it really doesn't, so I don't know what the point of that was. Like what? Just because to develop the knight on the wrong side is really worth that much trouble? Okay, so we go here. If he raises, I take. If he doesn't raise, I can take. If he takes, I can also take. Or, like, I could take, but I almost shouldn't take. But now I could take for free. If I take. Good excuse to develop the knight. Let's see if he's going to do some kind of cheeky threat unleash. The problem with a pawn like this is it doesn't have the value you think it does because it's going to be so hard to cover or, like, You know what I mean? Like, yes, you won a pawn, but you really didn't. He's gonna do something weird there, I guess. I just have to be careful with where these are gonna end up, and I really have no idea. This is good because even if he tries to push, I can take. If he moves away, I can take that, but I can just accept that this pawn is gonna die. The E5, that's not that important to me. It's just gonna be too awkward to cover. He's even desperately maybe trying to get it that way, but it doesn't actually do anything. Even if I move, I'm fine. I'm trying to connect these almost like... Or no, it actually does do something. Can't do the knight covers knight synergy. I guess I could do like this. A little bit awkward, but he would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. He would bring the rook. I would come there. He would push a pawn. I could take. Maybe not the best way to go about this, but I don't even know what I'm doing it to save. Like, I guess if he was to have taken, he would have taken there too on like C6. These are the kind of hardest games. Like, how do you just maintain it and not lose your focus or try to do something weird or lazy? I have to respect that element. Like, it's not only a psychological game, but it's brutally psychological because you'll be up by +3 or +2 or whatever, you know, GM versus GM game, but something will still go wrong because it's easy to let your foot off the gas. Like, it's very, very hard to, I don't know. I mean, we even saw that with Ding Liren. We see that with everything because it's so insane. Take. Now we can finally do that. There's a pawn that's been eyeing me here too, but I'm more worried about trying to do this trade, but he's not going to let me do it. Or imagine if it's just the time of day. Maybe I play better at night, or maybe other people play worse at night. They come home from work. You play better? Yeah, sure, we can play one. Usually not rated games, but... So he doesn't let me do that, and he even recovers from the potential take there. I can't move that one. This doesn't even really do anything either. You move the king away, which is kind of pointless. He could take this one probably at any time. I'm even kind of embracing him doing that. Maybe we create a double stack that could do something. For now, these knights are going to be a weak link somehow, lined up like that. Unrated? Yeah, me too. What's your username on here? Or I might have already added you, but I forgot. Maybe I should be satisfied even if I get to 1187. You're kind of new. I guess based on how I'm playing, I could say the same. My problem is that I hate to study. And everybody at this level apparently does love to study a lot, or at least they're willing to. Okay, that's a little bit weird, but I don't feel like it's as dangerous as it looks. Or arguably taking that way could have been fine too. This opens up some weird possibility for later, but he's just kind of angrily trading. Same as your username? Okay. Let me see. We can take this. It doesn't feel like he's creating really too imposing of a threat. I wouldn't want to take. I wouldn't really want to let him take though either. The H file could become scary though. I'm being a little bit too lackadaisical here. Take, or I almost prefer that, although I don't know. Maybe I should just get out of there, and it's more likely I'd be safe. But then we're gonna let him promote or something. I don't know what's going on. Are we gonna somehow let him do this too? Or that's the problem, is even if nothing happens. Oh God. We are +8, so I could almost deal with it, but I don't know why. 2 months over the board, 13 days online. That's almost my karma for trolling that other guy so hard, but it wasn't really a troll because he was still winning. Have a stamina to talk. Yeah, I used to not really talk as much actually, but as my name might suggest, but sometimes I do. $15 minutes? No, I don't really have too much time actually, but yeah, I always do prefer the longer formats, but I'm trying to learn how to play the faster ones. At least like 10 is even fast for me. Yeah, my rating here makes it seem like a fair matchup, which I am pretty bad under time pressure like this, so. Just have to not worry about it at the beginning and try to play well, and then I'll be fine. I just learned my choking tendencies from Ding. That's why I lose games like that. But it's still kind of like a lifesaver that I drew the one before that. All I was trying to do is get to 12 again because I blew it when I was doing you know, my regular days this week, so I don't know what's going on. You can pin down. I kind of hate when they do that. There's just certain fundamental things that you'll get comfortable with that guarantee you'll be a certain level, but I think I'm already at that point because even though I haven't studied them, there are certain things I'm sure I picked up over time. But that it just makes it take longer. That's basically all it is. Like it would take me 150 years at the rate that I play, or whatever, even if I played a lot more, the style that I play, without studying to become a GM or something. So it's not that you couldn't do it, it's just that you wouldn't live long enough to do it, or have to cryogenically freeze me and bring me back to life a few times. That's the thing, I guess, better chess players take for granted is just that everybody has enough time to do what they're going to do. So he takes, I could take, but I don't even really have to take. That could maybe be good, but then in this case, he didn't take at all. Like, so that's actually kind of smart because now I'm sure he'll be able to take in the long run. I'm not going to just leave it there. You both do the same thing, and discourages me from moving that pawn, and you could like pin down like this, but the act of doing that would give him too much of a free reign to do that. Imagine if that really ends up being true, though. The fact that chess becomes popular again because of the online scene, and it's kind of already true. Or it definitely helped chess out a lot. So in that sense, I don't mind it, but I don't like individuals being celebrated over stuff that is not. That's why it's like a harsh meritocracy standard. Like, if you're able to improve the game or bring more people to it, that's one thing. But then if a mere 2,000 player is being celebrated because it seems so impressive to the average person, that's like just saying, you know, there's 25,000 people in the world like that, so at least celebrate them all to an equal proportion, and then it's fine. But that's not what ends up happening, because you're sort of in the guise that, oh, it's because you're good at it, which you're not bad at it, but it's just unfair to all the people who are that good as well. Like, if there's 25,000 people, I'm not diminishing it, but like, that's not what the standard should be about. This actually makes me seem kind of fast, but I'm really not. Go like this. Everything is covered. Everything's good. Mainly just trying to compel a trade, but he's making it maybe where he might get trapped. Not really, though. We can raise this pawn on d5 to also threaten the check opportunity. I should try that one day where like I shrink the size of my board. Maybe that helps you see it better too. Good game. A pass pawn increases in strength as it goes further along the board, which isn't represented in the actual... You know, it'll still be +1 if you take it. But no, it is reflected in the engine analysis, I guess. Let me try to play a few good games and I'll be satisfied. I don't like how I'm sort of breaking my format to do this, though. I thought, oh, I do it for maybe 3-4 hours in the morning. Now I've done it all day. Like, what is wrong with me? Not even to push for 13. I'm just trying to push for 12, like, which I got to it in like one day once I came back. I guess they give you like sort of a provisional boost, maybe a little bit, but no, it's just like, I don't know what's wrong with these people. They play in such a weird way, but I guess you just have to deal with the overly aggressive, stupid style, and it's often to my benefit, but yeah, imagine using that as an excuse for losing or playing badly. Like, my opponents are too bad, so I can't take them seriously. That's actually how I feel, though. Or like, it's not even like I'm the one trying to do offensive gambit type stuff. I would just have to do this every day, of course, but at least I'm not really sure what it is. Like, yeah, go ahead, auto resign. I'll take it, man. I'm just so annoyed today. He's giving me time odds at least. The whole fact that I'm even doing this is irritating. Because this isn't my normal day to do it, but I don't even care. Just... You'll go here if he comes, takes. You could already trap this in there. We have to cover that. Or at least I haven't misclicked anything, not to jinx it. Like, that's not been a reason why I've lost anything, which maybe makes it worse then. But you could pin this down and just take it. As much as... Oh, now you can't. You know, here I would ordinarily like to take it, but it's not a good thing to do. The funny thing is you don't even know why some things aren't good to do, so it won't even matter to you because you're not playing in such a way that, you know, like, oh, that pawn there would be a bad thing somehow. But it's not, because you're not good enough to play where pawns matter too much, but I guess it kind of does. Now I would take, then double attack, but then he would still take, and then still protect it. All I have to do is play at a moderate level in which I'm able to... What the fuck? I have to play at a moderate level where I'm also up on time, but now... Again, is there a way to turn this into an attack? Probably. But... I could just take this, so I don't even care. As long as you reduce the material at this stage... Or... Oh my god. We'll at least take something from that end because... But he's just gonna mate me. Somehow he's gonna mate me. I don't know. If he takes, I take... And it should be very hard to do anything now because yeah, this is what I expect from people's play. Either he was gonna AFK out, or he does this. Like, what could you possibly do now? Even though my king is wide open, was it really worth it? He moves his king away. I could attack the queen again. I would only have to win like maybe 4 in a row, something like that. I still don't see what it's going to do, but that could be famous last words. We attack the thing, the knight. Sometimes your own pieces can be your own worst enemy. Like, you wouldn't commit seppuku to protect the king. Like, isn't that your whole royal duty? But that's the one thing they don't do. You could fork it. But yeah, the queen there alone doesn't really bother me. Or no, it's not a fork. Okay, I'll let him play around with the pawns to his heart's satisfaction. He can check, though. Or no, he can't. Or not a very good check. We do have this... I do have this bishop pair, but I often don't use them very effectively, I'll admit. Why did I think I had a fork there? I could take, and that allows him to come in, which really isn't what I want to do here. I could just let him take. He has an open file, leaning right towards the king, which is very scary, but he's not going to do it even. So all I'd like to do is get these pieces involved, basically, but... I could check from there, but I could always scooch away. Like, I don't know. He doesn't have enough material to really make this a problem, does he? But that's maybe the worst type of thing he could have done, because the whole point was to open the open file. In fact, that could have been pretty bad if he did do it right there. Yeah, that's the whole problem. I'm not used to winning by this much, so I'll mess up this position because the king is still very naked. Now you should be very safe. I don't see what that's going to do. It still just takes forever to actually do anything, though. I'd like to do something with that, but Hey, Super, how's it going? A lot of back and forth. I don't want to force threefold repetition for once. I like how the last 3 games have been like so one-sided in such a way that I'm like, I blunder a queen, but then I win because the guy gets so pissed by my refusal to resign, and then we blunder a big lead the other way. So pushing this could be a little bit dangerous, but it's okay. Or just active moving this would be good. Because now you would be pinning down even. You might think this is kind of a cheeky trap, but it doesn't actually win the queen or anything. Check like this. My Darksphere Bishop never... Oh, shit. I mean, I can easily afford to do that, but... My Darksphere Bishop just didn't do anything the whole game, though. At least stalemates aren't something I really have to worry about. But I did struggle with that stupid Rook King mate, I must admit. You have to like pull the rook away, but that's not even how I normally do it, so I don't get it. I've done it so many times. Okay, just take this to take the rook. I love how they finally decided to resign. Like, oh yeah, taking the rook is just the last straw. He can't deal with that. 90 accuracy, not bad. But again, it sort of just inflates it when they play so bad. People try to argue the endgame inflates it, but I would argue that's not really meaningful because everybody kind of does that anyway. Like, you know, even GM's ratings against each other are inflated because they're going to play these long, grueling endgames that usually end in draws the majority of the time. Okay, let's just try to play this disciplined. Do the pin if he raises the pawn. He doesn't. Sometimes it's best not to trade, but I don't know what this is. Like, you wouldn't want to let him keep going. You wouldn't want to take, but oh, here we go, dude. Not enough for him to do that one clown move. He has to do multiple, like, just to do the pawn there. I don't know what's going on. Covering it, like, what is really the threat, though, that he's going to pose with this? I don't even get it. Like, okay, you expected him to do that. I would like to trade the queen, but this is where the knight just really pisses me off because just because you can't find a place for it, it can be such a claustrophobic menace. Like, how much you want to bet if you look into the analytics, how much of openings, especially aggressive ones, are built around just trying to exploit the presence of the horse or make it kind of inconvenient and uncomfortable to develop it. It won't be covered, but then he will cover it with the pawn. He's going to somehow end up trapping the queen. He could raise the pawn, then he'd be double attacking this. Very dangerous to leave my knight where it is, but I'm not going to be able to do anything about it. Why do they have to play like this? Or what, more to the point, why can't I punish them? That's the real question. Which oftentimes I do, but that's the problem too. Like, I rely too much on that. What is this? I don't know. Just know that these things don't work when I have more time. But then again, I only use 2 minutes. Like, should I really start using 5? I should use like 5+ minutes in the opening, I guess, from now on. So stupid, man. Now we'll still come back and draw it, or we'll win it because we'll flag him because he just gets mad. That was a classic game where it seems so unreasonable that you'd be able to do that, but you actually win in this position. Even though I wasn't winning at all in the analysis. But he'll just do something super quick because he doesn't expect me to threaten the queen or something. Even if you blunder the queen, it's still even and you might not. Yeah, see, nobody, it's a twofold problem. Nobody tries opening traps in longer games because they expect you wouldn't fall for them. And number two is you won't fall for them because you have enough time to think about it too. He's got to hope he slips up and lets me do this at some point. Like, it's not even covered, so I would never just do that, but then he'll pre-move something else and let me take it. That's especially a bad tendency for GMs. You can sometimes catch them out. Like, they'll complain like, oh, well, why did he do that move? I would have never expected him to do that because it's so bad. But then they blunder their queen because of it. I could take, he could take, and then we could double attack that. See, that's his whole prep. Now we're out of his prep, so we might actually win something or do well somehow. You could cover it with the bishop. Like, the problem is, even if you win a piece or two, you're still gonna lose. At least he's burning a little bit of clock, but this is partly like, oh, now you start to take him seriously and you play better, but it's also partly just they've obviously studied that one thing and they know it well, and I don't know what he's doing, and I don't even want to bother trying to figure it out. Like, we've seen that way more today than normal because just like weird opening traps and stupid stuff. We're pinning it down, we're double attacking, but that's still not enough because that was a pretty interesting, good decision to castle there. Like, oh no, I gave up a fork that he could take the knight and fork me, but he doesn't seem too concerned about this either. So we're really trying to exploit the queen, but take with the knight. So could I could attack the knight again. The point is you can't move it, so it doesn't matter about all the cover. You could have easily just covered it with the bishop earlier, or maybe not, because I had the pawn there, so maybe it was better than I even realized. Or we could pin them both down to you, so that really restricts your movement. And this one, we could actually probably push a pawn into it. See, more pieces, more problems. The queen is such a vulnerable thing that you can sometimes win out because of this, but not really. Get it to a -6 maybe. Or no, it'll still be -7 because he'll get a pawn back for it, no doubt. They put all his protection on one piece. Like, all you could have done is just not worried about that earlier, but you're attacking there, which is covered by the knight. So if I take, you take, I take, you still take. But now it's no longer pinned down, so it's arguably a bad thing to even trade. We pinned 2 things to it, but it still doesn't matter. Like, okay, -7, like I said. Now, it shouldn't be that hard for him to come up with a good, meaningful threat. Or if you can always do a back rank, that's beautiful too. But even after all that, the knight still is a liability. It's hardly a surprise. Shouldn't change necessarily the core point of this, although actually it did very well. Can't mate there. You could go there with even a double cover, then check there, probably do some crazy sequence. Yeah, you could like check, I move, and then check there. I mean, I could basically just do this till the end of time. So, I mean, I guess the solution is just study something. I probably should have just done that. Spend the first 4 hours playing, and then if I can't make progress or whatever, then spend the next 4 hours studying. But like, I even don't mind analyzing my games to an extent, but it doesn't make a whole lot of sense what's happening. And it is, or you know what, I should actually look at that, but I'm not going to remember it. Like, what should I do if they play this super overextended gambit? You could just decline the gambit, but then I'm not going to know how to play with that either. Like, they'll just... I guess I made the right decision by not playing chess when I was younger. It's just too time consuming. That's where I don't respect it. Like, I'll still do it. I'll still become a 2,000 FIDE player, but I don't respect it the way I used to because... First of all, what people celebrate about it is all wrong. Like, faster time formats, flashy stuff, low-rated players, cult of personality, all this kind of nonsense. And then, even beyond that, it's just a matter of time, to an extent. You know, obviously at the very highest level, it's impressive what the best players do, but... I thought it was much more innate than it is, and that is besides the point of who you're talking about, because it's not going to come down to that. Like, I don't know, and like even sadly, part of it is like, oh yeah, how fast can you learn? Like that's what is innate. Like some people would be better learners than others. So that light square diagonal is a little bit scary. His dark square bishop isn't too good. See, what if we do like this? But I can't. I should almost back off and almost try to put it here and then almost put that there, if that's really how you're going to want to play it. Now, this I don't really understand because... I mean, I'm not going to turn down the trades if you're going to give them to me. Then it creates a very good diagonal for him. These are covered no matter what, so it's actually kind of okay. Like, as if you would ever allow me to do this when... when you have so many diagonals at your disposal. You could check again with the thing. But that was actually a mistake because you gave away your one beautiful diagonal that you had. And I don't even mind that. Like, what is wrong with this position that it would benefit him? I'm not down material. I'm not The weak link could be potentially this pawn, which he can't even come in to try to take. I should almost try to take the other file. Yeah, this actually isn't as weak as you would think. Everything is covered except for this guy, which normally there would be one that's uncovered anyway, but it just looks weird. You try to take this one. You still can't come inside with that, so this position is actually okay, and it developed a lot quicker than I guess I expected. Gonna try to cover that, and I could try to maybe bring my king out, but maybe it seems a bit premature. Or the fact of the matter is, I just gave up the ability to take this. And now if he goes behind, I could also take this. Look how quickly... Oh! I was gonna look how quickly that benefited me, but it didn't. At least this is a good way to undouble the pawn. Of course, he couldn't have missed that, but I think he did miss it. It just so happened that he covered it too. So it doesn't mean that you're going to win here at all. In fact, it probably means I'm going to lose somehow, but bishops can be tricky because they sort of... Okay. They sort of have the ability to keep moving back and forth and not be forced into a weird spot. That's at least good because you're playing around his color pretty well. It's just a question of how do I actually do anything here? At least I would like double stack them or something, I guess. Comes there, I could take... He doesn't really have to ever move that. He only has one pawn on that side, but... I do kind of have to leave that there. I could do it this way, but he never has to give that up. That's the thing. Yeah, watch me turn it into a loss. Like I'm... Or like I can't even win now, so... We could try to eat up this one. It's going to be pretty hard. I could always sack it for it. So even if you go here, he would have to like... Yeah, he can't really stop me from sacking for it. Then would he actually be able to promote with this? It'd be hard to say. As long as you don't let the king in, but there's somehow a way to force it, I guess. Like, how would you not be able to win with this? It actually seems weird. Alright, I'll just try next week. Then I wanted to try something else new, but I don't even know what to do. Or maybe I won't. Maybe I'll just actually skip it. It's not like anybody cares anyway, but just for the sake of the format, I normally... I mean, it is different every week, so this was different, wasn't it? This isn't something I normally play. But it should be something new, at least. I should try, like, one... I don't know, like I tried the duck thing. before, but maybe there's some other variant. Hive or like what are other ones? Best board games of all time. We'll try like a brief or like what is it? Best chess variant. What is one that I haven't played though? Bug House is what? On 2 chessboards by 4. Oh yeah, I've seen that. King of the Hill is a children's game, the object of which. How does that work in chess again? I forget. Or actually, I don't think I've really played this one. You probably won't be able to. That's the problem. High chess, green chess. Like they'll show you what it is, but you can't actually play it. How to play it, like against other people. Bestvariants.com. Yeah, play, but there'll be nobody to play against. Or even playing against AI could be fine. Kind of see what it's like, but this isn't even it, is it? Capablanca chess. How is this Capablanca chess? Or it'll just have the different patterns without actually showing. 10 by 8 board. 2 new pieces are involved. But it doesn't show the. Wait. Oh, maybe this is one? Wait. Oh, they don't look that different, I guess. Yeah, this will count as my format of the day. Let's just try this mode out. So this is actually kind of like Fisher random chess, where like just somebody who's really good. Wait, what did they actually do? Played on 10 by 8 board, 2 new pieces. I don't even have to change my category or title either, because it's still technically chess. 10 by 8 board, 2 new pieces are involved. The Chancellor moves and captures like a knight plus rook. So that's this, knight plus rook. Okay. And then this is, because like there's obviously variants like fairy chess, but I don't know if I've actually played this exact thing. The Archbishop moves and captures like a knight plus bishop. Knight plus bishop. So yeah, like fairy pieces like a Pegasus or whatever other weird ones they have, which is kind of like how shogi has all the weird combinations of promotions, which is very cool. You can say, oh, shogi is like a combination of Crazy House, where you can put the pieces back down that you capture, which is a very complicated mechanic, and this, which is like the Pegasus. Yeah, I like these pictures better, but I guess you can't tell. So they're both based around the knight. Like the knight gets way too much visual preference in the game of chess. It's the weakest piece that we're discussing in all of these combinations, but you can already do that, and you can't take back, so he already forks me. So whatever this engine is pretty good, huh? Let's just restart. Yeah, it's like the same philosophy as Fisher random chess, the idea that you would basically be playing around the draw death of chess, or playing around the fact that it's almost like you should take out the queen, though. Take out the queen and have these two instead, so then all the pieces get their fair share. But this would move like a bishop and a thing. Wait. Oh yeah, that's why that did happen. It is very cool in and of itself, but that shows you how arbitrary and interchangeable the nature of the game kind of is, because you know there's like a million different pieces and piece ideas you could do. So the value of that piece is clearly better than a mere knight. You could obviously wait. What? Wait, did I get baited or what? Why can't you go here? What? Why? This is just a regular bishop, right? Why did you have to do it in that order? Is there some other rule? I couldn't go there. What? That might have just been a bug. Each player starts with 10 pawns. But yeah, even the 10 by 8 thing is good. So why not make it 12 by 8? Why not make it 12 by 12? Why not make it 40 by 40? Like, there's so many end pesant, double move for pawns. Why? What was that interaction? I keep discovering these illegal interactions, like when I was playing Jiangji, where like the kings are lined up and they have this laser beam mechanic. Laser beams coming out of their eye. Like, if the king and the king are lined up without pawns in the middle, you technically lose the game if you're the player who has to move there. So I got mated by an invisible rook that didn't have cover because he has this laser beam mechanic that I don't know what the heck it is. And they never really explain that, or it's like one of the more obscure rules. Like, I guess you just can't. Like, sometimes it doesn't let you target stuff when it feels like you should be able to. So they're clearly better value than anything else. In fact, they're sort of semi-like queens, but just missing one component. Like, you can't move like the bishop. You can't move like the rook, obviously. I mean, this one's obviously better because the rook is just better, period. Like, even, wow, you get another rook. Like, that's a net positive. The fact that you have to get another quote-unquote knight is obviously optional, too. It kind of ruins the bishop diagonals, though, because you're so used to putting them here on the edges of the board. Yeah, there's something wrong with this site a little bit. I wish you could do the... It's kind of hard for me to get the appearances in my head, though. Yeah, I'm a big fan of that thing. I was always a fan of the one site that I forgot that got taken down or the guy gave up on it. So it's like chess craft is the next best thing you can do. I keep expecting this to be like a rook. Like, how does even castling work? Are you allowed to castle? I just read that. Castling, yes, but how the fuck do you do it? Like, it makes no sense. Like, what, I'd have to raise this? But see, people embrace it just because, oh, some well-known chess player came up with it, so it must be good. Which I don't even reject that idea. Like, you know, Fisher Random is a good form of chess. So how do you castle? Fucking... Wait, how do you castle? US player A. I didn't move anything with the rook or the thing. I mean, I appreciate that this might be the only way to ever play it, so it's totally not me just copping out to try to do, oh, look, I tried something different today because that's what I have to do this day. But this was not a very fun day, and it's just because I came in, like, to try to do a long session on Tuesday or Wednesday or both, and I wasn't able to do it because, you know, real life stuff, whatever. But, you know, I just couldn't. I just didn't have time. Clearly time helps that much. I like the way they sink into the floor like that. You can't actually move. You can't actually castle. It's just, it lies to you. But let's see how they do it. But I guess control-wise, I don't know. Like, you're targeting that, then you have to untarget it by clicking on it again. It's encouraging you to touch your pieces more, even though that's kind of considered in poor taste otherwise. Oh, you have to touch it to the rook, so even then I was able to do it. But this one is the one that can move like a diagonal, or is it the one that... The one that looks more like the queen is the rook one. And the other one he already let me take, so I should be winning this, actually. Let's try to beat the engine. You can move like a knight, though, but... It's not actually that good, but it made a really good move the last time that made me think it is good. That is actually just the queen straight up. I think the one looks almost too similar to the queen, so it kind of confuses you a little bit. Or that was a mistake, but this will still take like back like the knight, right? The beauty of it is it's a piece like the knight that you don't have to move like the knight. You can just ignore it. Or like this AI is really bad. It's not even deciding to just simply castle. You could check or you can't check. You don't have to do anything too crazy or forcing, but we do have the 2 knights nonetheless. So what could I be missing? You come there, I could take... Okay, this AI is really bad. You could take, but you won't take. Yeah, I almost feel like the queen is out of place here a little bit. But it's always interesting to see how certain things adjust to this, like how GMs and whatnot adjust to the game, because it's not... it doesn't mean they'll automatically be good at it just because... I do like the 3D boards a lot too. Just because they're familiar with chess, it's going to be completely different. So simply by changing like one piece, it could make you vastly worse. But that's the best way to deal with your boredom of the game. Like, don't people just get bored, I always ask? But no, just play a variant or just make your own even. I should be up by a reasonable amount, but it seems like only a knight, but knight and a couple pawns. I'm picking on this garbage tier AI. That's almost as bad as... Wow, it's really bad. Oh no, I even have it on easy though. Fast, 1 sec, medium, strong. Yeah, what if I change it in the middle of a game? That's like cheating. Like I could brag like, oh, I beat the strong AI because I only chose to become strong at the end. So I need some W's today, so this is a good way to cheese it. But this would be pretty fun to do, period. Or maybe that's just what it is anyway, the fairy pieces, which I kind of have played with, but I don't know that I played this exact mode before. Let's see how hard it would be to get a mate with this, which shouldn't almost have anything to do with the fairy pieces. Why can't I do it? You check like that. And that is a mate, even delivered with the fairy piece. It doesn't give you that big of a feedback for it. 1,000+ variants with the game courier. Is it actually online though? Play Capablanca chess online multiplayer. That was the big thing. It's not hard to make a... And I'm sure they have the ability to do it, but just nobody's going to be playing. 10x8 boards separately. Yeah, remember the good old days where you had to do it like actually over the board? Which, I mean, I don't mind going back to that. Or like fairy chess is kind of the same idea. Or assuming that's actually what it is. Okay, start game. Let's see what it is. What? But yeah, it'll have all kind of weird pieces. Or what, you can just do it yourself, but how do I know how they even move? Wait, what? Oh, this looks pretty cool. What even is this? You get to choose like a certain number of things, and then you just figure out, oh, this is awesome. Look at this. End turn, show enemy capture areas. Yeah, I mean, how am I supposed to know? The problem is you still won't even know because you have to go like one by one. Oh, this is pretty fun. This takes on a whole new form because it'll be like every level you get to... this is more like Fire Emblem where everything gets like one... The only problem with Fire Emblem games is that they basically... they make it so that... Now, would that one be able to take back? It would. So you basically just have to wait. It would make it too reliant on the fact that... It would make it too reliant on the fact of... What is this? This is not what I was thinking of when I saw Fairy Chess. Wait, so what happened? They moved, right? I don't have enough pieces out there, though, so you have to do it very strategically. Like, too reliant on the enemy, on the characters leveling up and becoming too strong and stuff. Those elements kind of... Do you just go in and overpower Ike or somebody, like your main character, and then he just solos the whole army? And you might say, well, just don't play like that, but it's kind of, you know... That just plays too big of a factor. Not saying that they're easy because of that, but... Why don't we just get them all in as close to the capture area as possible without actually doing it? This actually makes it seem kind of difficult because you have so few pieces to work with. Like, what would I be able to take without being taken back? I think I could take this. Wait. Oh shit, they actually captured it. I'll actually fail because I don't know what I'm doing. This guy's kind of like the Rook, but he has his limits of still where he can go. It almost feels like I'm cheating when I do that, but no, you can do that. Like an octopus. Oh, this is pretty incredible. Like, I don't know exactly how it works, but... Or this even has its own music too, but I can barely hear it. No, what I meant when I said fairy chest is just more like regular fairy pieces. Like, that's what people call them even. I guess Capablanca unwittingly got roped in with that idea. Oh, look, they're actually playing pretty well to avoid my advances. Wait, what's happening? What? Oh, I already moved? Wow, I'm actually getting destroyed, though. Because, yeah, you can't trade 1 for 1. You obviously had to make better use of the Medusa thing. Game over. Play again. Okay, let's actually see how this works. You get all these different kind of things. Like, the dragon might be your ace thing. The elephant is hopefully not as garbage as it is in Chaturanga. A fish, this thing, and this thing. You almost have to let them come to you. Like, what if I just don't do anything? Whoops. Oh, this game is amazing, though. Like, there's so many possibilities of what they could throw at you. Already more interesting than chess. Okay, I'm ready. So let's see. I mean, it still counts as chess. Every game is just chess. Like, it's analogized to so many things. So let's let them come to us a little bit and use sort of the more expendable ones first, if I can. It's almost the kind of game where you shouldn't be allowed to go backwards because it's too, I don't know. It maybe makes it too easy. So you should almost not use the guy at all. Yeah, the elephant actually works kind of exactly the same way as in Chaturanga. So how exactly would I be able to do this effectively? I almost want to get pushed back as far as possible because I don't know exactly how this is going to happen. This is actually kind of hard for a first level. Like, look, there's just too many things, so you can't trade in. You have to... I don't actually know. Let's just end turn, let them get close. I won't even be able to still do that. Take the mushroom and take the thing here, but I can't. That'll still be within a capture area. Like, now I'm just trying to gluttonously take, but we're getting pushed back pretty hard. You can take that. Now, are we within a capture area or not? Or, like, some of these might have special abilities to, like... I don't get exactly how his movement pattern works. We should be fine because they're not within our area, but we're getting surrounded now. Or they're not paying very good attention to the elephant, which is kind of the correct thing because they obviously suck. What? Or, oh, if they just get to the other side. This is actually insanely hard. Yeah, that's my expression right there. And you obviously have to know kind of more what the pieces are doing a little better, which is not super unclear, but some of these are just trash. Like, you can't waste too much time this way. I don't know how to get them to complement each other in such a way that, you know, they are all still dying in one hit, so you just have so few of them. Shouldn't you be able to, like, take there, but then it'll still be captured by something else? So they're going to be right up in me this turn. You should be able to take this without getting captured back. And then you should be able to trying to do it without like resetting my turns either, but if I take that, will I be taken? Or I can't even do it. What do you mean? What? You take there, but you'll still be within the capture zone, so you have to kind of support that better. Or you should be allowed to do that, I guess, but if you take there, maybe it won't be within the capture zone, if anything else. But getting behind them is sometimes the best idea. Oh my god. And you can't let one thing get through. I almost feel like one of these things could just solo the whole thing, their whole group, if you do it the right way, but I think that's at least safe. So if you just leave everything else, but the problem is this guy's still going to get there. Or shouldn't you still be able to capture when he's there, but I guess you can't let him do that. What? Or maybe those ones don't. Just trying to trade in everything, but there's just too many things. Or, oh, maybe you don't lose just because you could do that. You got to bait them to get to the end because that's just their mindless nature. You actually can't hit anything there. The fish is useless, stupid fish, like I kept calling Sushi from Paper Mario. We were doing okay here, but it's still not going to be enough to take all these things. I can't do anything with this. They'll still get to the end. Or the point is they have to get to the end without me being able to take them, which is kind of exactly what's going to happen, so. Or maybe not. Oh, the stupid fish kind of saves me, I guess. I do like in this, at least, you have the option to do something that you can never do in chess, which is to, what? Which is to basically, imagine if I lose to that. Fuck! What the fuck? The snowflake comes in clutch, dude. I just like how it's different every time, that you can make like a whole roguelike thing out of this. This is amazing. How did I not know about this? This is not the fairy chest that I was looking for, but... right, like it's more so a variant that has those specific ones, which, yeah, I guess that's what people call it, is Papa Blanca chess is basically fairy chess because it just incorporates those two fairy pieces. Which is my ace one this time? I can't even tell what that's supposed to be. Basically just end the turns for a little bit, but then just see like if I can take anything without being taken back, which is pretty hard to do. How did I even do it so efficiently that time? You could hit this and it would be safe, right? That's why it's green. You could hit this and that would also be safe. The fish and stuff is kind of stupid, but could I hit this without being taken? I can't even hit it at all. What's going on? Okay, look, you're allowed to reset because I'm just kind of trying to figure out how these pieces work, even. That one's pretty safe. That one you can't even take. Or that one's mine. I'm trying to take my own thing. The bug is kind of in its own world here. Everything is safe. You just have to play around obviously the red stuff. That I can't take. That I can't take. Wait, what? I'm within its attacking zone, but I can't attack it. This thing could take here, and it won't be taken back. We can just back up a little bit. The fish isn't doing anything. So am I mistaken that you should be able to take here? I guess you can't take it directly in front, or I don't know how it works. Interesting. I'm not even within its attacking zone. I don't get it. So both of those are safe. We'll kind of keep these in the vicinity of the mushrooms, I guess. You could take here, I guess, or maybe not. So the mushrooms are going to kind of overrun me on the other side. Can this guy actually take something? Yeah, this guy's kind of chipping away at them from the other side. I kind of forgot about this guy too. So this, I assume, would be takeable. So you can kind of just block him because he couldn't take. You could take there, and then he can't take back. You could take there, and then you could take nowhere here. That you can't take. You could come. I don't know how some of these movement patterns actually work, but you kind of handle your business there, and then you could just sort of not walk into that. But now he's going to still get through, though. That's the thing. But you should be able to take back in his preordained movement pattern here. Take there, and then just take there. But for some reason, you can't do that. Or it shows you their attacking thing, but it doesn't show. Why the fuck can't that attack? It doesn't show you where they're actually going to go, I guess. Am I going to lose to this? Like, I just can't attack it or what? Take 1. Common 2. This is so good, dude. Is there like some kind of a fairy chess inspired roguelike game? Mad chess. Maintains the chess rules while... What if chess had more factions? Mermaids, angels, dragons. This seems pretty cool. How many people are... Oh, this is new. Look at this. Release date 2023. This is the kind of stuff you need to actually keep the game interesting. Unironically, like, there's so many possibilities with it. Like, the core rules make it still pretty fun. And you can never say that, oh, you know... like, it'll be imbalanced, because nothing's imbalanced. That's the whole fallacy of chess, in a way. Like, oh, well, both players have the same thing, so the only thing that's imbalanced is whoever goes first or second. But that seems kind of like a cool thing. Mad chess. Yeah, like, what did I look up to actually find that? Fairy-inspired roguelike. Fairy chess. Best roguelike game, 34 new pieces. 6 months ago. The Jester. The problem is you'll end up making your own, making your pieces too strong or something. The Lost Pieces. Or even doing it in PvP. Yeah, this is what I should have maybe looked at before. Even when I'm not playing chess, I can play chess. There's so many good ones. Pawn variant. Okay, this one at least has been out. Why don't these appear when I look up like chess games? I guess dark chess, battle chess. Yeah, that's almost what I was doing for a while, like when I played FPS and chess and stuff. Like Tuesday and Wednesday were my chess days, but one was supposed to be for actual chess, and one was supposed to be for one of these type of games. Like, try one that you've never tried before. There are so many of them, dude. Some of them will just try to teach you the thing. Chess career starts here. Step into the shoes of chess prodigy. Solve intricate puzzles, build unrivaled openings, achieve eternal chess fame. Are you ready to become master of chess? Make your move. That just sounds like generic, stupid, whatever. Yeah, you can role play as being a 2700 player, but you wouldn't be able to do that unless you're actually that way. Like, what do you mean? Like, oh, I can role play like I'm playing the ladder. Why not just play the actual ladder then? Okay, that'll count good enough just because I played one game of that, so that's my variant. Now, can I get back to 12, or do I even care to do it? Something's just wrong with my approach here. You can't really force it. You have to do it comfortably. By which I mean you have to have infinite time, by which I mean you have to be a kid, because that is the advantage that so many kids have. Like, you can imagine studying 10 hours a day, but you could actually afford to do that, because what do kids do? Like, sometimes they're playing video games, they're playing WoW, MMOs and stuff 10 hours a day. Like, you know what I mean? Like, not to diminish it, but that is a good luxury to have. Now, the willingness or the desire to commit to that is kind of hard to believe because, you know, your parents would look at that and be like, no, I'd rather you be playing Fortnite or something because you could make more money doing that, streaming it on Twitch or, you know, or even just competing in esports events. Don't play chess in the year 2020, whatever it's going to be. Oh, that's a weird move. It's so weird, in fact, that it just blunders a piece, you know. But I'm too honorable to just take it. Maybe I realized in doing this why I didn't like chess or why I stopped playing chess, because you can be as good as you want, so it takes some of the fun away because it'll just be... But that's why I like to display it sort of in an improvisational style, like... I don't know. You have to really care about it, I guess, more than I do. But I'm not like that either. Like, in the course of a single game, I should care as much as possible. So it doesn't matter in a studying sense or in a broader sense. Just on an individual game-by-game basis, none of these people should be able to beat me, and they're really not, but I'm just beating myself. But even this is already bad because... But unless... It's not bad unless you allow the thing to happen. Like where you allow the H file to be open to his rook, for example. Yeah, I should have already won this game, regardless of what happens, because we just gave him a piece. But it, like, I just had a free piece. But of course, that was part of his master plan, so I saw through it. Yeah, that game is pretty sick. In before it goes offline, probably next month, like that. I can't even remember the name of it, but there was this really good chess site that let you do a lot of custom pieces and whatever. Nothing you do here should be too consequential, I guess. I wouldn't even be able to take it, so you could just leave it there. I don't know if you really should do that, but... Take would be perfectly fine. Even material. I don't know what I'm even trying to do here. One thing I definitely don't do is attack enough, though, whether I'm up material or not. Like, I don't put enough pressure to even pretend like I'm trying to attack. You could try to take there. He's not posing much of a threat anymore with the queen and stuff. So I tried Capablanca chess. I tried fairy chess. So doesn't that count as the variant of the day? Or the flex format? It kind of does, but... There's so many other chess type games on Steam, though. That's what I want to really try. I want to try all of them. I need like an extra day. Like Tuesday and Wednesday, I just do regular chess, but I almost want to do a random multiplayer thing. Like I kind of ruined that on Friday. Not that I don't even like the PvZ heroes. It's just that's not what that slot was meant for. But I guess it's fine. That'll be a one-time thing. Once that's over, then I'll move on to the thing. Because then, like, okay, 1 week it'll be Dead by Daylight, and then I go until I die on every hero character, and then we'll just move on to the next game. Like, it's not going to go on forever because I suck, but also, even if I was really good, you're eventually going to lose some games. So you play as every character, play League of Legends like that. Now, that could go on for a long time, but, you know, Paladins, I kind of have an urge to actually do that because that was pretty fun. Just trying to go through all the characters. So here... The thing is, you could, like, sack it to check, but then I could still just take it. And it's not like you can't move it either. I'm playing like total clown level right now. It's like, oh no, he has to give up his queen, but he really doesn't. And in fact, I just kind of did it to myself because... Oh my god. Yeah, I just can't. You can wear me out by just being so bad. Somehow that actually works on me. It's a great strategy. Wait, how do you even escape this? Oh. I guess at least the raw time theory doesn't entirely work. Like, I did find at the beginning I should have just stopped. I don't know what... That'll be the lesson learned. You win a couple and then just stop. That's enough. So it'll take me about a year to get to 1200 again, but that's fine. Yeah, no shit, I gave myself 2 months, though, to do it. Like, last time I gave myself a month, so it has to be like an incremental 2 months is 100 rating, which I already closed the gap on the other... on the 1200, but then now I guess I undid it. I should be very close to a stalemate, and I hope I get it. And hey, there's a vague possibility we could go below 11, and then I'll be done. I won't... Actually, if I do that, I won't play chess anymore, period. That should be my punishment. It won't be Tuesday, Wednesday. I'll actually just stop. It'll end, and those will give me the 2 days. I'll play chess light games on Steam. But, like, this is just ridiculous. Okay, let's just try to institute like a few second rule per turn just so I can actually think about what's happening a little bit. But here you would certainly have to cover, and you could always do that. Choose not to do it, which is a little bit confusing, and so the pawn position of this doesn't matter as much. Now we can get at least revenge with the knight on that. You go there, I could still do that, but it's not really a good move to do, so maybe you should still try to do it. Right, like that might be the best move in that situation because you know it's going to get traded anyway, but then that pawn structure is far from ideal. I'm a master of the early game when it comes to just trading stuff off frivolously because that ends up being my favorite thing to do. It's actually weird because now I didn't want to let him pin down, but this isn't the best spot for the bishop either, so I don't know what's going on. How did that development go in such a weird way? You could take there, and then obviously I couldn't take back, so we could go here. Just wait like 7 minutes, and then they'll blunder their queen. That's the average variance here. So if they take... That would be a fork, but it doesn't actually happen. That doesn't seem as scary as maybe what it is, but... You would take, I would take, you can't take... If I move this, you could just take, though, so I should maybe do that anyway. Oh my god, oh my god. I'm up on time though, so that means I'm winning, right? That's what matters. That's what's important in chess. I learned that from all these streamers, all the Twitch culture. I get that it's the best way to show it off, but it's just not. It's first of all not even the way that you get there. Nobody learns chess by playing it fast, because what good would that do you? Even if your intent is to play, like, to be good at bullet, you would still have to learn in a more fundamental way than playing that way. Thanks for the follow, Anja. You take this, you take back. True. I guess everybody knows it, but they just kind of, I don't know. So in that sense, you shouldn't try to emulate streamers or whatever, because they're doing it kind of the wrong way. This isn't even a bad position, but he's kind of just being annoying. I really don't know what to do. You wouldn't be able to take that still. There's actually nothing at all I can take. This just kind of encourages him to come into the game maybe too much. Bullet is just to check how much you learn for intuition or to show it off if you're really good. And sometimes it's not even that, because they play in a totally different style. Like, even things that they know, they're not doing the best lines or whatever because they don't have enough time to calculate or whatever. I don't know what I'm doing. You do, depends on the rating. This I'm covered. Morphe defense, modern Steinitz defense. And those two came like right back to back. For some reason I thought Steinitz came before Morphe, but then that makes actually Morphe more impressive because he had even less material to work with as far as opening theory, because Steinitz was like the first to even do that. With a blunder on 1600, you're gone in 16 seconds. No, I mean, with a blunder, you're gone even here. Like, I'm not getting away with anything today. Sometimes it doesn't feel like there's much of a difference between like 12 and 15. But the problem is some of that is provisional. Like, someone who first makes their account is 15, so it kind of obscures it a little bit. So this could be exactly the same as that, but it's kind of not once you actually fight back there. So there's a free pawn potentially up there, but I don't like the way my pawns are placed, because even if I was to take it, he would take back there. Or like on the chest, I'm 1700, so it doesn't mean it's not inflated, but it shouldn't be inflated by 500. So even if, okay, like I'm 15 would be fine. And this stupid 10-minute format is so annoying, but I am trying to do it. So that you won't be able to save. I was thinking maybe I could win something here somehow, but I don't know. It would actually be the opposite, though. He would take, I would take, but then he would take. So maybe I should do this. Because even though that threat looks scary, I don't really have to move the knight ever. So I've kind of let that be because I also don't want him to take that. Kind of hard to say whether that's worth it. Like, his double stack would make those kind of useless, but now he's in a bit of a pickle. If I just put this there, he can't take. Otherwise, or it would only work if I got rid of that first. So then it would be worth it. Like, take, but then this. But then if he takes, then I don't know. Just because I'm an expert on psychology doesn't mean I can actually use, I don't know, that I'm not psychologically still a clown, because somehow oh, he gave up that threat at least, but it's probably going to lead to something a lot better. Take. I would welcome if he takes like that. He can't even move that or he gets punished pretty hard, because I would take, he would take, I would take, he would still, I would still take. Even if he was to take, I could just no, I can't ignore it. I would take, and then he would have time to still take back. So I guess you could pin this down, but then there's too many hanging threads here. Like, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take. I want to do that, but it's not going to do me any good. He would take, I would take. I guess I'll just deal with it. Something good might happen. You can't move the knight. You could take the knight, which isn't a big deal. Like, my pawns will be double stacked and all messed up, but who cares? I should win something between these two pins, but somehow I still won't. Or even if I just trade stuff off, I don't even mind. I thought if I did like this, like he can't take, otherwise I triple take. For now, he's given up at least that threat. Is there any real benefit of doing this? Like, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would still take. This guy is a genius, he sees that. I have no idea what I'm doing anyway. I won't even be able to cover that. I didn't even know that was Eno. Bishop f6 would have been brilliant. He would take, then take, then take, or he'd be able to probably double take. One was pinned and knight lost. Like, I create this stupid threat, but it doesn't actually do anything, so... And then it ends up being used against me, potentially. How is it so useless? The knight has to stay there, so this could be very dangerous. Or I could just give up the double stack, but then... he could obviously unleash and take my rook. What happens when I try to attack? It turns into the worst backfire. I'll remove the knight again, but he can easily arrange that, I'm sure. That is a pretty sick emote, actually. I've never seen that. I think I've seen one that's still, but this one actually moves with the 2 exclamation marks. Okay, this should be fine. He would take... Oh, fuck. Something is a little bit weird today. Not normally quite like this. He could block, but I would still be able to take. He could block with the pawn. Still not completely a loss, but some of these positions are just bizarre. Double stacked pawns on the other side might be the only benefit here, just that they're not that good. His time is a little bit low, but it's just not going to matter. We've had that happen like 50 times, and they just play like a god at the end. We trade queens, and then you almost should never trade queens because it makes them have to think a lot longer. If I can connect these two and cover it on there, that could make it at least a little more secure. I love how much time he's taking, but that means he's going to also come up with actually a good move. So if you're going to create a threat like that, you never want to leave it hanging for like 50 turns. You just want to do something with it or just move on. Trying to threaten there, I can just come up. If he checks, it's fine. Actually, he can't even check. Yeah, well, we won't lose because we play like a clown. I'll actually win because I played moderately fast, but that led to me playing so bad in the first place. The queen can just go to a number of places. This, again, it would be one thing if his queen wasn't covered, but just play super defensively. I could take, can't take. See, as soon as I trade something, then I'll lose because he'll be able to figure it out. This looks maybe worse than it is, but you would still be able to take, thankfully. But that knight kind of saved the day twice over. At least if I move it on the other side of it, it should be better. This is kind of a brazen move. Like, how does that even change anything? He would come down. I could still double take. He could, like, pin down the knight now and then do it. But no, that... he would come down... For now, at least you can't take that. Or you can't check there, so take. Like, him simply being +3 doesn't mean that he should be so winning in the spot. Like, this should still be... Okay. That's actually exactly what I just meant, but now you're only +1, so what the fuck? If he wins this, dude, I'm just done. With 20 seconds left. Like, you cannot do it. Bullet mode is on. There's no way, dude. He's not even up by any meaningful amount. Here, I'll just try to stall a turn. Force him to sort of move away from it, I guess. The problem is I can't abandon that one, so I don't know what to do. I don't get it. You should still be able to do it so you don't have to let him promote. 7 seconds. Okay, that was weird that he let me do that. Not very good, but okay. This is how you're supposed to play. This is how you win. Lose in every way possible, but even morally, he gets a moral victory too. That was a great move. Like, this position is just so stupid. Like, I don't play like this, but how does it end up like that? What did I do wrong to allow that to even happen? Everything here is fine, but then he doesn't take. That's the problem. I'm expecting him to take. He doesn't take. That's still fine. That's still fine. So this is like a normal position that I've done a million times. But this is what doesn't make sense. How does this end up here instead of there? And even you're supposed to do it, but supposed to attack the queen there randomly. Even this is all fine. Trying to create that double stack was a mistake. You are supposed to just take that pawn. This maybe looks a lot scarier than what it is, but yeah, that was indeed a bittersweet victory, as the song would suggest. So I was just doing it for RP purposes. Made me think I was going to be white there. Indian game, my specialty. So let's just try not to do some stupid opening that is too complicated. How do I normally develop this side? Because I haven't been doing it very well. I don't want to do this because I want this to end up there, so it's kind of good to do early too, because it discourages the development of the bishop that way. And the way his pawns are, that almost doesn't make sense to do, because you wouldn't put it behind now. You probably wouldn't do this because you would still have to trade a rook for it, unless there is some sort of a gambit thing going on. Take, take, take. Okay, so he's just doing random stuff like these people often do. I should have just taken there. Okay. I don't know what's going on. Okay, that I'll gladly take. I mean, he ruined his own castle and he blundered his own rook too. I'm just being too nice today by letting people get away with this kind of behavior. Like, where even the game before that where I lost, before I just won on time, he blundered something early too, and then I lost. Like, go here, take, 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 take. Not really the best pawn structure. He's threatening. He would take. I could still take. There's no real threat there that's too scary, or he'll end up doing it like that, which is a little bit scary. If I do it here, he would take, I would take, he would be able to take. He'll just let me take with the queen. Not only does he not have to do that, but he can just move it like up one, and then I'm kind of screwed. Fuck. I guess you could try to clear it out from this side. But worse, okay, I love the way these games go. Like, make bad plays objectively just to create positions that otherwise wouldn't be possible to exist. It might still be okay, even though this is a very awkward spot. Like, his king isn't exactly in paradise over here either. He would take, I would take, he would take, but I mean, it would be worth it because... And for all intents and purposes, his queen is trapped, if I'm not mistaken. But he'd only be -1 from that, and my position is kind of busted. This is what I get for sparing your rook, even though it would have basically been a trade. Okay, that's fine, but I can't move this. Now we should be in... Oh my god. We should be in an okay spot. If he comes there, I could take... We can't really cover the rook here, so you just have to move it. So only a +1 for all that trouble. It could have been like maybe +2 at least. For the... He'll blunder it again too, watch. Go here, threaten that. Like, he's not posing any real big threats. The biggest thing I should try to move, though, is just a knight, honestly, because it's just kind of getting in the way of the rook. So if we trade these off, I'd be fine. Any trade is good. Takes, I can easily take. If he takes, I can take. Oh, okay. You know what? I still feel more confident because of the queen's presence, but that was pretty much par for the course. Still doesn't mean that you get to take the queen or anything. But I obviously shouldn't allow this kind of nonsense. I can give a check just to escape from that threat. Or, I mean, as long as we're covering it here, too, it's fine. I'm just doing it to show, like, oh, this is what this level should be like normally, but if I want to take a draw after all that, I'll take it. Once more. Okay, all I have to do is give this magical check that I can't seem to do. Probably a bad idea too, but... Okay. I mean, it won't be exactly the same position then. Even that is fine too, I guess. He won't let me he won't let me give a check with my queen like ever, I guess. At least it's not pinned down anymore. You can pin it down the other way. Fuck. Is there any real problem with doing that? Because it seems okay. He's only single attacking it. He can't give a check. He's got to develop and bring in his other pieces. If he moves his knight, I can take the rook. I can finally check. Doesn't actually do that much, but possible that he would miss a very simple threat like this because it's an unusual position. Okay. Double threatening. I wouldn't even really be willing to do that, but you should honestly just let the knight go. Like, why would you give up the queen for it? So he could get a back rank if he's willing to do this. Like, take the... Okay. They'll end in a draw despite... Oh, God. It could be reasonably close to a stalemate or just checkmate, fine. Yeah, I'll just keep doing more, I guess. Or if I go below 50, I should stop. I don't know, I just feel like I'm winning every game, or objectively I am winning every game, but then I'm not paying attention, I guess, or something. Not even because, oh, I played... Well, I guess it kind of is. But I wasn't playing that well at the beginning either. I was like... still getting like in the 60s. I don't know what's wrong today specifically. I swear people are playing like this very weird style today. Like way over. Like they always play weird because it's rapid, of course, compared to what I'm used to. But especially overly aggressive today. And that should be something I enjoy because you can punish them and show how defensively adept I am. Don't have to take there, that's fine. Knight covers knight thing has not normally been too good to me, and it's already a nightmare of a game. What pawn structure should I really try to go for? Just my usual V shape. I'll never blame that for why I lose, because it's objectively not why I lose. Like, it's just, I don't know. It has nothing to do with that. But like the whole principle of one anchor pawn is always pretty good. So here he could go there, I could take. So the whole beauty of that is it would guarantee an octopus knight at the very least. You can try to set it up for that. Take. I don't know what file should be the open file even. He would take en passant, I would take. So take, that's fine. And so this would be an octopus knight square, legit, but it doesn't matter because it's still not good even then, somehow. That allows him to undouble. I mean, I do want it, but now these pawns are a little bit messy. If you are going to play with a knight, then let him take. I would take. It doesn't matter because he'll still preserve this 100% no matter what. And these two would be split, so that's not a very good take to even do. It doesn't seem like you can ever really do anything about this either. So I could check and take. Maybe I could have already done that. right? You would have to take this, and then I take the queen for free. So this is the kind of thing I'm looking for. Give me a couple quick, easy wins. Which I'll still lose this one with the way I've been playing today. This is the textbook example of the average margin by which I'm winning. I guess I am just too arrogant. Like, I think everybody's a moron clown, which is absolutely correct, and I'm not wrong, but I'm not realizing that I'm included very prominently, admirably even, in that group, giving inspiration to clowns everywhere. Trade everything, obviously, to my benefit. I don't know why he would be so willing to do that. Just don't blunder the queen. Can't cover both. You're already covering that. If you raise it, I take. Try to promote, which I arguably don't even have to do, but then I could just trade a thing for the bishop. Yeah, both promotion and queens are almost too overpowered of elements that they are kind of something I don't like, at least in comparison to like chaturanga and stuff. The sort of minimalism and simplicity of that is kind of refreshing in a way. You can't even stop it. You're not even trying to stop it. Or he is trying to finagle for a stalemate. I'll literally just take this and then do it again. But that could have been close to a stalemate. I love the checkmates that I don't even look for. I just give a check in a place where it seems like it could be. Like, wow, aren't I so good because they just blundered their queen? At least that wasn't in like the most obvious way, but I mean, any 1-2 move blunder of the queen is pretty obvious. Oh, why is it bugging out? My computer's dying because it's been I haven't done a stream this long in a while, but imagine I ruined my Saturday format just to play chess, and I don't even do well at it. Like, what is wrong with me? Okay, this I always like, which he doesn't even do, but it almost makes me want to do the same thing, because even if you do it, then I'll gladly trade. Okay. Now, there's one problem with this is I don't know how to... Okay. I don't know how to... He would take, I would take, but then he can't take. Okay. I mean, I generally like it, but I don't know what happened. So he's going to trap it. Even if he traps it now, though, it's good. He would have to take first and then trap it. Or now, okay, good. The trap doesn't work. Of course, I knew that because now it's pinned down in such a way that it's at least more long-winded. You can go here and then you can at least escape. Oh my god. Okay, so you're threatening to take if he castles. I still won't be able to move it. I mean, this is just incredible. Right, that's kind of doing me a favor. You know, would you consider a better value to take this and be... You won't actually end up taking that, but just to remove the castle doesn't seem worth it. To give up a trade. Okay, this pawn is kind of annoying me. He's not posing any good threat at all, really. So if he pushes, I can take. If he doesn't push, I can take. If he brings that, I can't take. I could do this, but I can't do it. If I go here, he can put the queen there in the diagonal. Which I guess I could just put a pawn and figure it out because I have to develop. Because these two are very undesirable. Okay, he's actually letting me do this. I've been double attacking this pawn for a while. At least now I don't mind if I push a pawn and then he takes and then I can take back, because then it's a case where it's a case where you'd be able to, you know, if he does that, I can at least take the pawn, right? If he comes there, I could just take. This is, of course, a little bit dangerous, but I should just be able to either trade. Okay. This threat is still preserved. Let's see. He could pose a double threat maybe on that. Not too bothered by the knight, although, you know what? The better move here might actually be is to go here. And then you could always set up for the double stack. I will say this is a lot harder than I would have ever imagined. No matter how stupid or better I might have been or whatever, just... It is way harder than I would have thought. You can't even take there because of the double... Or, yeah, you could, I guess. You know what? If you double stack, then you can. Because you would take, I would check, you would take, I would take. For the back rank. The thing is, I couldn't really take the knight because... With the bishop, because that would actually open the king. Okay. Something I guess now I could do it. You have nothing to lose anyway. Now we gotta watch the pawns. I don't know exactly how to do it. I could check, take, check. I could take this, but let's try to play it safe. I mean, just the fact that I'm double stacked and he's not should give me an advantage. Now I can do my little A4 push that people tend to not really like, but what it does is it leaves you with only one anchor pawn to cover, which should be pretty good to do. And it's not on any sort of open file that he can easily target either. I do want to check take, but it doesn't seem... Oh, look at that. He is actually targeting it. Well, I guess I could go the other way with it then. But then he... Oh, fuck. I could do it, and then... I could raise this, and then you don't have to worry about that one being under threat, I guess. I just want one anchor. That's the whole point. But I guess I won't be able to cover it, or I'll be able to come here. Doesn't this sound kind of like the song where they're telling you the story of, like, the sacred stones or whatever in Zelda? In, like, Ocarina of Time, I feel like when they're talking about Ganondorf or whatever. I would like to push that, but I actually can't. I could push this. Basically, any sort of pawn mobility here is good. If he pushes his pawn or if he tries to attack that, I can always keep raising them. But this isn't going exactly the direction I wanted it to. Like, if you were to trade rooks now, it's still a draw. Like, the +1 isn't going to mean anything. This is what can be so frustrating, is that it's very inauthentic, because what happens is that you'll lose just to sheer impatience or just annoyance. Like, that's the nature of chess at any level. Two GMs sit down to play, they know it's going to be a draw after spending 20 years of their life studying the game and whatever. But the only reason why it's not, and it sounds like a cop-out, but the only reason really why it's not, because they just get annoyed at how stupid, like, oh, they just get fed up of it almost. But I guess you have to have an insane amount of patience. it does teach you a certain amount of discipline. Like, you know what the outcome is going to be, but you still have to stay the course. And if the opponent doesn't, then okay, you can go like this. So if he comes, I take. If he comes like this, then I take. Okay, I can just do this, but actually he's gonna end up trapping it is the problem. So if you go here, then he takes. And if he pushes, it's fine too. These pawns aren't looking the way that they were before, and the point is, though, if he tries to target the other one, there's always a push in mind to try to account for it. It's gonna be hard for him to target there, so I guess I've overextended my pawns a little bit too much by trying to be greedy and pushing. His might be safer just standing pat where they are. He wouldn't just let me take it for free, but even if he did, he could probably take it back pretty easily. I do have to involve my king, but alright. So the pawns are all set, so now I just have to comes there, I come there. Can't take. Now the rook can move. The problem is the rook can't move because you still have to raise the pawn before you can do that. I guess I have to take. Oh, this isn't looking too good now. He did do a pretty good job boxing that in there, I guess. So I'd have to raise that, but I can't do it, so I almost have to just leverage the king all the way. So whatever he tried. Okay. Well, now this is just a straight up pass pawn, though, that he's given me. But I won't be able to protect it. I think he knows that now. Okay, maybe I won't worry about it. Then this is a pass pawn, too, so you can have that. Although, you know what's better than that is he would take and... oh, fuck. Oh, you know what? You can still protect it. So now, even if he tries to go for the trade, you have a scenario where everything is still accounted for. So I would take... he could check and take this, guaranteed, which could be more beneficial to him. So now if he takes... oh, wait. Yeah, we just have to seal that off, actually. Seal that off, and then take... or we cover... wait. I don't know. He's got to attack it with both to have any chance, or he could just body block it. I don't know. See, this is... I want the king to cover it so I don't have to worry about it, but... you're not going to be able to do it because... all he has to do is attack it with the rook and I lose it. Like, what the fuck? Means I could switch over to this one still or try to... you got to at least get some compensation for it. Like, I don't know. If I trade the rook, will I be able to promote this? And the answer is definitely not, because it's just not one of those things that you can do, or I'm never able to do it. Now, this is kind of good because... if you take, I take. If you don't take, I just take. And that's another pass pawn. If you take there, I'm a fucking moron. If you push it, I take. If you cover it, I could double attack it. You're probably better off just trying to take mine, though. Yeah, at least here I'm like, okay, I'll get compensation. I'll get another pass pawn. I'll get this one too. You'll check and you'll take. Oh my god. Just study endgames, which at least endgames are more complicated than openings, at least in the aspect that, I don't know, openings are more of a guaranteed position to an extent. When people think openings are complicated is more so when they talk about the variations that you're studying, like, okay, I'm very surprised he did that, but then he'd be able to check and take there, so maybe we do this instead. But then he'll still be able to take. Um, I don't know. It's like it turns into a losing position because like, how many games, probably 75+%, have been decided either based on the opening or the end game? So what a non-objectively solvable game. What a fun game that has all these infinite positions. No, just study it to try to overcompensate for that fact and then pretend like that's what you have to do to enjoy the middle game, and it's kind of worth it still in a way. It's just stupid because people misrepresent it. By the very same token that they're saying the game is good, that's not what it's about 95% of the time. Okay, that was at least a good accuracy, I guess. Let's just do a 24-hour stream of doing this. This is totally what it's about. Now it won't even let me queue up. Doesn't it normally queue up automatically, like when you just hit that? Okay, we get to be white. Like, something happens in these games that I just lose my desire to play. And it's usually some kind of cheeky bullshit or, again, some inevitable feeling that, okay, it's going to be a draw, but I don't feel like trying. Like, in what universe do people enjoy trying so hard to draw? Like, what is the satisfaction of doing that? You try so hard to win, but when you know the majority of outcomes are going to be draws, then why even bother playing the game? You pin it down. I've already kind of ruined this one because I shouldn't allow that to happen. Because I don't know how to deal with that. I won't ever push this, but you know the alternative is going to be worse, so I just don't care. Or you know what? This is actually the best I can do after messing that up. I'll just let that be. Which means you lose that. Kind of does me a favor. I'll accept that. Or way. He did it in kind of the exact opposite order that he should have. Off. I'd be very tempted to do that, but you know, it works better from even there. But I shouldn't even do it. Just relax. Don't play for cheeky stuff like that. I should almost just trade, but I don't know where exactly I want this to be, though. Or like how I want the pawns to go. Yeah, he's certainly not going to let me do that. You know what? Trading is always good. This position is pretty busted, but I can't figure out still exactly how to use this. Okay. But see, I'm doing that to bait the trade. Like, I just gave up a pawn, but he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take. I don't know what I did. He keeps going, it's not a big deal either way, so just... I'm kind of helping him untriple his pawns, because that's just too much too vulgar a display of power there. He threatens there, it's okay. He's just... Okay. That should be fine. Fuck me. I even said I'd stop if I go with 50, but whatever. I don't know what I'm even doing. Why am I playing so much? I like how much worse I play when I'm up on material. Like, it's actually an interesting psychological phenomenon. I play vastly, substantially, immeasurably worse when I'm up. And I'm up like every game. That's why I lose every game. I should be down. I should purposely just... Yeah, that explains the other times where I just throw, you know, on purpose. Like, it makes sense. Like, you underestimate them because they're playing bad, or you feel cocky or whatever, but it's too much. It shouldn't have that big of an impact. Wait, this you can kind of trap it. But this one, okay, I'll take... As always, a last good ditch effort though if the knight's not covering there. So now I should come here, and so if he pins down in the process, at least that solves the problem of the pin. This is left hanging in an awkward spot that could come back to bite me later, but I'll deal with that. This is more a psychological study than a chess study, because you understand the... I guess nobody understands anything because they're all fucking morons. But the point is that it's more about psychology than it is about chess. We castle here. He can't really give a meaningful check. He's also not threatening my knight, although I don't like the position that it's in. This is a reasonable thing to do, a reasonable diagonal to go for, but sometimes you end up just sitting there with it and it doesn't actually do anything. Could be an interesting little bait, but it just won't happen. Like all these ideas, like how do you know sometimes like what to go for? I guess anything that seems too obvious you wouldn't try to go for, but or like you just do what the right developing move is. So this is good regardless whether that happens or not, because even if he moves it, then I take it. You should try to make moves that are good unconditionally, not like, oh, if this guy's a complete idiot and messes up, then it's good. Just, is it good, period? If he's a genius, if he's a GM, would it still be good? Which, you can't really worry about that, which is why I always say, like, oh, at this level, but you can cover the pawn, but the pawn is not entirely the issue. So even if you don't take, that's still a good net advantage. And then we should just back off and not be too greedy for it. This doesn't bother me too much. Just go back. That alone should win you the game. And I wish more of these people would resign, but I can understand why they don't, because they're playing me and they know what a moron I am. Now you are able to do this, so even if he was to take, there's a lot going on, so maybe it's still gonna work. You fork, 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 double attack, take. Try to do the little sneak threat, which shouldn't work at all, obviously. Although if you were to move the knight, it kind of is a little bit scary. There's just too much going on where you shouldn't really be able to do that, but I won't be able to take the knight. I would be able to take the bishop. I would be able to take the pawn, threatening the rook. I could potentially take both, but somehow I'm gonna get mated here. Nothing is under a meaningful threat, so the only question becomes, how do you stop this threat? And it shouldn't be that big of a deal. He just has to move it. Four nice games, Spanish variation. You could almost just force it ahead of time, and then you should be able to guarantee the take on there. You can certainly take, or you could just take. This could be bad because it sets up for like a double stack possibility or something. You'd rather just initiate for the basic trade. So I would take, even if he's double stacked. I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, just trade everything. Just back off. You could try to use a dark square diagonal to some effect. You could try to double stack. There's some kind of vague back rank possibility. I don't see any other crazy threat that he's doing. You really shouldn't try to brute force it like this, but I guess I just don't have enough time, so I'm feeling kind of... I said this time I would do it, though, like... Check, take, 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 take. You don't learn like doing this. You just have to do the easy way out. You just have to study. Like, I'm not even saying that's like a magic thing, like, oh, just overnight you'll get better, but it's just... That's the worst thing about the game. Like, if you have to say you can't get truly better at it or at a reasonable rate by simply playing, then there's something wrong with the game. There's way too much cover on there, so I wouldn't be able to do anything anyway. Just, here we can try to threaten to take the knight. Or, that's good too. Just move this. He could take, I could take. I didn't expect to be doing this today for this long, at least. I set a few hours aside. Maybe I just have to switch my days on which I do what, but no, this is meant to be. I kind of like my schedule. My shortest day is always Monday, where it's almost too insultingly short for Magic, but that is like sort of a casual series that I'm doing, which is maybe the wrong card game to play casually, but I kind of like it. I'm not in any hurry with it. But with this, I'm getting very impatient because it's not about being in a hurry, but this is not representative of what, I don't know. There's just something wrong. I'm the type who I would get burnt out, but I wouldn't stop playing. I would just play worse. So it's not a good way to approach it. Like, oh, you know, you'll get burned out and then you'll just give up. I would never give up, but I would just suck so bad forever. Because I refuse to give up. Okay, can we finally just force the queen trade? Mess up my pawns a little bit, but with the extra piece, you would think this wouldn't be a loss, but I'll somehow turn it into a loss because I suck at promoting an endgame so badly. That's all you would have to do. Try to promote. Gonna try to come there. I could try to do it like this, just to take that pawn. He'll raise it. Or that was actually arguably one of the worst moves you can make, because even in this position it would be okay, but you should never, I don't know, you should never do it like where you put it at risk of everything needing a cover, like you put something pinned down to your rook. You could almost put this there and just stave it off, but if you come now, I can still cover it. Or that'd be a good way to like trap it inside. Now you can't take anyway. And you can't go anywhere. This is kind of a fun interaction where you sort of, the bishop is also the jailer. Like you must confess your sins to the bishop. Like you're in one of those confession booths in the church or whatever. You're actually trapped. What if I was to bring the king there? You can't do anything. This is actually pretty awesome. We gotta role play it. Tell me how your father died, Clarice. That's your name, Rook Clarice, because that's how he said it. I don't get his acting in those movies though, because in the first movie, Silence of the Lambs, he's like very over the top. Which, okay, you could say that's what they're going for. But then in the other one, like Hannibal and stuff, he just talks more normally. Like maybe with a little bit of that, but like he's overdoing it like crazy in the first one. I like these immediate re-challenges. I guess I never do that. Or even if I did it, I wouldn't do a rated in a rated game. Point was I was trying to do this to make it more comfortable for Tuesday and Wednesday, so I would at least get back to 12, which I should have been at in the first place. But now I don't know what's happening. Take every move slowly. You have to play it like very boringly, like you're a college professor or something. This causes somehow a busted position. This is the move I can't stand. Like, okay, that doesn't even bother me at all. I don't care. Just because now you could like put the knight here, and then you wouldn't have to worry about it, but you will have to worry about it. You don't have to take it yet. Just stop the pin down, do the castle, and then you can do whatever you want. Like at the beginning, I'm just like that. Like just leave me alone and don't harass me too hard with all these shenanigans. Double attacking there. He'll be able to triple attack. You should almost just do this, but because he can like do that, and then I'm forced to move it, and then he could take, but I would check first, I guess, is the point. That gives somewhere better for the knight to go to. Until he castles, I guess I'll harass this way too. He's playing very aggressive with the pawns. You go like this, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would still take. I don't know exactly how to play around these sometimes. You almost have to just wait. He would push, I would push, he would push, I would just take. I'm fine with this general development, but it's still a little bit messy. You probably raise it. Taking it would just open the H file and give him probably exactly what he wants. You can't raise it now, so I'll just connect it like this, and then you'll be fine. Okay, now we should probably just dump that. I definitely do want to raise this, although it creates a very dangerous diagonal for me. This you'd be covered by there. And then this one wouldn't be covered. You could... maybe do this, but then you could take... oh boy. You have to either give up a pawn here or there on account of the knight. Go here. He would take, I would... oh, he could do more than that. He would take, I would take, he would take... either give up a center pawn or an outer pawn. I guess I can afford the outer pawn. Maybe he won't do it? Okay. You get our partial V-shaped structure that I like. Got probably a mate in one opportunity because these people are very adept at seeing that. So at least now you can sort of use his own thing as a way to block out for it. You might have to sack the knight to do it, but... it's always having a pawn like this that makes it such a good threat. Like, oh, he would take and then I would take back, but you would first need something. You would still be able to go there. Or you would like check, I would take, and then it might be better just to even ignore the knight still. Within a minute, he comes up with this threat. Okay, so at least this would stop the advance of that, but you can just take. At least you can block that diagonal. You're trying to do an illegal pre-move. I guess I'll just let him take that. This is reasonable compensation. We'll take back with the bishop and just sit there. Or okay, he didn't want the rook. Interesting. The deadliest threat in this whole position wasn't the queen, wasn't the bishop, wasn't the double diagonal. It was actually the pawn. Just somehow that ends up being the problem. The double attack, he could have forked. Still take that. This would still cover the queen. Or no, he could do it and then I can't take, otherwise he takes. He's giving up the double diagonal on basis of the rook anyway, but it's almost like I'm scared to let him have that. I could raise it and I could take, or I can't even move it. We kind of fought back against the threat a little bit, but he just still has too much material. With 8 minutes left at that. Yeah, whenever you let them get a pawn like that. So, I mean, that's just how you play. You play super aggressive with the pawns because you actually know what you're doing and you sort of are just an expert attacker, or somehow it works here. Seems very unlikely you'll be able to give a perpetual check chain. You at least need like one other rook or something to try to do it. Still gonna be able to block like crazy. At least here you get rid of that nasty pawn finally. It's not a bad recovery, but his time is way too high. His material is too high. Haxo Gambit. Nice. Notch Gambit and Haxo Gambit. 2 gambits in 1. This is exactly how you should learn to play the game. Wait, can I at least stay at 50? Because I pretty much give up. Give me a draw here somehow. We've had some pretty miraculous outcomes actually that way. Why is he just doing that? I feel like I'm being trolled somehow, but I guess I'm being trolled by myself. because none of this is like half these games are blundering pieces and I'm giving it away and just I don't know. What is he doing? He didn't have to do any of this. Wait, how do you even get out of that? You go like there. I mean, maybe there's a threefold repetition possibility. It would have been always better if you could use the knight to do it. You should be able to use this here, and he can't take either. It seemed like he went full troll mode at some point here. Which is fine, but so that, I guess that's confirmation. He's sniping me and did that because I was complaining. So in other words, I'm being trolled by Super GM speedrunners, and I better get this rating back all day long. Or even a draw would have been sufficient, but now I feel like maybe there's nothing to fear, but somehow we'll still end up losing. Can't take there. At least now it won't be an exact repeat of the position because, you know, that rook is in different squares. So you go here, I could take. You go there, I can't do it there. I've had either some miraculous comebacks or some miraculous trolls, but either way, it ends up working out. How do you play that well? At the beginning, I lose my... Wait, what did I even lose? I lost my... like a rook and a whole bunch of stuff. Then he starts to move his king randomly. Like, why does he do that here? He starts to go down. Maybe he's just like, oh, screw it. I'll just hide with the queen. Even there, white's winning by such a margin, but... Okay, now, legitimately, I will go. If I lose, I'm done. That's it for today, obviously. Or we'll go all... We'll say that at midnight at the rate this is going. So today could be take on a different meaning. Okay, just do a nice, relaxing opening. Don't do any clown gambit behavior that just completely ruins the experience for everybody, please. I almost want to do it behind here, but I don't know sometimes how that works. You have to be an opening expert, you see, at 1100, 1200 rating. That's just a normal thing to do. I'm getting my bad karma for rolling through the thing so easily. Maybe with the provisional boost from not having played in so long either. But I don't know what exactly happened. So this is a good free developing move, but it's also development for him. If you go here, he could raise it. It seems to block off my dark square diagonal, assuming that's even something I want to do. That gives you somewhere at least to put the knight, which I'm okay with that. So this is reasonable development. I want to get this going at some point. This is going a streak of like 3 or 4 games. That's all I need. Like, or no, it's going to be more than that now, but French defense, knight variation. I should have almost done that. I made like a chess only channel where I upload like a video of chess every day. Because regardless of like, oh, it's garbage, but everybody's just a content cloud chasing content fiend clown in these days. So it probably would have gotten something of a following just because that's how people are. Like, oh, look at the dedication. This guy's hard stuck at between 1,000 and whatever. But at least I have made progress in the sense of I've had to, because otherwise, you know, I keep having to delete stuff and do permadeath whatever conditions. We finally get that after like 50 million moves, so not the smoothest development that I've ever seen. So basically, you could take and then take and then take, if I'm not mistaken, because his development is so bad, but of course I'm stupid. Oh! I don't know. It's just not. Gives it back. Or was he somehow trapped in a way that it's not like we can't win games like that, but I guess I'm just doing the hard mode. Like, you have to, what's it called? Like, you just have to give up your queen to make it interesting or fair. Like what Hikaru probably does and stuff. If you go like this, I could just try to take it. Comes like that. Could go there, and it's going to be impossible to cover anything. It's only -5 now, though, so it's actually recoverable, despite that seeming utterly ridiculous. I don't know if he had to give up his queen there, or what's going on. You could just take the knight. Well, I'm not going to be doing this again anytime soon. I'll just do it to, you know, my normal days, which, again, I'm just annoyed because it's at least let me, like, I've done rigged challenges before that are just completely unfair and even considered impossible and stuff like that. But at least let me have the time to do it. So this week I didn't even have time just because, whatever, real life stuff. So is that really fair? Like, even what little time I have, it's just completely a bullshit thing to even try to do, but I'll do it anyway. And I can't even move these because will these make it difficult for him? I don't know if he did that out of good spirit, the fact that I just gave him the queen, but it's, you know what it is like partly like a subliminal thing. You're always trying to trade, so you offering up a piece isn't that unusual. I'll just throw my queen there because I want to trade everything all the time, which is still a viable strategy, but you shouldn't really do it. Because at any high level or reasonable level, you should only trade if there's some benefit to it. But my whole style of play is such that you want to get to the end game anyway. Play like your Rocky Balboa, not by which I mean face tank and just give your piece away for nothing, but by which I mean try to go the distance against your opponent, like try to get to the end game. Even if you lose, it'll be very tight and it'll make you feel like, wow, we actually did something because, you know, you took a 2,000 rated player to the end game. Is maybe reasonable and normal to happen, but it just feels like you're doing something. You won't get an Octopus Knight very easily, but I don't know what exactly I'm trying to do. I could try to double attack this. I could take that. Comes there, I could just take. Okay, this actually will be an Octopus Knight, but it'll be too much kind of on my territory still. So a mere +5 advantage is nothing. He might give that back too. Yeah, do your kind deed of the day and give me back for all the BS unfair stuff. Like, I'm sure they don't keep track of that perfectly. Like, oh, you know, Hikaru beat you on a speed run. Not that that's really happened, but or I wouldn't even know. Maybe it has. But you know, if something like that happens, it's just like it's a case where it doesn't really make sense because they won't be able to keep track of every single person who ever played. I don't know. They have to put some tag on that maybe makes it seem like that. Because you can't play unrated either because they're going to be random queue scenarios. You know, today was one of those days that just... It's been special, I'll just say that. But you know, the word special takes on different meanings depending on the context, so you make of that what you will. Let's see if we can salvage this. I guess a draw shouldn't count as a loss, but... or just that bad. Although you could ask the same of me. This is pretty good Octopus Knight position, although that I wouldn't have been able to protect. I genuinely don't know because they play pretty good and they're up on me. But, okay. It doesn't mean still that I win, but we've had like 5 or 6 of these today where I'm literally losing my queen, which never happens because I'm just too good for that, of course. But then I win. Like, what do you mean? You could say they're pretending or they're trolling. Oh, because you're streaming, they see that and they... But he's even saying he's not. Definitely should bring my king out. So 4 minutes left. Take no mercy. I did say I'll go till I lose. So if we're gonna, the point is, if you can win a game, if you can win in a time like this, right? Then how can you not win normally? But I can't play normally. That's my weakness today. So I guess I wasn't doing so hot this week anyway, but I have always these good and bad stretches. So I guess I underestimate how much you burn out and stuff, but you can't take there. My knight is kind of in a cute spot, but you would think a bishop pair would still supersede it, or in before he sort of okay, that is a pretty devastating thing to do. You kind of got to prepare for the next step. Like, what is my sort of recourse against this, because he's gonna... He's gonna be attacking both of these, and my bishop is too far away to affect them, so I don't know what to do. You can cover this one from there and that one from there, but you can't do it at once, so... We get this in there, then we lose the Octopus Knight, but at least that's a reasonable spot to put it. Look at that clutch move. So he's down to 3 minutes. It's even material, so we should probably win on time, all things considered. You don't know who you're playing against if you're going to do stuff like that, dude. I live just to troll people, so That's going to motivate me to play more than anything else. Beating you would be boring. We come like this, we double take. Even if it's not going to be really worth it, it'll kill some time. Or maybe I shouldn't do it because... like, my king is more active, but it's not going to be enough to actually win the game, so... I can't say whether that's really worth it or not. Like, this you should be able to take guaranteed, but you actually won't be able to. You would think he shouldn't really be able to slip in there, but if you trade stuff efficiently... like, watch him still win, though. Can't let his king cross up, and if you don't let it happen, then you should be in good shape, or at least he should have to trade down the bishop. You could take a number of moves to actually do. Or you could sort of body block for it. It's impossible to lose with white. Oh, I'm gonna lose. Or like I'll probably draw it. Or he'll just lose on time. You haven't been watching me today if you don't think I can lose this. And meanwhile, the guy was just down a queen. Maybe the most entertaining days are just... or the most entertaining way to play chess is like this. You don't want to be a higher rating. Then it gets too repetitive and boring. Or really what you should do is try to take this, because somehow you won't be able to promote this. You go here, he has to sack it. Goes there. I could check. I just want to get to 12. Like, I've been doing this all day. I don't know what's going on. Mention it after the game. Okay, just do it. Just do it. Trade. Okay. Now it should be very easy. But it doesn't matter because he's going to lose on time anyway. Or now we'll somehow let him slip through there. Here it comes, but now it's covered. You could do like this and try to still do something with the light squares. You can't even get through there. Now he's going to lose just by the attrition of having to go back and forth like that. Or like, yeah, we just have to sack. We just have to sack the bishop for that, and he won't be able to catch up to this. You don't even have to sack it, just block it. Let's try to mate him with honor instead of letting him flag, but that's up to him, I guess. So we were having a bit of a contest today to see who is the biggest clown. So we found the ringmaster of the circus. What was that joke I made? Like Roy Hibbert. Roy Hibbert retired from the NBA to become the ringmaster of the NBA circus, and now Draymond Green wants to follow him in his shoes. Well, since there's time situation, your light bishop could have blocked his light square bishop in the B pawn would promote. B pawn. Want to contact you for a business inquiry when I can't find your email? The way you could private message me. Yeah, you could private message me on On here, I guess, right? You can just message me. Or here, I'll put my email if you want. That's fine. Okay. Bishop b5. Bishop b5, like probably here. Yeah, it's even telling me to do that. Yeah, then you can just block. But couldn't he just go here, and wouldn't that make it a lot more annoying? But I guess you would still be effectively forcing the trade. For bishop d5. Yeah, so I mean, he's gonna lose no matter what, but... Okay, that was a very lucky Serendipity's game, so let me try to actually take these seriously. I keep getting very triggered in the opening because they're just doing weird stuff that I'm not used to seeing. Probably because it's 10-minute format, which means they can get away with it or people fall for it, which I guess I can't say I'm any exception, but... So we won't be trapped here. We're threatening this. He can't cover it very easily, but unless we address this, he's going to trap it. He's not that stupid, right? So he'll... I mean, normally you'd be trying to do that. Okay, that's fine. I don't want to allow the pin that's been messing me up a lot. Which, again, you should kind of just learn how to play if they pin. Like, it's not a big deal. In fact, it's sometimes even what the engine doesn't... It seems weird that the engine wouldn't mind that, though. It just says, let them pin. We don't care because we know how to deal with it perfectly, and it's not even a bad position, but it just looks so ugly. The thing when the engine moves is, like... There's so many times where you question, like, oh, why can't it just trade this? Or why can't it just do this? But it has to play so perfect and exact that one move wasted doing something is not worth it. So it doesn't just play for, like, what is necessary. You obviously can't go by that if you're just, like, a normal player. Because even GMs don't play like that. Take... how would I deal with this? He would take, I would take. Like, I just want to put that there, or maybe I should pin it and just take, but you know, bishop pairs are my liking. I just can't use them, right? I'd want to do this. If he takes, I take, but then that splits the pawns. It's like goading me into doing it. I'm just like a lazy gambit where you just try to trade everything because you're too lazy and you don't want to think about anything. Which is fine if they let you do it, but then it leads to all these weird complex positions too where my position is so busted. I can't even do that. We have this nice long diagonal here, which you can easily close out, and I don't know how to really stop them from happening. He would, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would still take. Piano game, main line, birds attack. Like, some of these names you have to question how they actually even came up with them. Or if he keeps going, it's good. So you have to assume he won't keep going. And so maybe this cover is actually worth it. Because you don't want to take and you don't want to keep going because you want to block the diagonal. So you would rather me take. You got to maybe sit on that for a while, or unless you have enough means to double take, take. It's the same thing I just said, though. Maybe I could bring the other knight to try to do this. That might actually be... Or you know what? Just any... No. You have to be attacking it. Which I can't figure out how to do otherwise. Um, you go here, then you could finally do it. Or again, if he does it, I'm fine with that too. Or even if he does that. Yeah, let's just do a 24-hour chess stream. This is totally my style. I mean, obviously, after a while, I should just stop. I mean, I was in 1191. That was good enough. I should have just let it go. Like, what did this really accomplish? Did I learn anything today? I don't know how people can study the game, like, just at all, ever. It just doesn't seem like something I would ever do. You'll check there, but even there I could take. I don't know what he's doing. Whatever he does, I could cover, I don't know. This would allow you to check and put it in there. But I'm so obsessed with this one spot, so I guess I'll just do it. Yeah, he could check, and then he could also pin down with the bishop, or maybe not. I could move it up. Or are you serious that you're gonna actually cover that back after all that effort? But that was the same cover I was counting for before, so it doesn't matter. I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. You do all that just to preserve the Dark Square Bishop's diagonal, which should be relatively valuable, I guess. He would take, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. If he keeps going, I wonder what I would do, but it's still a net positive because just basically giving me a free pawn. Is that not a very advanced? What is this, dude? What is this? I don't know whether that's safe to do or not. I would take, he would go there, I would move, he would pin it down. You have to give them credit. Like you assume it's not something you can allow, but I don't know. And if I don't do it, I at least have to move there because, or I can't even move. You know what? If it's gonna end like this, just do it. I don't care. Like, what are these clown plays, man? What's he gonna do? He's gonna go there. How can you play like this? Like, nobody does this stuff, dude. Even if you are, oh, you're a GM doing some crazy thing, it's like, okay, fine, but usually, I don't know. You'll take that, but you can't take it. Like, all this maybe to save the diagonal, but now it doesn't matter because you can't even do it. Or I'm not really losing anything if I don't do this. So, like, what's the thing? I should be able to move no matter what you do. No. Oh, that could be bad. That could be worse. Because now I won't be able to block. Fuck. It might have been better just to... Bishop checks. Like, either way, I was gonna get screwed, I think, but... No way I can stop that, is there? I could keep going up. The point is, it wasn't as bad as it looked because there was probably still a better way out of it. Why you keep doing the same thing over and over? I can't go like that. What would you do now? You just do the same check again, and then you would just do the same thing again. I just can't block. Maybe you'll come there first, in which case I could come there and then just stop you from coming in. Okay. What did that change? Why would you do it again? Or he doesn't realize the bishop is there? Like, this is at least good. So now you shouldn't be able to do it, or that's to stop me from going there. You'll take and check. What if I let you have that and then I go here? So at least you'll have somewhere to go behind. Now it doesn't matter. Even if you check, well, you'll probably win something, but... Oh my god. Or wait, you can still just take that too. If I go here, I'll be in trouble because you could do that. It depends what he does. What? Wait. I don't even see what you can do here. Oh, it's over. I think he didn't really realize his bishop was there or that good. He still won't even do it. How can they be so good and so bad at the same time? Or at least he has the confidence to go for that shit. I can guarantee what he did at the beginning was not good. Right, like if I just take the knight and do it the right way, but... it's not going to be right. Blunder. It's a mistake. Or he is supposed to do it. He just did it the wrong way. He's supposed to do that? Wait. Well, whatever. He doesn't know what he's doing. So what, I'm probably... or you're not supposed to take, of course. Like, these positions are stupid. Forget it. I'll do another one. Can you just play like a normal game? Like, that's all I want. Just like basic development, just castle, and then just try to beat me later on. Why do you keep doing these sacks and stupid stuff? Like, you're not a good player. That's covered. We go here. That's good. Just don't let him pin the knight. You do either of these, just cover. You should give the bishop some room to breathe. Yeah, see, at least this guy's playing kind of more normal for now, but he would take, I would take, then he would take, so I can't do it. I might have to do this for now and then do it later if he decides to. He would take, I would take, he can't take. So here I would normally like to do it, but to take, but I guess I won't. Or the simple, I don't know. I don't know exactly how to use the Dark Star Bishop here, actually, if he's going to put that there, because you could almost put it in front and just do it like that. I would normally do this, but take. Let's try this. Okay, maybe now we can try to go for the trade. He would take, I would take. I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take. Okay. Seen that happen before. And now we'll play our own offensive crazy gambit. Watch. Just go here. The only way I'll ever be able to attack is when I make a mistake and turn it into something by accident. Or even the act of him doing this would allow me to reattach the pawns. But it would also allow him to double take. So take. No, it wouldn't. He really has no choice but to trade, actually. Take, or... Man, how do we keep finding ourselves in these very dangerous spots? At least this time it makes sense because I kind of played overly aggressive, but... Okay, that was expected. He'll go there, but he can't. He'll take. He'll check, I'll take, he'll take, I won't be able to take. He'll check there, I guess. Huh. Wait, the point is you shouldn't have allowed him to do that. What did I do? Oh yeah, don't try to trade, like my always biggest mistake. Okay, whatever. See you tomorrow.